Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2021. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by the Chronicleizer once again for another day. This is the final day of Week 9, the final week of regular season play for Spring 2021 is almost upon us. It's crazy how quickly it's all gone, but we've got some big games to end this week on.
And, you know, it's still crazy. There's still so many things that can happen. I think particularly that second series is there's a 1% chance, but the main thing that means is there is still a chance, right? That's what we're saying. And of course, the first series, DRX versus Damwon Kia, that's one that is more interesting than it would have otherwise win because Damwon Kia lost a lost game. They don't lose a lot of games generally. So when it happens, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's difficult. Not able to actually overcome what was SKT in 2015's record of games, as well as their own from summer last year, because they dropped that series to Gen G. Didn't exactly show us too much, to be perfectly honest, and I think that might be part of their strategy. Some more question marks surround this team as well, with Showmaker having some issues with his wrists as well, and having some shaky hand problems and things like that, and we'll see whether he's actually going to be playing here today as we go into our points of the match. We're not wasting any time today. Straight in to our first one. Both teams in need of a victory to bounce back. Well, I mean, you could say that, but Damwon Kia actually don't need to win anymore in this in Spring because they're already locked in first place. So technically, this is playing for momentum moving into the playoffs, and that also doesn't necessarily mean as much because they are guaranteed to skip that first round.
And for Damwon Kia, and even possibly for DRX here, I think that the main takeaway is just seeing what form you are, see how you stack up without actually giving something away. As DRX, in a terms of head-to-head, not great. 5-match, 11-game losing streak against Damwon Kia. Of course, Damwon Kia has been in great form for a while, but even before that, DRX kind of had a problem dealing with his team. And yeah, as you already rightly pointed out, Showmaker wrist injury, and that's not the type of things that you want to hear for what has been, I mean, up there with Chovy is like the most promising mid laner that we've had. He's won Worlds, right? And like we don't, in the LCK, we're not okay with just one Worlds. We need more.
No.
We want to see more Showmaker.
You need to get 3. That's basically how it works if you want to be a true champion, or at least 2 in the case of teams like Samsung. Team stats, though, let's have a look. Of course, DRX all over the place when it comes to statistics. And Damwon Kia actually dropping their Herald percentage stats. I believe a lot of that had to do with the Gen G series, where they weren't really focusing on the Herald in those matches. It was largely go for the Dragon fight around that and sort of leave these Herald fights that have been the bane of a lot of our teams here in the LCK. But I think that has been a bit of an issue here for Damwon. We'll see whether they do change their focus up.
And I think for Damwon Kia, the kind of vibe that I got from in that last series against Gen G was, we're not going to do anything new. We're just going to stick with what has worked, even if it doesn't work, as you pointed out. Yes, it's unfortunate that record that was held by T1 or SKT rather in 2015. It's great, but I do not believe that Damwon Kia, if there was a playoffs match, would have locked in that sign in the third game, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't believe it. As DRX, this is a team where they were much better than really was expected, but we do see in a long-term point of view that Solka Bao, they've had it a little bit rougher in the recent matches, whereas Kingen and POG have been consistent throughout the split.
I felt like, DRX really sort of fell off in their last series. It wasn't exactly one where DRX fans would have been all that excited. I feel like Solka just got ran over in a lot of those situations, and POG not necessarily playing up to his earlier in the season form. And up against Canyon, who is still, I think, almost undoubtedly the best player here in the LCK, maybe the best player in the world. And now POG, has to go up against that juggernaut. And Showmaker will be playing here today, and we'll have to see whether he's feeling better. Hopefully we can have a look at some of the player cams, and maybe they'll tell us a bit of a story as to how Showmaker's been feeling. But, you know, we're definitely hoping for a speedy recovery here for this guy, because injury is not the way that you want to lose a final, right? Like, that is absolutely not what we want here for the LCK.
And that might unironically like influence draft. Maybe you want to put him on something like a Syndra, right? Something that he's super comfortable with. That
potentially.
Don't put him on something like a Yone, right? But as you already pointed out, Canyon, I agree with you. I think he's probably the best player in the world right now. And that's not a very bold statement, right? Because it's a jungler meta, and this is the best jungler in the world. So yeah, we can get away with that. And this man on the other side has been, I think, even considering, or especially considering his performance last year, been way better than any of us could have expected, but he has kind of reached the limit of what one man can do.
Yeah.
We've seen that repeatedly. Some of the cool off-meta picks, which we as casters and probably the fans love as well, like the Mundo, don't actually have a great win record, right? So it's just the limitations of a team that, while overperforming, has not shown as much longevity, which I know you were kind of hinting towards since the beginning. You've never been on the DRX hype train. I definitely am. I still am. But this is a rough series, even if you are on board of that train.
That is true. I mean, they do, already have a place in the playoffs. DRX not necessarily worried about falling out or anything like that, but we'll see whether they can show us something that can hint at whether or not they'll be able to make a deep run, right? Because we do eliminate a couple of teams pretty early in those playoffs, and with Nongshim making a bit of a rise, and we'll see whether they're going to be able to actually qualify next week. That last spot in playoffs still 100% up for grabs, but that's going to be one of the opposition for one of these teams. Getting higher seeding in that first round, I think, is going to be very important, because I think between 6th and the rest of the playoff teams, there is a large gap.
Colossal. Yeah, it's a canyon of a gap, and I don't really think, I mean, you need to get that one out of the way early, right? Like, it needs to be done at least once a night. And
no, I agree.
While we've done it, we don't need to make any gap jokes, any canyon jokes anymore. We got them out of the way, which I'm very happy about.
Adding a system before Champ Select as well.
Yeah.
I'm actually very impressed.
Yeah,
very impressed.
I'm new to the LCK, but I'm trying to pick up on like what you guys throw out there, right? I know there is a set pun quota that must be hit.
Yeah, generally.
I wanna do my part in making that work.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can have a discussion on the new Pokemon games if this series is going to go as expected. Of course, going into this one, as we do get into Champion Select, the expectation is that Damwon Kia pretty comfortably 2-0s, right? They have looked to cut above DRX. This is a matchup that the organization of DRX has always had a very, very tough time in. If we have a look back through the history books, there was a certain LCK summer final that was not all that entertaining due to the shellacking that DK did dole out, as well as, if you have a look back to Worlds, that quarterfinal was not close.
I still think back to that draw, and like, we all are.
I know, it was actually so sad.
It was both Gen G against G2, which you also know was not going to end well, and then DRX and DK, because I would have loved to. I don't think DRX would have. There would have been a world in which they were actually able to, on the other side of the bracket, make it to the final. But I do think that what they would have shown us would have been amazing, and it would have been cool. But they were up against Damwon.
I mean, if they were on the other side of the bracket and they made it to the final and then were against Damwon Kia, then that would have been even more sad, because we all know how that one went.
Well,
not exactly finals material. Okay, we're stalling just a little bit here as Solka's just having a bit of a pause. I respect that. Tristana giving me the final ban here as we do go through the bans. Senna Graves and the Trist being taken away from Damwon Kia. And of course, Thresh needing to be banned. Definitely first pick worthy for so many reasons. Oh, yeah. And that Udyr also taken away from Pyosik is a pretty standard one, as there's the Kindred being removed as well. Hecarim first pick, or the Seraphine. Oh my goodness, both of them being available is pretty scary. And Seraphine will be locked away, so Damwon Kia do manage to finagle their way into a, second off the rack Hecarim.
Okay, so this is really interesting, because DRX with the Tristana ban to me said they want to first pick the Kai'Sa. However, DK, they catch onto that, and now DK can just lock in Kai'Sa Hecarim and get 2 of the power picks. Now Seraphine, of course, is very, very strong, very, very broken.
Yes.
She has been for a while, and I feel like she's still very much in that position. But we also have seen that some teams have difficulty actually executing it. It's one of those problems where if a champion is too good and you never get to play it, and then you do play it, and it's just kind of...
yeah, you sort of expect it to play itself because it's so busted, but you actually still need to play well.
Yeah. And this is from DRX, it's giving POG a lot of early pressure. The Seraphine-Olaf combination is one that we see often, where they really enable each other's strength, longer dueling, an extension, as the Olaf goes in deep and is then able to bring the encore to the people in the backline, which generally they're not a huge fan of. As Damwon Kia, though, they can look for something like an Orianna here. Now, considering that Showmaker, I would be surprised to actually see that come to fruition. As the Xayah does get locked in, and DK, they're pretty set on diving in deep here. I'm interested to see if they're going to go for a pivot, because trying to set up a dive composition into a Seraphine Xayah is not fun. Like that's you can do it, right? It's Damwon Kia. Like I think they can probably get away with it regardless of compositionally how that works out. But a Gragas would allow you to pivot a little bit more. It also provides you with even more hard engage, right? So you can try to like really brute force it. And if you do go for something else, if you do go for a more classic front to back where you don't need your Hecarim and your Kai'Sa to like go in aggressively, then that's still a possibility. Maybe Nazir, although I'd imagine that that's going to see the ban here, get banned here by DRX.
Yeah, I would assume that they would like to take that one away. Kingan's Gnar going to be removed as well. Definitely one of our better Gnar players. And also Gnar counter players as well. So I actually like the ban just because it's very difficult to pick Gnar into Kingan. Very interestingly, Renekton went through the entire first round of picks and the bans, as he might just get banned away here by Damwon Kia, unless Khan wants to take that one for himself. That being said, you know, crocodiles and horses, don't know whether they work all that well together. You can certainly set things up, but the damage profile not necessarily the greatest, as the cow will be taken away from Becca.
And as you say, I think the damage profile is not necessarily amazing. I also think that with the playstyle that Damwon Kia has shown, I don't think you go for that. Like, if you do want to play the classic Renekton in Italy, then you can opt into that literally on your first rotation. At this point in time, I don't think that's happening. I don't want to see like a late Renekton, especially as you pointed out with the Hecarim. I don't think it's the greatest of combos, so either DRX are going to pick it up, and again, I think the Seraphine is one of those picks that actually does really enable on Renekton and actually allows you to really make...
Oh, we're doing it, all right. Zilean coming through here for Showmaker. Maybe this is his sore wrist champion. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I interrupted myself there before you even had the chance to, because this is not something we see very often. This is, and this, I guess, technically could still be supported, though picking it into Rakan is a great way to not win the game, so I don't expect that that's going to be the case. Presumably here a Zilean mid, which I guess is another attempt at... So we have the Seraphine, right? We've already seen the Veigar, which is... You play Seraphine, which scales well, but has no lane pressure. Yep. I'm going to play something that scales as well. And I guess in this scenario, presumably, the Zilean is Damwon Kia's answer to this scales just as well. It just needs time, and then we're going to actually do better than you, which is interesting. I don't know whether or not that's going to be the case, but it is a very cool edge that we see, or like a curveball. And it's also something I didn't expect, because I was like Damwon Kia, that they're going to draft Sion here. And then they're just gonna... Actually, I still think that that's gonna happen.
I mean, it's still likely. That being said, Gragas could fit towards the top side, and I think that helps with the amount of damage that they do have. This also means that they get the Leona into the Rakan. Last time we saw Leona picked into Thresh, hated it. Wasn't a huge fan. And Beryl also had a bit of a wonky performance in Game 1 against Gen G. This draft is certainly going to enable the Leona a lot more, and a lot more quickly, as he will be able to play pretty effectively within the laning phase as well. And I think a lot of people would have been expecting that Beryl would have been playing that Gragas, definitely one of his better champions, but this is the flexibility that we see. This is why drafting Gragas is so nice. And it means that Damwon Kia can do things like this, and sort of... flip things up, because Gragas works very well into the Renekton.
And I like the draw from Damwon Kia here. In the end, I think the Zilean actually does enable like big playmaking potential and actually gives you considerably more pressure, as Ghost can kind of dive in with less regard for his own life. Same for Canyon. Also, a speed up Zilean, speed up Hecarim is very funny to look at, and also very, very broken. There's a reason why Cam Tank is currently the must pick. I think the DRX draft, I liked the first half of it, where they went for the Seraphine, the Olaf, and the Xayah. The Rakan and the Renekton makes sense from a pressure and a laning perspective, right? But I do feel like what you have now is you have a part of your composition that wants to play very far forward. I guess the Seraphine does enable that, but then Bao's just kind of left on his own, which against Damwon Kia I think is a really big risk. Even with all the innate safety that the Xayah have, it's Damwon Kia, right? Like, if there is a team that will still find a way to make a hard engaged composition like this that dives incredibly aggressive work, it's them.
Absolutely. They also have a lot of setup for the Kai'Sa. I think oftentimes we would be, you know, a little bit more hard on just picking Kai'Sa these days, just because the amount of strength that she does have is much lower than it used to be. But, you know, we're the LCK. We like to be stuck in our ways just a little bit. But with the Damwon Kia draft, they've got so much setup and dive for the Kai'Sa that it's likely that it just works anyway, right? Like, if you're going to draft a composition where Kai'Sa's a good idea, it's one of these. And you can also just dive into the backline and get as much damage down as you can. Then you get a Zilean ult, and then you're basically immortal.
And that's the thing. I think that Damwon Kia, interestingly enough, still can play this composition multiple ways. Yes, you can play it as a true dive bomb composition where you just throw your ult on whoever goes in. It can be Canyon, it can be Khan, it can be Ghost. Generally, it will be one of the top two with Ghost and following up. And of course, Barrel, because we all know that man loves engaging. Sometimes a little bit too much, as you pointed out in that Gen G series. Although I felt like there were some circumstances because, of course, he was kind of forced to engage. But even keeping that in mind, like he was engaging when his team wasn't there, it was too much, right? And I don't think that that's going to be the case here, because this time, when he goes in, rest assured, someone will follow.
Precisely. And also, someone's probably already there, because Canyon is a very fast horse. And we do need to go back to this mid lane pick as we have a look at it. Seraphine, we saw the Veigar do pretty well in the early game. I think that Afrika botched a lot of how the rest of the game went, but I actually liked the draft. I liked the idea, and I liked the theory. And I think when you can see a pick and then understand exactly why it's picked, that feels good, right? Yeah. And the Zilean is very similar. Has a historically very weak laning phase into almost anything. But so does Seraphine. So you can just allow your Zilean to get to a point where he bombs the wave. They all die, and then you know, you're going to be very comfy from there. But it's getting to that point that has been very difficult for Zileans in the past.
And of course, I think the most famous Zilean would be that of Bjergsen, who has clutched out many a fifth game victory in the LCS with it, and then tried it on the international stage and then got like counterpicked and absolutely demolished. And in this case, this is the beauty, of course, of Damwon Kia actually using the opportunity that DRX gives them in an attempt to draft something that has as much value as the Seraphine late game. And that's a hard ask, right? Like we already saw the Veigar definitely didn't do it. And maybe the Zilean will be, especially piloted by Showmaker, as we can see that it's been a while, and last time it was BDD of all people picking into
Well, I mean, BDD is actually, you were mentioning Bjergsen, and I was going to talk about BDD actually playing the Zilean at Worlds last year, and has always been our, you know, resident Zilean player, unless you're going to talk about Faker, who was playing Zilean a lot when Zilean was busted, which was definitely many moons ago. That is going into my boomer books, talking about Faker Zilean, because it has certainly been a long time, but BDD more recently has enjoyed picking that one up. So taking a leaf out of his book is Showmaker, but it's one of these things that a lot of our players do have sort of in the back of their minds when there are sort of laning phases that are focused mainly on scaling, much like Seraphine is.
I feel with Faker, you can just name a champion and be like, oh yeah, Faker played that like for
basically,
like 2 weeks.
Yeah, you can talk like, you know, AP Master Yi is another one, you know, but that's because Faker's been playing so damn long that all of these flavor of the month champions that just happen to be overlooked a little bit, you could say, by the balance team. He played them because
he was there.
He's been playing forever. So obviously it's one of those things. So it's almost like you look at Faker's champion pool and the things that he's played historically, not necessarily as things Faker has played, but more as an encyclopedia of what the meta was throughout the years.
Wow.
That's my take into it.
It's a nice metaphor.
Thank you.
I like it. I've heard much worse from both you and
from me.
Yeah. Well, also
from me. I'm certainly not necessarily well known for my my good metaphors.
Listen, and that's why I think it's important to point out when it does go well.
Yeah, exactly.
We do that with players.
Which I think might be more of a problem, because then that just encourages me to do more, and often they're not great. So we'll see how it does go. Currently, right now, DRX have been getting the better of the laning phase. As you could expect with, you know, Renekton on the top side of the map, he is... if left to his own devices in the earlier stages before that Bramble Vest comes in, he's going to be very happy. But I think that when Khan does put that together, he's going to be a pretty happy Gragas. Does have Lucidity Boots right now. That's a lot of Lucidity Boots everywhere, just showing the power of those particular shoes, you know.
It's Lucid Dreams on the top side of the map for Damwon Kia, and
indeed,
a low-paced game. I personally find it hard to really call because, like I said, I think if you take away the nameplates, I still look at that Seraphine and that Xayah, and I think that even with the lack of a traditional frontline, that is actually something that for Damwon Kia might be hard to deal with. if it wasn't Damwon Kia. But this team has shown time and time again that the win condition, if it's there, they will find it and play it and like push it as far as humanly possible. As
Beryl gonna go down very low, down to 100, gets the heal from Ghost, but he's still under fire. The Eclipse, oh my god, the value was just ludicrous as Canyon and Showmaker just gonna get out of the way of Pyosik and Solka here as they shove in a wave as well. So a bit of testing the waters, but not too much to come from it.
You cannot give kills to Bao, right? Like that is a surefire way in which, as Damwon Kia, even with the talent that you have for finding wins in hard situations, you cannot get Bao fed, because actually getting on top of him when he has Feather Storm, Cleanse and Flash available is going to be really, really hard, not even considering the fact that if you don't hunt the Zerium, then Solka saves him, and then you're in a very, very unhappy scenario. And that's where I'm going to be looking at how Damwon Kia is going to set up fights later in the game. Because, again, I feel like it's going to be hard to actually get on Bao consistently. But Damwon Kia, on the other hand, have so many, like, absurdly strong dive tools. We've seen just the Gragas be enough to like completely ruin the life of any AD carry, right? And it's not just Gragas, it's Hecarim and Leona as well, with a Kai'Sa to back it up. So I think that's going to be a really interesting back and forth later in the game.
I also think that Leona pairs very well with the Zilean, as I'm going to have to hold that thought for a moment as the cast goes down and Kingan's going to be booped away from Khan, and Khan is just going to casually wander away. Currently 5 CS behind, not feeling too bad. The thing that I'm a little bit worried about, as you were talking about compositions and things like that, I don't think Renekton is big enough frontline for DRX to reliably front to back. The same can be said for the Olaf, and it'll be largely on Solka, his positioning and W usage in order to make things work, as we do have a look at a bit of a flash being blown in the mid lane, and we saw the aftermath of this as Pyosik comes in and undertows a wave, and that was about all that came of it. So they did manage to get the flash from Solka, and we'll see whether Canyon makes a return visit.
Really cute Pyosik. I think smiling there to activate his Nimbus Cloak. Maybe he can get to them, but he couldn't. He did not like it, unfortunately. I agree with you, but I do think that just the existence of Seraphine, once she finishes Moonstaff, is actually like it's actually gonna give so much more longevity to 2 picks, which in a vacuum, I definitely agree with you. Like, I don't think they actually provide you with nearly enough front line. But it's not about how good Olaf and Renekton are, it's about how busted Seraphine is. That makes me worry, right? Like, that's kind of the takeaway from this. I think that in a front to back, normally, it wouldn't even be close. But in this scenario...
Ooh, Beryl gets gifted level 6. That's actually kind of cute from Showmaker there. This will allow, like... Zilean warps games as well because of his ability to gift experience over. And Beryl now being level 6 for this Herald fight is actually huge.
Oh yeah.
As Becca doesn't have the quickness, and the Solar Flare is available. DRX grouped as 5 though. We'll see. Looks like Solka's looking for a bit of a wraparound encore play as Ghost is just chilling on the bottom side of the map. Canyon running around pretty quick, waiting for his opportunity to get in. He won't have a devastating charge and will just ult his way out. So they'll give this one up and allow Ghost to try and get that money back by picking up, this plate at least on the bottom side, with Solka coming in to clear things out. This allows Damwon Kia to push out the mid lane, but Bao's here as well as he does collect himself a bomb. It's not exactly the biggest of deals at this stage of the game.
And that's a deal that I think you take as DRX. If Ghost was another AD carry, was a Tristana, was an Aphelios, you might have been able to get more out of this. However, in this scenario, he got 1 plate, he got like, I think, 1.5 wave of experience lead, which really isn't that much. It's a nice lead, but it's kind of negligible. And that makes me believe that, especially if we get a possible dive or a solo kill into a big play on one of these turrets combined with that Rift Herald, then we might see a lead start to come up here for DRX.
Well, you can see Showmaker just backing. Don't think he wants to actually take that blue buff. He's going to take his own potentially next time around. And Canyon is going to successfully steal that one away. Currently very even as far as jungle farm is concerned, and it looks like Damwon Kia are playing this one with a lot of comfort. Very happy just to scale into the late game, utilize their composition in order to win, which is largely what Damwon Kia often does, but it's once again one of these games where they've given up a lot of these early objectives. 1 minute on this Infernal Drake, and I think that might be the first time that Damwon Kia do start to, actually participate in a lot of these potential skirmishes. As Ghost will collect this wave and continue having a bit of an advantage for himself as well, as Void Seeker is going to be blocked by Becca, but he can just utilize the Lovers Duo passive and he can get home alongside Isaiah very comfortably. Showmaker just standing in the wave. Look at that. Wears a bomb as a hat and collects all the minions. Very satisfying.
Very fashionable. You know, that feels like one of those avant-garde hair or head dresses where it's like like an exploding
like a fascinator
hat.
from the races.
Yeah,
you know?
and then like it gets locked in time, and then that's the kind of idea that the artist wants to give to you. But then to normal people, it just looks like an exploded hat, and you can see like your hair come through it, and it just looks kind of like a mess.
Yeah,
I can see that.
I like it though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you should, but.
The thing that I do actually really like about the Zilean pick, though, is the fact that he's a wave ahead. There is a wave to collect here from Solka, so it is a lot more even than it might look. But Zilean with a farm advantage ever is something that, you know, you don't necessarily expect unless you can get to a late game where he's mopping up wave after wave after wave. But coming out of an early game this well off is definitely good news, and also makes me pretty pleased thinking about how he must be feeling as far as his wrist is concerned as well.
Yeah, we really want a place to be okay.
Yeah,
right? Like that is of the utmost importance. Not just even in with something like playoffs in mind, but also just, you know, these players, they put in so much time, so much work, and it can be quite hard on the body. I think that's also why we've seen such a big shift as Drake getting started here.
Yep, Ghost does have the ulti available. Teleport going to come in from Khan here as they get into the backline. There's the Encore onto a couple of members. And immediately Desire is blown up with the Leona. Same thing can be said, but Canyon is now all over this one. Seraphine no longer in the fight, and that means DRX have to get the heck out of there. Damwon Kia should be able to lock down the Infernal Drake now in a beautiful fight when they initially started, right? Like, this is the first time we've seen Damwon Kia actually really participate in this game.
Atlas, there was a 4 versus 5. Ghost wasn't there. He
didn't decide to ult in,
listen,
right?
He was in the general vicinity. He was taking a look, but he wasn't actually there, okay? And...
Oh, Showmaker going to find some bombs here onto Pyoshik, who does have to get out, and there's the flash forward. Can the clock slam? Oh no, Pyoshik has to just watch himself fall down. No, the bomb, it's chasing him, it's picking. Oh my god, it got the scariest little raptor of all time.
Chicken with a hat finds the Viking. Pyoshik gets taken down in the end. Oh man, Showmaker. I don't...
That is a huge play. The leash range on those chickens, man, that's really unfortunate for Pyoshik.
Also the fact that it didn't like go onto Becca, because they were like, no, we want.
Yeah, no, we know where we're going. Oh no.
Going back, like that was to that dragon fight, because I'm still pretty perplexed. Like that was a 4 versus 5, and I think it's going to be up to Bao and Sorka's positioning and Bao's not using of the Feather Storm, which shouldn't be excusable. Right? Like this is not a fight you're allowed to lose. You know this is coming 100%. And there we see Bao just gets instantly blown up. I think it's a cask into a Hecarim ultimate into him just dying.
No, the cask was actually used to kill Solka. So
you have Feather Storm and Flash.
Yeah.
That's not allowed. Like,
I think they killed him within the fear.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. As we have a look at this one once again, every cog was important, by the way. As that's about max range on that bomb. Really beautifully done. And then look at this angry chicken. He actually speeds up. Oh my goodness, terrifying.
I want to say no?
와 라칸 때문에 살았어. 와우! 와, 저 칼레브리 뭐냐? 칼레브리가 올라프 따라.
Oh, thank you, lucky chicken Showmaker. That is, and this is something that we've talked a lot about warping, right? Like what warps this game. Seraphine is a really good example, but Zilean, interestingly enough, is like one of the OGs of that, where what the champion does creates such a big shift in how you need to approach objectives. Maybe fraud.
Yep, he may just be dead here as he decides that instead he wants to take down the minion wave and will do so. So one measly cannon minion going to remain and will be taken down.
Man with a mission.
Absolutely. No teleport available here for Khan, so he's dead for another 20 seconds as Canyon standing on this control ward. He will be able to take that one down. Now Pyoshik started up Shirley, looking to try and grab that one for himself. But Damwon Kia in the vicinity, and I don't think this is something that Pyoshik should be able to do. The extra speed up for the damage boost on a Hecarim as well as making him extraordinarily quick is going to be scary as in goes the quickness. Showmaker makes his way out, utilizing the Zillion that you're mentioning. Zillion really does warp things. That speed up certainly helping out here, and that is going to spell the end of Solka once again. We've seen Hecarim be the bane of so many of these control mages in the mid lane, just with his ability to get behind and dive, and we're seeing that once again here.
And yet again, like, this is just Damwon Kia playing so incredibly well, right? Like, it's so hard to, after a draft, accurately assess like the chances of this team, because it just feels like, what other team does this, right? Like, they just play it so well whenever they see the slightest opening. And look at Showmaker there. A lot of other mid laners die, but Showmaker is able to, I think he had heal available as well, combined with the speed up, and he just gets out of there. And yet again, Solka and Bao are two pivotal members of this composition. They cannot afford to die. They need to stay alive no matter what. Last time it was Bao, this time it was Solka. You need those pivotal carries because they keep the composition together. If you don't have your Seraphine, you're not going to win any single fight. And yes, you can criticize the initial decision of DRX to kind of go for that, but I feel like if you execute that better, that might look completely different, but instead they try to overforce this, you know, I don't mind it, but at this point, Damwon Kia is like, no, we're not following this one. No. we know what's going on here.
And actually I really love the Zillion pickup. I really liked Fly's decision to pick the Viger as well. I think that's another cool idea. It didn't work because Afrika's execution was not exactly the greatest in that particular game, but the draft, I felt, was kind of cool if they were able to actually utilize it correctly. So we do have a look at Khan just dying here up towards the top side. He does give up the Ghost and throws a cast at the mini wave just to make sure that he can keep his wave in check. But this was just beautifully done. Look at Showmaker, speeds himself up, gets out of the way of Becca, and can't even catch up to him with the quickness through an exhaust. It's crazy.
Unbelievable. And here you see the value. Oh man, that is...
And this was just sad. Level advantage for Canyon.
No Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Yikers. Yeah, and now the Herald gets thrown down mid lane. And this is starting to feel like kind of a similar game like we've seen before. Ghost is a bounty, even though he has not interacted with anyone in this entire game. Right?
He's been playing PvE. He's listen, like, it's like all of his mates are playing League of Legends. He's in the Discord, but he's playing Valheim, you know? He's just chilling.
He's just punching trees.
Yep. Having a good time though as Solar Flare hit towards the bottom side. Bao using everything just to get out, but there's so much CC. The horse collapses on in. The quickness is going to go on to 2 as Beryl misses the Zenith Blade. Khan going down very low, but body slams his way out. Now Showmaker here on the backside, not able to save the horse. And this is what happens when the Seraphine's able to just sit in the back and throw out all of her Moonstone buffs. As, okay, this bomb might do some work, but Khan's just going to be taken down. Ghost finally throws some abilities at his opponents. Does still have the ulti available as well, as now Pyoshik eats a bomb once again. Showmaker picks up one of his own here, as now Kingin chasing after Ghost, but he's a long way away from the rest of his team. Bombs flying on forward as Ghost flashes his way out. The exhaust comes through. Now Blast Cone will spell the end of the Kai'Sa. Now it's Showmaker versus the world, and I don't think he's going to be able to get it done. 3 members of DRX is going to take down this first Ocean Drake.
That's Seraphine, baby! I said earlier, Bao and Solka have to both live. I retract that statement. Bao died immediately.
Yeah, Bao doesn't need to live. Solka needs to live. Yeah.
You just need Solka because you see here, this is the reason why this pick is first pick worthy. In extended skirmishes, there is not a single champion that does as well. And here you see the 2 team comps at work, right? Because what Damwon Kia wants to do, which they do very well, is find someone, run over them, quite literally, and then win the fight from there. That part of the plan works. But then they opt into an extended fight against the Seraphine. I think here you say, okay, Canyon, you're just gone.
Oh, Solka's positioning is just fantastic in this fight as well.
I know.
Really playing within the ranges of all of his opposition, which aren't very high, right? It's not a long-range composition from Damwon Kia. It's a dive composition. And that certainly suits what Solka wants to do, keeping everyone within his sight lines, being able to throw down whatever he wants to.
They go back in.
Yeah, you may as well, right? Because these bombs aren't really hurting.
No. Damwon Kia stays, and they go back in.
Oh, like, right, yeah, that was silly. That was silly.
Oh.
As maybe this is what they want, as the ulti comes out from Canyon. Solar Flare going to miss onto Bao. who is very, very low, and Seraphine's on the top side of the map. That's why Damwon Kia can do this. And Showmaker just going to see to these minions. Damwon Kia nowhere near out of it or anything like that, but certainly DRX demonstrating exactly what this composition is capable of, and we've seen it many, many times in many, many regions. Seraphine is just busted. Another thing as well I want to point out is that I think Serpent's Fang is disabled on the Korean client because I haven't seen it, and Seraphine is basically hard counted by that item, but we just don't know that it exists here in Korea.
And I think the big problem with the item in this instance is that the only one who you can remotely build it on is Ghost, and even then, like a full lethality item without crit, it just doesn't feel great, right? Like a lot of the picks where it would be strong in something like a Graves or a Misfortune, Graves has fallen pretty far down like the ladder of high prio picks. Misfortune not in the meta at all at the moment, and that just creates a situation in which even if you do go for the item as Ghost, I think the value that you get regarding the damage that you do against Solka is really, really good. But will it be enough? Will it offset the amount of crit that you lose? I'm not sure, because that's why Collector was so good, right? It wasn't just lethality in the passive, it also still gave you crit, so it built you towards that 100% crit chance.
Yeah, theoretically, but I still think that it's...
Oh, it's really, really good.
So much damage onto AoE shields that DRX do have in spades, right?
Yeah, I mean...
So you're going to be doing way more. The value is actually way... Like, if he builds Collector here, I'm going to be very upset.
No, it's okay. Like, a PD is fine.
Yeah, he actually wants to get the Supercharger passive. That's what Ghost has been aiming for, a very early evolution on that E. And he's been utilizing it very, very well. I think that when it comes to our 80 carries, I think that Ghost plays with the Supercharger invisibility much better than a lot of others.
I agree.
It's why he's been so successful. So I don't mind this. I just love to see a Serpent's Fang. We're not going to, but I'd just really like to see it.
I agree. Yeah, I don't have a lot more to add than it is a really good item. And I think that it is one of the items that's kind of undervoted. It took us a while to get to the point where we're like, oh, actually Everfrost is super broken. At least in the LCK, right? As you already pointed out, sometimes we're a little bit slower. However, I do again want to reiterate that we slowly see the LCK move towards a little bit more craziness, like the Zillion pick, right?
Yeah.
Vega, like it's better than it's been, and that's something that, while not as happy to embrace off-meta picks like other regions, LEC in particular comes to mind.
Yep. It's
still a progression, and I think the Damwon Kia actually is one of the big instigators of that.
I mean, they played Fizz top, right?
Well, yeah.
I don't even think Wonder's done that.
Well, I don't know what's crazier, Fizz or Ivan, right? Like, I
think Ivan's definitely that's the winner.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
I'd
well,
say
is
so.
it? Like, if you've watched LS's stream, you know that Ivan can be played in basically every single lane.
And that's the thing, and the Fizz was, I mean, it was popular as well, and this is the problem with like a game, the Age of League of Legends, you can always go back and like, no, this was meta before, actually, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, even AP Sign was a thing. Now, was it a completely different champions? Yes.
Bit of a shout out to good old Reginald over there. That's beautiful. Build Moby boots and as many rings as you can.
Oh,
love
baby.
it. Love it.
However, the game in hat, not a lot is happening, which gives us the chance to go on a trip down memory lane.
Absolutely.
I like it.
I like it too. Yeah, it's certainly a slow one. Damwon Kia were able to grab one of the Drakes, but in 20 seconds time, we might have a little bit more tomfoolery. You could see like DRX did manage to get a slight gold advantage. We have a look at the gold graph. It is going to be, it's going to look like a flat line, which is largely a good representation of the amount of action that we've had so far this game. But thankfully now, with this Drake spawning, it's an excuse for our teams to fight.
Okay, that's a TP.
Yeah. Goshik actually going to start this one off pretty quickly as Beryl slowed down by the Undertow, and he goes Canyon. He's so fast as Featherstorm comes out. He ults his way to relative safety as well, but the quickness is huge in the backline. Ghost already so low in this fight. As the ulti comes out from the Seraphine, she's just keeping everyone alive. Kingen now chasing after the rest of Damwon Kia. Khan gets himself safely over the wall, and Showmaker's booking it for the relative safety of his fountain, but DRX should easily be able to get themselves to either a Drake or even a Baron. By the looks, as now Ghost once again going to be baited by a stopwatch, flashes out of the way of Goshik, who's just going to smite him to death. And it's all too easy for DRX, and I think you might be right. I think Seraphine might just be a little bit too busted.
And you can do Baron as well, because your health was going to be full in a matter of seconds, Atlas.
Wow, look at all these shields. If only there was an item that could remove all of these shields.
If only.
No, it's okay. I completely understand your point of view with how it doesn't necessarily help the itemization. This Baron getting taken down very low. Showmaker making his way in here. Couple of bombs coming out as POG. Oh, once again, it was going to be another NPC that was booking for his life as Barrel's going to make his way in, but the Baron already taken down. Kingen, he's got a bomb on his head, but I don't think he's going to be dying today. Makes it back to the safety of his Sulker. And yeah, Battle Dance going to come through as well as Canyon does end up executing the Crocodile. Now they're looking to try and do a little bit more, but Canyon very, very low. Great stun to come out from Showmaker though as Olaf finally taken down Beryl in a little bit too deep here, but also Bao in a bit of a problematic situation. Ooh. Canyon wearing the bomb, hoping that there was someone over that wall, but unable to lock anyone down. Damwon Kia do grab a couple of picks, so only 2 Barons left on DRX, and they weren't able to get to this Ocean Drake. So Damwon Kia going to even the score on that one.
Because if there is an Ocean Drake on a team with a Seraphine, it's like
yeah, that's it.
Dead.
Yeah,
that's it. That's just there's no way that you get back.
It was like Ocean and Soraka back in the day. That was you know, it's the same story.
I don't want to think about that, Atlas.
No, it's not a good time. Not a good time at all.
And what we see here is the value of the Seraphine yet again. Even though Damwon Kia goes in big, and you'd expect, just looking at the draft and the power of the champions that they have, to be fine in a front-to-back teamfight where you can dive into the enemy backline. The power of Seraphine just enables Kingen and POG to such an extent that...
POG's health bar, sorry.
Yeah, no,
very
I know. It's not okay. And the one thing that keeps Damwon Kia in this game is just these type of executions, right? Where they go in 3 versus 5 and they actually make it work. And here the Zilean does come into fruition, because the thing is, Zilean provides basic impunity for one member, whereas Seraphine does it for the entire team, right? And that's the crux of the problem.
AoE immortality is pretty good, as it turns out.
I mean, it's like if Tarek's ult was just always there and then constant, and then also like it's so good. And then we saw there as well, like that fight started off so well as it did because Soka hit an lengthened encore, and then was immediately followed up by Becca, right? Like it's again. The champion is just so strong. There's a reason why it always gets P1. Yep. And here we see that while the Zilean does well, I still don't know if it's going to be enough. And I think if it is, it's just because Damwon Kia is such a damn good team, and they're able to find openings that no other teams would. And if Soka steps out of line even one single time and that Seraphine is gone, I can assure you the rest of this composition will not do well.
Yep.
It's just, that's it. That's, no.
This Baron power play is going lower and lower, as you can see. And Damwon Kia certainly utilizing the fact that they were able to get so many picks afterwards. It's really helped their coffers. Only 20 seconds to go on that one, so the Baron an absolute wash. No real advantages there as Damwon Kia 4 turrets to 1. And that's something the DRX don't really have, which is Siege. There's basically none. It's very, very difficult to get up towards a turret. And Damwon Kia, they have so much wave clear. Like, this is something we get to talk about again. I feel like we haven't had conversations about wave clear in a while.
No, not.
And Zilean, he was the OG. Next to Anivia, those two, they could delay games for about as long as you want. Zig's a perfect other example. But with these bombs where you just throw them down and the minions just conga line into them and then all die, like, oh, it's not exactly what you want.
And this is kind of the nature of these deathball compositions, right? This is something that we also saw with the Tarek Sona when it was really strong, where once it's hit its stride, a straight-up 5v5 fight or even a scuffle around an objective just becomes so favored towards the team that is running the deathball. As a StarCraft player, this is something I'm very familiar with. If you've ever played against Protoss, they have their deathballs. They're not fun. They feel very unfair, and I'm sure that's what Damwon Kia is right now. Like, oh, if only we didn't let Seraphine go through to the draft. And I feel like that's a lesson that we learn a lot in the LCK, but then we immediately forget it. Which, you know, that's a bit unfortunate. And even then, I still hesitate to call this game over either way.
Oh, no, absolutely.
It's every fight becomes a question of, and here you say again, that's nice wave clear. Showmaker doesn't even have to be close. And it's probably just going to be like nothing until the Drake fight, and then I don't even think that's going to be enough to break it, because with how Damwon Kia has been playing these fights, even if they lose the eventual fight, they always blow up at least 1 or 2 people, and if those people are like Soka, or sorry, Bao and POG, then all of a sudden the push, right, that you have becomes a lot less strong. So I think we're in for the long run here, Atlas.
Well, I mean, it's already pretty long as it ticks over to 30 minutes, and the gold within 200.
Longer.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's going to be the 50 minute. We'll see whether we do get there. As 9 stacks on Showmaker's Majais. As Ghost is going to get to level 15. He's desperate to get an assist or a kill, guys. This Kai'Sa certainly hasn't been really doing anything so far this game, as we have a minute until this Drake, but already it's Damwon Kia setting up around the area.
Atlas, he's waiting for the nuke that's researching, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, that's
fine as
I completely understand. Okay. He's been sitting back at base trying to work out when he's supposed to get in there. And right now, Ghost is infiltrating the base, which is very thematically correct if we're talking about the StarCraft.
Oh, yeah.
So I like it a lot. We'll see. He does manage to take down one structure. Didn't even need to use the nuke.
And what I'm glad, something that I haven't really pointed out yet, is this is another solution to the death ball is pull it apart, right? Like be in multiple locations. And with the speed ups that you have, the mobility and the solo lane potential of some of these characters on the side of Damwon Kia, specifically Ghost, he can easily join the rest of his team. You're in a pretty good scenario where you can actually try and pull them apart. And then the power of that comp is not nearly as threatening.
Yeah, as Ghost is going to get sped up. Bow, tagged by the Void Seeker. Ghost needs to do a little bit more in the fights that are going to be ensuing, right? I imagine DRX might actually be surprised with the fact that Ghost can do damage, because he hasn't really done very much so far this game. Kingen wearing a bomb right now, as everyone just gets out of the way of him. Battle Dance to give him that little bit of a shield, but look at how dark the map is here for DRX. Damwon Kia have made sure that they've retained control over this area, and now Ghost is going to get to work on this Ocean Drake, and Damwon Kia have just turned the lights off, and DRX, no ability to come in and answer that whatsoever. So, Soul Point going over to Damwon Kia with just beautiful vision play.
And the problem for DRX is that you kind of want to face check as a unit, but you can't. And this is where the lack of an actual tank does come into play, where if this is a Sion instead of a Renekton, he can walk in, right? Like, even if he face checks, it doesn't matter. He has like
even an Alistair can walk in, right? And
yeah.
I think looking back to the draft, that ban was pretty good from Damwon Kia.
And it creates a scenario where DRX, if they know roughly where everyone on Damwon Kia is, they can walk in. If it's a river fight, if they're on a Baron, you can definitely go in and be fine. But in these corridors, right, where you can't actually bunch up because you will get blown up by all the AoE from Damwon Kia, it's actually quite a hard one. And this is why I love to watch Damwon Kia, is because we can see them adapt to this composition as the game progresses. And this is one of the reasons why this team is so good.
Why is this game so incredibly close? It's ludicrous.
Seraphine.
Yep, 33 minutes in, and the Baron down to about half health as Canyon picks up a bomb. He's going to take it away. As you can see, Solka dropping the beat in the backline here. We'll see how many abilities he's going to be able to land. That W is what you need to keep your eye on as Kingen down to about half health, but not for long, guys. As into the backline goes Canyon, and he's looking for Solka. Ghost finds him and pops him. It was a one-man encore, and that might spell the end of this one, but now Bao, he's the one that's left alive. Ghost flashes his way out. Canyon going to be taken care of. As you can see, Khan flashes on top of the Crocodile and will put him into his GA for the moment. But now he's getting closed in on. Showmaker at about half health, looking for Becca now. Becca gets slowed down as now Khan is very tanky. And I don't even know whether he's going to die right now as he does make his way out. The double bomb is beautiful. Kingen, so many shields. And he's going to survive. Another one gets thrown in there with the flash from Showmaker. But I'm going to call this fight a bit of a wash. It's a 2-for-1, but no one's able to get onto this Baron just yet. And with the health bars so low, Damwon Kia wanting to get back in once again. Kingen in trouble, in goes Khan. Barrel goes down, his health bar's very large. And look, there's just not a lot of damage. The Thornmail here from Khan really means that Bao does not do a lot of work, even though that Lord Dominic's is there. Solka teleports back in though, and that's all the fun over from Damwon Kia.
And that's what you get with these type of compositions with so much sustain. Even with Solka dying, we've had like multiple 1-2 minute fights here, and
yeah.
I'm feeling sorry for you, Atlas. Like you're not getting any break. We don't get to talk about any fun stuff when these fights are just ever going. And again, even with Solka dying, there's still so much sustain. They go in for yet another fight.
Yeah, this time the Baron started up by Damwon Kia. Good bombs to land on to Pyoshik as into the backline goes Canyon. A lot of damage from Bao, who's completely untouched. Ghost now trying to get in on top of him, and the Supercharger's there, manages to pop him in the end. They didn't have the Featherstorm quite available yet, and now Canyon is just going to launch himself over the top of everyone, with AD carries taking each other out, with Sulker now dead. Damwon Kia are so much stronger than DRX, and yep, goodbye Renekton, and hello Baron, or breaking open the base here for Damwon Kia as Canyon says, well, I think I got my eye on this inhibitor.
The one problem is that actually ending without your AD carry is not going to work, because literally no one on the side of Damwon Kia actually pushes turrets well besides Ghost, and he's dead. And here, yet again, it's DRX. They're in kind of an awkward position where Becca is, I guess, looking for the flank, but then the flank is still found regardless. And the only thing that Bao does in this fight is attempt to ult Ghost, right? And Ghost, he's been super on point with both of these jumps into the enemy backline, blowing up the enemy carry, and then we get another, I want to say, Clown Fiesta fight where it's just like, we chase down a super tanky Cyan without the sustain that makes it so strong in these extended fights, right? And this is a tendency that DRX have shown before. DRX, may I remind you, in the game against T1, they found the fight, then instead of taking the dragon, they spent 30 seconds chasing a team down the river, and we all know how that one ended.
Not very well. Bit of a spoiler alert. If you guys want to check out that game, you should probably go back and have a look at another one of these replays as we had back-to-back team fights. It's like we were saving up all of the excitement for the very end of this particular game.
And as you pointed out, I don't think both the Encore and the Featherstorm were not available, right?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, you need to play it slow. You cannot move up like that as DRX, because those two ultimates are the crux of your composition.
Well, now we've got Baron encircling all of the members of Damwon Kia.
Oh, that's all.
And yeah, let's see. 5 seconds time as Pioshik's going to get booped back, still has Ragnarok, and still has Sulker, who is basically the best item in the game right now for the Olaf. And now Khan looking for an opportunity here. Sulker actually starting to do some damage. Oh my god, the damage! And that is going to be Ocean Soul now. And maybe that's going to be enough to give Damwon Kia their version of Seraphine. We'll have to have a look as Canyon looking for the wraparound is already Pioshik down very, very low. The battlefield certainly belongs to Damwon Kia right now. It's right into the back line. Goes Canyon. And now Pioshik right in the front, but now he might be too far away from Sulker, and the answer is yes. Sulker moves up too far, gets executed by the Kaiser, and now Bao's Featherstorm ain't going to be enough. It's a quadra kill as Ghost finally gets online, and this should be game for Damwon Kia.
And it was a gorgeous game here from both DRX and Damwon Kia, but in the end, the pressure and the team fighting prowess of Damwon Kia simply proves too much. And as you said, if you don't have a Seraphine yourself, Zilean gives it to one person, then an Ocean Soul on top of it, and you will be just fine.
3-0-14. Can you injure my wrist for me? I want to play like Showmaker. He did so damn well that game on the Zilean, first time so far in spring 2021. And maybe this is going to be the answer that everyone's been looking for into the Seraphine. Or maybe it's just Damwon Kia being better.
It's just Damwon Kia, Atlas. Come on, man. I like the Zilean. I think that what we do see here is the value of the Zilean. It works really well with the hacker in. It did what it needed to, right? It provided an additional safeguard when you do go in for these really deep dives, which a Canyon was really the better factor for. Because you know, normally, like, it's like, oh, we get Zilean, then we use it on our AD carry. I don't think Ghost got a single.
I mean, Ghost turned up into that game in about 45 minutes. You know, he was just not really doing a whole lot throughout the beginning. But we're going to have a look at some of the highlights here. And the team fight, even though this game went for what felt like an eternity, the fights were super intricate. And I really enjoyed it, actually. As here is the last fight, where Sulker just gets eliminated by this extraordinarily fast rampaging horse.
Listen, we talk about Canyon is single-handedly zoning 4 people. We talk about not giving Seraphine to anyone. I agree with that. Can we also stop giving Hecarim to Canyon?
Yeah, can we not give Hecarim to anyone?
Well, yeah, but it's like anyone is bad, and Canyon is just like asking to have this happen to you time and time again, because... I still think, do not give over Seraphine. That is not the play. But if you don't want Kia, I guess it doesn't matter. You don't get punished.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, I mean, this was a clock guy in the mid lane that did not die all game long. They lost multiple fights. DRX demonstrated exactly how busted the Seraphine is. But sometimes you're just Zillion and you're immortal for an incredibly long time. Like, I think Canyon played an extraordinary game. I think Showmaker played an extraordinary game. I wouldn't mind if either of those players picked up Player of the Game for this one. I also think Khan had his moments as well, frontlining very effectively.
Arrow as well.
Yeah.
And like if you like highlights, then you could even go for Ghost because he went for like
yeah, if you tuned in at 40 minutes, then you could go for
you
Ghost.
come in at like 25 minutes, you're like, wow, that Kai'Sa, well, getting a lot of the key kills, not knowing what happened the first 25 minutes of the game.
Yeah, not bad at all. As we're going to have a look at the post-game breakdown, let's have a look at some of these damage numbers. Yes, the Xayah did do a lot of work. A lot of space was given to Bao that game, and especially in the second last team fight, I thought that was the one that really showcased what the Xayah should be able to do. Because the dive went onto the Seraphine, it meant that he was able to free hit for a lot longer. Somehow Ghost did 21k damage, which I'm very surprised about, actually, and that's mostly in the later stages of the game. Look at the gold difference graph, man. It's nutty. It's like 38 minutes.
I agree with you, but to me, the most disgusting stat on this is the fact that a Hecarim, a full tank Hecarim did
25k damage.
A full tank Hecarim,
Oh
and yes,
my
he builds Chemtech, and that gives him damage, and yes, he had a Zillion to speed him up further, but
For more damage, baby.
it's, you know,
Beautiful.
like sometimes we like to overcomplicate things, and it really is as easy, and I'm really sorry that I'm doing this, but it's just a Diffie in the Jiffy. It's just Canyon is just too good.
Yeah, no, and that has been the case. That has been the case in many of our matches so far. Klid had a better time in their last series, but this time Kyoshik couldn't quite get over the line. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3, so maybe DRX can come back in game number 2, or maybe not. But one thing that we definitely need to do is go to a short break. When we get back, it will be G-Sun and the analyst desk.
가볼게.
앙코로 갖고 와.
더블 세븐스 갈게.
앞에부터 우리 앞에 붙이죠. 아 우리 310 맞았다.
자, 이길 때. 가자.
또 했어?
님이 더. 오,
아 질련 개사기인데?
질리언 개꿀챔.
아.
질리언 너무 재밌다.
종민이 뻥을 내가 퀴즈 먹네. 잠깐만. 쟤 몬스다. 그러니까요. 저 괴물이다. 아 태윤아. 화이팅하네 빨리. 크게 해라. 하나, 둘, 셋. 파이팅! 그렇지. 야, 초반 상황 안 나면 이기니까 파이팅 하자.
파이팅.
할 수 있어, 볼 수 있어?
나 키 5초, 키 5초.
나 렐마크 중.
키 2초, 천천히 맞아. 쉔 노프레.
야, 렐 W 없어. 렐 W 없어.
아, 천천히 맞아, 나 초기가 있어.
맞아. 큐 6초.
나 살겨냈다.
아래 볼게. 나이스. 바로. 얘들아 바로.
나 사이드 밀게, 나 사이드 밀게. 나 사이드 밀게.
괜찮아.
아니야 와야 돼 이거.
아, 다 먹잖아.
아, 천천히 말해!
나 탑 밀게, 탑 밀게. 그래, 왜 그래.
아우, 시끄러!
이번에 바로 갈 수 있다?
나온다.
레 보인다. 맞게. 쌈 봐야 돼.
살 찍어갔다, 그냥.
나 공자 경매야.
오케이.
나 괜찮아.
쉔 맞아.
앞라인.
트리케이 못해?
앞라인.
야 광야 뜻하고.
나왔고. 야, 펜타하겠네.
펜타 가던지
아, 펜타가 아니야.
아이씨
망했네.
뭐야. 아이씨 망했네.
아이씨, 망했네.
아, 다행이네.
나이스. 했는데 누구 같지가 않아. 프로 못 가면 머리 밀고 휴가 때 누가 만나고 룰만 하자. 그걸 왜 10등 때 거는 거예요? 시작할 때 걸면 안 돼요? 나를 진짜.
오케이. 제이스부터 얘들아.
오케이.
아, 잡아줄게. 나
다리
쪽 내려줘.
아지르.
니가 잡았어.
얘들아 아지르 봐줘.
있어. 타워 조심.
이거
막아줄게.
아지르
이 막았어.
나이스.
얘들아 좀 진정하고 천천히.
차 얘들아 차.
먼저 먹고 빼는 식으로.
좀만 맞아.
우리 자리 잡기 좀 힘들어.
볼만해.
야, 풀로 넘어가. 그럴 거면 그냥. 아니, 거기까지 보면 안 돼. 오케이. 천천히 먹어.
침착하게 정비하고 다시 가자 얘들아.
가보자.
야 가자 한무이 가자 얘들아 가자.
아지르
들어가자.
조심. 나
제이스.
제이스 천천히 봐.
야 아지르.
야, 미드 가자.
오케이 미드 이거 라인 타고 가자. 미드로 가자.
그냥 바텀 가자. 미드 가자.
어 끝난 거 같아 이거.
가자.
나이스.
가보자.
나이스.
아니, 다들 진정제 좀 맞춰봐. 왜 그래? 나 어깨 살인마는 어쩔 수 없어.
끝내자.
왜 이렇게 화끈한 거야, 다들? 미안해.
괜찮아.
잘 해봅시다. 첫 판보다는 좀 난이도 있어 보이긴 해.
기계바 나왔어? 나 괜찮아? 봐봐 이거 잡아
나의 개!
갈려
아 나는 아지르한테 심리전 안 줘. 미안한데.
본다?
아직 높을.
아직 나왔어
앞에.
떨리네 좋아
앞에 높을.
어
나 변시 타이밍 해볼게. 앞에
오케이.
볼까?
앞에
나이스.
옆에 좋아 밀어 오케이
Let's go!
이거지.
이거지 야 끝내줘 아니 뭐야
이거지.
타워치면 끝나 나이스
Hello and welcome back everybody to the LCK Analyst Desk brought to you by Subin Yun. Gorilla, and a very special guest, Nofei. Welcome, guys. He'll be joining us tonight as an analyst. Welcome, Nofei. How are you feeling? What's your mindset for today's analyst task? This is my debut as an analyst, so it feels a little bit awkward, but I'll just try my best to get carried by you guys. You also thought of changing seats, but you know, I am the older analyst here, so I tried to stay in the center. And both teams were locked in the playoff, but they did take a kid in their latest series. So what's your take on the pick and bans? I think Seraphine is definitely one of the top priority to pick regarding her late game power spike, and a lot of teams are trying to figure out how to counter this pick. Last time it was Veigar from Fly, and this time around Showmaker countered it with Zillion. I think that Kindred ban was really smart coming out from Damwon Kia in order to secure that opening for Hecarim. Damwon Kia was ready to lock in Hecarim as soon as DRX locked in that Seraphine, and then Zillion was so effective in order to empower that rampaging horse in the jungle. DRX wanted to play around the longevity of Seraphine, so they added Zaya as a late game carry pick. Looking at Damwon Kia's comp, Hecarim, Gragas, Kai'Sa, Zillion, and Leona, all 5 champions, they have this kind of wombo combo ultimate, so they wanted to complete their dive comp, and they were looking for that combo based on their ultimates. So we have 2 highlights where we could see the power of both teams' comp. And Damwon Kia was able to win a team fight even without any assist coming out from their AD carry. So it was 30 seconds before the Dragons. So Olaf was at the Grump camp, whereas Hecarim was at the river faster than Pyosik, and Leona tried to get vision around the objective. Olaf was late to the party, so Damwon Kia was in a very comfortable spot to take this Dragon fight. They were well prepped for this Dragon fight and contest. And Damwon Kia had full surveillance of Olaf and Seraphine's rotation in the river. Everything was captured by Damwon Kia's visions and wards. So for DRX, they were in a rush, so they started off the Drake. But Leona was able to sneak into that rush and collapse onto the enemy's backline. And Seraphine flash anchored away, which was really on point, but still Gragas was able to clean up the kill, and Kai'Sa wasn't even there. It was 4-on-5 team fight for Damwon Kia, and when Kai'Sa arrived, the fight was already over, but still Damwon Kia with that wombo combo and the CC chain of their ultimates was able to win this fight very easily. But here's the second replay where DRX was able to show their power of their own comp as well. Seraphine was able to join the back line of her teammates with her teleport because they realized that we are all about 5-on-5 team fights. So, unlike the first highlight, DRX was able to group up and push her around that objective. Zillion and Hecarim tried to break open a fight, but Zaya's Feather Storm got maximum value, and Olaf and Raquan defended his team on the front line really well, and then Seraphine was able to turn it around with her Anchor, which was super massive. And then Raquan and Renekton was able to re-engage and push the issue forward, so they were able to connect that into a Baron as well. And then we had another follow-up team fight as well, but all of the ultimates on the side of Damwon Kia were down, so DRX was able to keep having their lead. Even though DRX did lose this game, we could still kind of see the power of Seraphine. But after that, Damwon Kia was able to ace the opponents twice, and Showmaker will be the one picking up that POG. That's less champion in this game. And this champion was so annoying, especially up against Olaf. He always slowed down Olaf in the jungle. And at the end of the game, we could hear from the mic check showmaker saying, "Yay, Zillion is so fun to play." And then that angry small raptors were able to get the revenge of the bigger ones. Showmaker also said, "Oh, I think Rakan saved them," and then he was so surprised to see him actually dying because of that raptors. Because Zaya has so many tools to survive, Canyon actually changed his plan. He just decided to dive onto Soka on Seraphine. And that Zillion was super effective in order to gain more space and opening for the Hecarim, because Canyon was able to always dive onto the opponents, trusting the ultimates coming out from Zillion. And Chovy is still on top of the POG standings, but still he's on. Showmaker is almost there to take the first spot as well. 6 for 9 votes secured by Showmaker. I think Damwon Kia prepped this game really well. They were showing off some new picks and it was super effective, but it was really impressive to see both teams coming back after a recent loss. So let's check out what will happen in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the translation of the analyst desk. It was impeccable. And now it is time for game number 2. And we'll have to see exactly whether or not the Seraphine's going to get banned away or whether we're going to see some more experimentation, because now it is Damwon Kia moving over to the blue side, and they will have that first pick priority. And we'll see whether it's going to be the Hecarim or the Seraphine. If they are both once again left open, we'll see which one is going to, gather that priority. Because I could imagine that Damwon Kia might actually just go for the horse instead.
I don't want to see Seraphine in
I hope
games
it's just
anymore,
not. I hope
Atlas.
it just doesn't.
And of course, I think DRX have it rougher, especially now that Damwon Kia is on blue side, because more so than any other team, it feels like Damwon Kia they have too many things you need to ban. There's too much comfort. There's too much just, if this player gets this pick, he wins the game single-handedly. What do you do against that? The problem is that, yes, Hecarim is, I think, one of the strongest junglers, and yes, Canyon's hard carries on it. But if you give Ghost Senna, you've also as good as lost, right?
Yeah, straight up.
If you don't ban a couple of just straight up power picks, like the Seraphine, for example, you also lose. And this is the problem with Damwon Kia when they're looking on form like they are today. It doesn't matter what you do, in the end you just kind of lose. And that is something that we've seen be kind of counteracted by literally 2 teams. And one was Gen.G on impeccable form, right? And we know Gen.G, when they're really good, they look amazing. This is something that they've always done. This is something that the talent of that roster...
Something that happened yesterday, They throw the first game against KT and then we're like, oh no, what has happened? And then they come back and they absolutely obliterate them. And as Seraphine will be banned, woohoo!
Okay, yay, happy about that. I know as DRX you also banned the Hecarim, and then you're like, okay, that's fine. We're okay with that. We can live with this.
And it was Graves and Tristana that were banned from DRX in game number 1. So I think that they're 2 bans that you might be okay with letting through, especially when you get a couple of picks in the next round, as Renekton will actually be banned this time.
See a Graves ban here instead of a Hecarim ban. Hold me back, Atlas.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's the problem, right? Because I say that, but then think about the prospect of playing into the best jungler in the world championship winning Graves.
Well,
and that's the call to go for. This is the easiest B1 Hecarim I've seen in my entire life. And this is the problem, right? I think that you can justifiably criticize what DRX is doing here by allowing Damwon Kia to go for the Hecarim again. But I ask of you, do you genuinely think that giving the Canyon his trademark pick, will that end better?
And also, do they actually first pick the Graves if it's left up? I don't even think so.
No, I still think that banning Hecarim is correct. I think the Graves, even though Canyon is insane on the champion, is not as strong. I'm just trying to this is the reasoning that I imagine DRX have. I like this because I could see Damwon Kia still pick the Kai'Sa into it just because it's such a comfort pick for Ghost, who had a he had a great PvE game. He was getting creepies. He was taking a leisurely walk, and then at the end of the game he pressed Killer Instinct 3 times, and that was basically the extent of it. As
is he going to do it again? Blind Pixillion is that's bold.
No,
he's definitely
grinning.
bold.
He's
And
not
yes,
doing
I don't
it.
think it's going to happen. You're exactly right. Ghost's going to try his hand at the Xayah. Could be Xayah Gragas on the bottom side of the map, but this is the beauty of the Gragas pick. It can go just about anywhere, as not likely to go into the jungle anymore. However, top or the support role is likely. We'll see whether it's going to be Beryl that's going to pick that one away. Certainly makes a lot of sense given the fact that Rel is here, and there is the Kindred that was banned last time around and will be locked in here for Pyoshik.
And my problem with the Kindred pick is that while I think that Pyoshik's Kindred is really, really good,
it's Kindred into Gragas Hecarim.
That was thank you. That was the point indeed. I'm glad we're so in sync, because I was about to say I don't like picking Kindred into 2 champions that can knock out one person in case of Hecarim, knock out literally your entire team as Gragas. So not great. I don't love that. I'm not very happy about it, and I also think that the Kindred is going to run into some range issues. The one upside of this, though, is that DRX hopefully pivot away from going for like a deep dive style of composition, because I say Damwon Kia hopefully does that as well, as I think we might see a Rakan ban here just to make sure that we don't see that, although Beryl on non-tanky engaged champions is not nearly as scary as Beryl on like tanky boys, so that Gragas pick might still go that way. But with what Damwon Kia have here so far, I imagine what's going to happen is we're going to yet again get like the half of Damwon Kia just dives in forward and it's just like, good luck, Ghost, have fun, you have had a storm, like just kind of figure it out yourself. Because honestly, if you look at how Ghost had been playing that Kai'Sa every single time he's played it, and in the last game it was super obvious, it's played more like a side lane / mid lane pick that just comes in for like the assassination, right? It's not a straight up front to back team fight. And I think honestly Damwon Kia might play the Xayah exactly the same way. Just like, you have self peel. Have fun, bro. We're gonna kill the backline. We have Canyon. He's too good. Like we're just gonna leave it at that.
This Aurelia and now the Orianna ban to come through here, just to make sure that Solka doesn't have that comfort that he's looking for. I like the Azir ban because that's another thing that would completely ruin Pyoshik's day.
That's gonna be a Gnar, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe. But Fiora is another option, I guess. Picking Fiora into Khan, that is... Like, we're talking about bold picks. This is something that Khan has carried on, like, almost his entire career. So maybe just a bit of a shout-out there to Khan before the Syndra was very comfortably locked in. It is a pick away from Showmaker, though, who will have to, dig deep for this this next pick. We'll see what he is going to go for, as Victor would be... not exactly the most exciting, but certainly gives Damwon Kia a pretty powerful team fighting composition.
Yeah, because I love this, because now what you do is Damwon Kia, even though the Hecarim, like, he...
okay.
I was just about to say, with the Victor, you can kite back nicely, you have big race advantages, you have a really good front line, you're happy, you're flourishing, you're in the position that you want to be, and you're just kind of going for it, and then instead... I guess Showmaker wants to have some more fun, because I saw what happened, and there is the inevitable Gnar pick that was kind of lampshaded towards with the Aurelia coming in. Maybe Camille pickup here from DRX. Maybe they want to go for the Jace. There's a couple of picks that we've seen, into the Gnar as well. This is good for consistency.
Not a great lane.
No, it's not. It's not very fun. But, you can go for it. This is... Oh, it's a Zillion? Yeah, love baby.
It. Absolutely love it. Sylas going to be locked in here. It's good into the Gnar as well. Getting a Gnar ultimate that doesn't require you to hit Mega Gnar is pretty freaking cool. Plus Onslaught of Shadows. There are so many ultimates that are actually ludicrously good. In fact, every single ult is worth stealing. The hijack is going to be off the chain. No pun intended. For the Sylas in this one, I do really like it from Kingen. Kingen has been one of the strong points of DRX, and now is a game where we're going to be relying on him to really make everything work. It also gives them a beautiful damage profile as well. And even if the laning phase isn't the most comfy into a Gnar, because Gnar does just harass a lot onto these melee champions, the Kingslayer will help keep him safe, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go.
It's DRX with another hard-to-execute kind of comp where Listen, I love the Silas, right? And I think that the idea behind the comp is nice, but you're playing it into Zillion, a Gragas, and Azaya. I just don't think it's going to work, right? Like, literally, your entire goal as DRX is you jump in and you assassinate someone, right? You have insane amounts of burst. Like, that's the strong point of your composition. You go in, and I guess maybe Kingen plays the Silas well enough that he can actually provide, like, different roles through that pick. And I guess, you know, at least you can now also knock people out of your Lamps Respite. Like, that's something.
Yeah.
But as a whole, I think that DRX basically here is like win your lane and win them really hard and then snowball from there, or you just kind of not making it through. Because I think that if you go into the composition of Damwon Kia and even footing, where they can choose to initiate and be completely fine, right? Like, you will not get a lot of Lamps Respite value, presumably, with Barrel playing the Gragas, and they will find engages because we've seen what Kenyan does.
I mean, there is a lot of incentive to not throw down the Lamb's Respite. I mean, there's the Barrel, there's the Gnar, there's the Onslaught of Shadows from Canyon. Oh, it's just so much.
There's so much, and then the problem arises that with this composition, Damwon Kia don't need to go in. They can choose to if they want to, which presumably they will because they're Damwon Kia. They don't have time. They don't have time for funny business.
I mean, maybe they have more time because Zillion's on the map. See, you like to get the bad puns out early.
You keep catching me off guard. The chain pun just now as well. I feel like you know, this is putting a strain on me, Atlas. I need to laugh at this. You know, I need to like act like it's funny when it's not.
You don't have to. Come on,
mate.
It's
much,
fine.
Man.
This is absolutely fine. Okay, so we do need to talk about this because last time the Zillion I felt was a pretty cool pick, just because Seraphine's laning phase is a lot more comfortable to deal with. She's more about scaling. Syndra, a very, very different situation. As Beck is going to jump off the horse and wander very slowly into this lane. And we'll see how things are going to go for both Damwon Kia and for DRX. Because, of course, Tristana can be pretty volatile in the early game. And Ghost might find it a little bit more difficult to just, you know, no rush 20 this one. Or no rush 30, which is closer to how it really went. As this is how we expect things to go. Showmaker getting bullied a little bit here in this lane so far.
Interesting choice here from Kanan to go for Phase Rush. Phase Rush, I think, is a rune that has been like on the upswing. Do not forget that on the hack rate it was not taken for the longest time. It was always Conqueror, and recently people found out, oh wait, actually it's super busted on him. Because often, especially in range matchup, you'd imagine that the Silas goes for something like the Fleet Footwork, which, if I remember correct, I'm 99% sure it's on 11.6, but it might have already been nerfed on 11.5. And if that's the case, that's why Kingen goes for the Phase Rush here. And also, you know, if you ever get on top of the Gnar, then you can actually stay on top of him, which is great.
Yeah. Yoshik, pretty good win rate here on his namesake, but only 7-2 so far. Hasn't played it nearly as much as you'd expect, you know, the Kindred one trick of old to be playing. Only 9 games, but oh, he has the best ward! I remember that spooky ward. That's been my go-to for the longest time. Shout out to Pyoshik there. As now Khan's in trouble. The level 3 gank to come out here immediately. The flash is going to be used. I think Khan should be safe, but with flash down already, that is very dangerous times. As Pyoshik was trying to set the mark onto the Gnar, but not quite able to get that in time either. But no kills, so no worries.
And this actually does add a lot of pressure. This is something that we've seen a lot in the Gnar matchup, where also against something like a Camille, Gnar without flash is much more susceptible to level 6 all-ins. You already pointed out, Kingen will get just a non-conditional Mega Gnar ultimate, which that's pretty good. You know, that is kind of what you're looking for. It provides you with a lot of threat that the mini Gnar really has to respect. And oh, I love this big wave stack teleport used.
Yep, Khan actually coming on down here, doesn't have a ward that he can put down, but Pyoshik's going to come out of that brush very quickly. Teleport immediately comes in from Showmaker, and that is going to save Khan for now, but it does give up a lot of pressure in that mid lane. As you can see, Stalker immediately teleports in and wastes no time crashing this wave into that turret.
The one upside for Showmaker is he's Zillion, he can speed himself up to the lane, and that's a cannon wave, right?
Yeah,
so
true.
He actually will lose some CS, but it will be minimal compared to what it would have been in a normal wave. So that's super well done by Damwon Kia. Really nice defensive play where we see them. Khan stays alive. You know, Showmaker, yes, he uses teleport, but he's not looking to do anything in the lane besides farm anyway. And minimal amount of sacrifice being made. So as a whole, they do lose a lot of vision, which Shulk used as prior to secure more of that in the bot side, which might set up for a subsequential Drake. And like I said, I think DRX, they're the ones who need to snowball this game. I want to see maybe 2v2 players. I want to see some aggression.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think this is going to be a
This
really
is Rel
rough
Trist
one.
as well. Where is the rocket jump in? It's they're
Exactly.
level 4 already. That should have gone down at level 3, at least. That doesn't actually happen. Khan goes back yet again, collects himself a Ruby Crystal. Looking for that Stride Breaker as soon as possible. Have to see what Kingan's going to put together. Expecting a Proto Belt, but certainly a few options there for the Silas.
I think it will be Everfrost.
Yeah, could
Because
be
Everfrost at the moment is...
just broken.
yeah, basically. I mean, I think the Proto Belt, if Everfrost wasn't broken, is a really nice option as well. For the obvious reasons, right? You like the dash, you like the passive it gives you, you like the health.
Yep.
It's just all around a really nice item to have, some extra positioning, but...
With all the displacement on the side of Damwon Kia, I think Proto Belt does have a little bit of extra value, but Everfrost is just bustos.
I think that's the main issue, yeah.
Hard to justify building anything else, as now Becker and Bao taking a lot of damage there. That's actually a really, really nice Blade Caller there from Ghost to make sure that he gets all that down, as Canyon is just taking down this Cloud Drake. Just want to shout out, by the way, no Cloud Souls so far today. I'm being a very good boy.
The benevolent to us.
I do need to say as well that it's Caster Jun that's casting today. Normally it would be Sunke on the Sunday, but unfortunately he's away for personal reasons. But maybe it was Sunke's fault, the Cloud Souls.
It could be, but
Because
we're
every
still
day
gonna be
was
blaming
me.
you. Like,
Yeah, I
don't,
know.
don't try to. Well, I don't know what you're doing, but like, it's not working. No. We're not.
I have the
trying
right to defend myself, even if it's never actually going to work. Okay?
I mean, you can try, but like,
That's
do
what
you
I
really
mean,
want to?
I mean, I want
Is
to.
that the legacy you want to leave for yourself?
Cloud Souls? Absolutely not. It's not my legacy. I've actually had a few curses so far. Caster Jun actually hates me or hated me for a long time because every time I was at the OGN studio, the Soli Stadium, I would get the longest days, and Achilleos was always like the short day boy. So I disappointed Caster Jun for a very long time.
Wow.
Yeah, so it went from that curse to the Cloud Soul curse. I don't even know which one's the bad one, actually. I think Cloud Soul's maybe worse.
I'd say so, yeah.
Because I sometimes like the long series, right?
Exactly. Especially when it's, you know, really high-level League of Legends, which we've had great free-game series this split. We've also had some Fiestas, but, you know, that's you don't escape those no matter what region you're in. They take in different forms. And what I like about the LCK is that our Fiestas just mean that there's not a lot happening, which gives you and me the time to talk. Or you know, or Veldus and Wolf for you, and any conceivable combination, really.
Yep. We have all of them. As Canyon going to start off this blue buff. Becker's just going to trot his way out here. Of course, this is, you know, Becker's still learning how to ride a horse, you know, hasn't quite got to gallop yet, and Canyon definitely galloping.
Atlas, like, Damwon Kia has a Zillion into Syndra, and has a Xayah into Rel or Rel Tristana, and they're having Prio in every lane.
I don't know how Showmaker has priority. I think this is absolutely ridiculous. It's the easiest calculation, right? You look at a lane that Zillion's in. If he's down by less than 10, even 15 CS, it's a win.
Listen, I know why. It's because Soka knows what Kane is playing, and Soka sees what. No, but like I'm not even. Joking.
And yeah, Syndra doesn't have a lot of answers to the horse, right?
No.
You got one scat of the week, but then yeah, there's a lot of gap close from Canyon. As they are going to start off Shelly, DRX a little bit late in here as Kingan going to run away as Pyosik dashes on forward. Not quite sure who managed to pick that one up as Lambs was spied. Pyosik, can he actually stay in it is the question. He is going to get stunned. Oh no, Showmaker doesn't actually grab the last remaining bomb. But Canyon, he's alive for so long. Showmaker makes sure that he comes back yet again, and now Kingan getting chased out. And I'm sorry, DRX fans, this looks like it could even be the beginning of the end as Beryl gets the flash out of Sulka, but he ain't done yet. He has the flash for himself, and Showmaker, cool guys don't look at explosions, quite literally, as Sulka's sent to the death realm.
Remember how I said that DRX need to find an early game lead?
Yeah, did Damwon Kia need to find an early game lead as well? Because they're doing pretty well.
They didn't need to, but they got it anyway. And that's kind of a problem. And here we also see like the concept behind the DRX comp, right? I think that trying to go in here is a bit presumptuous, but they're actually allowed to because Beryl, while he splits up that fight, the lack of that ultimate means that Lam's Respite actually does get a lot of value. And Kingen, I think, plays this really well, like as well as she possibly could, but Pioshik is already dead.
Yeah.
Right, and that's why Beryl gets away with using the barrel like that, because like even though he doesn't deny the Lamp's Respite value, he understands that it doesn't really matter if we can just like zone the rest of the team away and then pick them off one by one, which is exactly what happened. And I think that DRX, no matter what the game state will be, like they'll have a wombo combo, right? Like King can steal, again, name an ultimate, and, and combine it with Veka, and like it's possible, but against another team, I would entertain the notion that that is an actual thing that can happen.
I want to talk as well, just quickly, about the fact that Becca just hit level 6, because it's once again one of these things where Beryl was gifted the experience from Showmaker and allows the cask to be in that fight when there's no Magnet Storm available.
Is this going to be like a Janna situation where we find out like after a really long time that like global movement speed, global XP, I guess it's not truly global, you know what I mean.
It used to be global, not so much anymore.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like that these type of passives are just
Buster.
And then you'd say, yeah, but Zillion, you know, like his laning isn't super good and he shouldn't be okay. And then enter Showmaker and also enter Canyon on Hackerim, which honestly, I think that's the main reason why like Sorka is just under his turret every single time. And like it's easy to look at this and go like, oh, Sorka, what are you doing? But may I remind you, again, this is Canyon on Hackerim. Like I think that it was very justifiable that Showmaker got the MVP last game. I think it was very much him and Canyon. We saw that in the votes as well, right? But like this is someone who like, if you get ever double bombed or if you ever step away from your turret, you're just dead, 100%. Like you don't get to play the game, and I don't envy anyone playing against Damwon Kia, because you know that if those openings are there, they will use them 100%. Every time you know you're in the game, I mean, you and I will be very familiar, and everyone at home will be familiar with it as well. You're like, okay, I'm going to make this play, and then if the jungler is there, you know, I got to take this risk. And then you make the play, and then the jungler kills you. Canyon is always that jungler.
It's actually kind of cool, but Canyon does make it here, but the mark does go over to Pioshik, but now Khan's looking for him. Mega Gnar going to be available, and Pioshik straight into the wall. See you later, my friend. No Lamb's Respite available for you as Kingen. He has the Gnar ulti, and Canyon says, well, maybe I don't want to go for it just yet. Not going to die of any turrets, but that's a beautiful pick and great punish there for Pioshik, because they knew that he was going for that mark, and they punish immediately.
Remember the thing I said about Kane always being the jungler that's there when you make the play? Pioshik literally immediately getting that. Can't go through the Lamp's Respite there, of course, because Khan is there. Khan just throws you out of it and then you still die. So you need to get greedy. Hope you don't get 100 to 0'd. But you do. You do get 100 to 0'd. And this is...
Yeah, Solka can't get to this because he immediately gets stunned and bombed, and there's a Gragas now.
Listen.
And this is 3 plates just hand-delivered over to Showmaker.
We said this in the break. We're like, okay, so Damwon Kia, the first game was fun. This next one is going to be like 25 minutes.
Yeah, that was our prediction. Yeah.
I feel like I'm pretty confident that is actually what's going to happen. And like I said, I think that if you ult hit early, Khan just throws you the other way, right? He throws you out of the ultimate. Canyon knocks you away.
Onslaught of Shadows was there as well, so Canyon immediately is over the wall, even if Pioshik had flash available, but he didn't.
No,
Can't actually jump that wall.
Works.
It's it's a bit of a disaster.
Listen, I think that the Damwon Kia gives himself a really big draft edge here. I also think that with how these two teams are playing, DRX are showing yet again that their strongest asset, which is, I think, their
A wrist injury. A wrist injury seems to be their strongest asset at the moment.
No.
Showmaker one lane is Dillian into Syndra.
Listen,
that's silly. That should never happen.
Listen, I know that you're not the biggest DRX fan, but I feel like this team, that their strongest asset is the ability for them to find tempo swings later in the game and find openings that no other team can. But the problem is they're playing against literally the best team in the world that does everything they do but better.
I think that actually DRX's strength is punishing mistakes.
Yeah.
And Damwon Kia's strength is not making mistakes.
And
it's actually really rough.
And punishing the mistakes that you make even better, right? Like, legitimately, I think it's... we've seen this in the LCK a couple of times. I think Liv Sandbox and Gen G are a good example of this, where Liv Sandbox is basically slightly worse Gen G, right? If they play through Rascal and Clid, where you have like the Renekton Nidalee and then Croco and Summit try to do that as well, but like the team isn't as well rounded. I feel like DRX and Damwon Kia is a similar situation. We have the weird off-meta picks, right? We have the starters coming out of nowhere. We have obviously DRX that has picked a lot of crazy stuff. Damonkia is also not a stranger to that. And the tempo swings. The problem is that outside of like those things, Damonkia is just better at literally everything else.
Well, Canyon is going to come forward and pick up Solka here. Unleash Power. Oh, that Scat of the Week was fantastic because we've got another fight on the bottom side of the map. Beryl looking for Bao here as Ghost, fighting Becker as best he can. That Attract Repel was fantastic. As Bao now just standing and delivering. Ghost flashes with the Feather Storm, just picks up the kill on the Tristana. Great body slam here as Becker trying to run away, but it's a double kill. Ghost getting online way earlier. That's half the time it took for him to get online last game. And he's already doing it with the double kill on the bottom side of the map. Canyon, yeah, he's got a couple of bombs. He's got an ulti. He was never dying there. And Pioshik, no opportunity to even Lambs or Spiders. Yeah, Solka just tries to take some shellfish into the mid lane and says, thank you very much, Tips Fedora. Does good old Canyon and will take away the Rift Scuttler there.
So about Pokemon.
Yeah, they're remaking my favorite generation, which is super cool. I absolutely can't wait. I'm not quite sure about this sandbox Pokemon that came out. I didn't even quite really understand in the direct
I hope
what it was going to be about.
No,
so
I hope it will be good, but like I'm skeptical until I've actually seen it because I feel like trying to be Breath of the Wild is a great idea, but actually doing it well is something else entirely.
And they also, the starter Pokemon is so strange as well. What is it, like Cyndaquil and then like a bunch of others? I find it so strange that they picked the 1 weak fire starter to put in this like
maybe it's better
cool game.
Maybe it's better.
Yeah, they might have buffed Typhlosion or something like that. As we're going to get this replay here of the bottom side of the map. Damwon Kia just managing to turn this. The Attract Repel was good, but as it turns out, not quite good enough as Ghost with the flash. It's a bit of a set play, but it works so well.
And this is yet again Damwon Kia doing stuff that they shouldn't be allowed to. The Tristana and the Rel are undoubtedly the stronger 2v2, right? And like, yes, at a later game scenario, it might kind of shift around, but this game is, and that's why we jokingly start talking about different topics. But this is not a draft that you can come back with.
Yeah. And Pioshik, does manage to get over the wall, but he's stunned. Everfrost is pretty good. And let's see what he can actually get done here. Just smacked into the wall. Goodbye. And now Becca's trying to run. Bao's trying to run. Everyone's they're like split up. They can't kill us both if we're going opposite directions. And yeah, easily shut down. And I'm sorry for not getting too crazy about that one, but it's now 9-0.
Listen,
Damwon Kia have a 7,000 gold lead with a composition that scales better than their opposition.
This might be a perfect game if they choose to do so. An actual perfect game.
Yeah.
I guess they're losing a turret on top side now, so I guess it won't be. No,
it's very healthy.
It's pretty healthy. Never mind. Honestly, yeah, Damwon Kia are an incredible team, and this might be the final play that we see here, trying to set it up.
Oh, Kingin does have knowledge of where everyone is, but now he's trying to get in there, steals away a Feather Storm, but just gets gnawed into the wall. The wallop's great as well, as, yep, Kingin's going to be dead, as is Pioshik as well. Solka's just running for the hills, gets hit by a house, and the flash, and the wallop not going to quite be enough there from Khan. Bao wasn't even in the fight, as now Showmaker need to be a little bit careful, misses the double bomb, does have the ulti on himself though, so of course was never going to die. Now Becca looking for his engage opportunity, doesn't have it. And Damwon Kia just walk away and they get themselves a Teemo's thumbs up from Showmaker.
I'm really happy you and I get to talk about, Pokemon amongst other things, but you know what happened the other day?
What happened the other day?
Valdez made a movie reference.
I know. No, he does do that sometimes.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked. As a long-time LCK watcher, I was like, well, I was told this never happens.
No. It's he has some that he enjoys, but I think that Valdez is a bit of a purist, so just doesn't have a lot of breadth. But once you do find that one thing, he knows a lot about it. As we're gonna have a look at this one more time. As Pioshik does get over the wall here, but Everfrost stunned, has to use the flash, and now wants to get back to his team, but surrounded by 5 people with no ulti. He is not going to do anything there.
No, and at this point, like we've seen games like this before from Damwon Kia, where they find an early lead. They are just not, you can't stop them. Like, there's just nothing you can do. I mean, it's a cute idea here from Kingin, but the rest of the team isn't there. You're missing, you're going in 4 versus 5 effectively. I guess Canyon is there, but if he really wanted to, he could be. Into a choke point, into a Gnar, right? They know you're there. It's just... there's nothing here as DRX that looks good. That's kind of the crux of the issue, because this is one of those games where it's just it's dumb on Kia. They had fun in the first game, and then they got the mess like, guys, listen.
Yeah, Showmaker's like, I want to go home.
Yeah.
This is the classic Showmaker. 2 games, but 2 quick games is what he wants. So he was probably disappointed with the last one. Khan's done the most damage so far, as you can see, as Beryl is second, which is pretty nutty. All right, nice work, Mr. Gragas. As Kingen, he's jumping on in here. He's got himself an Onslaught of Shadows, definitely a valuable ultimate. But he's going to need to have like about 3 in the chamber if they're going to take anything back here. As Everfrost used onto Khan, who seems immune to damage, and now Kingen caught in transition. He's going to be charged back as now Showmaker throws a bomb on him. Onslaught of Shadows used defensively there, and the bomb explodes for so much damage. Damn. Yep, feels like Showmaker's definitely online.
You know what the worst part about this is? This gives you another thing you want to ban against Damwon Kia, because Cillian is just so frustrating to play against. Like, coming into this series, you and I were like, I'm kind of expecting Damwon Kia not to show anything. Damwon Kia go completely the other way. We're like, we're just going to show another trick in our toolbox, and now you also have to deal with that. Ha! Good luck, everyone. Yep. Now we have a pocket big Zillion that we can pick out.
And you actually, we had some of the mic checks actually translated during the break as well, and Showmaker's just like, Zillion's so much fun. He probably just picked this because last game he had such a good time, and he wants to continue having a good time. I don't know whether that's necessarily a strategic way of doing it, as ulting a Zillion, good luck, my friend. Sulker's just dead. Ghost should be able to grab this one pretty easily, and he does so, as there's a bit of a party cask from Kingen. Unfortunate there, as Khan does have Mega Gnar, so he's going to be all right here, as Bao did do a lot of damage to him, but yeah, perfect game. Still on the table, as you can see. 0 kills, 0 turrets. I'm not even sure whether they got any plates, as I think Kingen got a bit of damage onto that top outer turret, but I think it was after 15 minutes. So, yeah. Showmaker just going to face check here, gets scattered, has ulti. Chrono Shift is going to definitely keep him alive. And then Ghost says, goodbye, Sulker.
I would say more about this, but I don't feel like I have a lot to add, because this is self-explanatory, you know? Like, you don't need to be an analyst to see what's happening here.
That cast did so little damage that I thought Beryl body slammed, but it actually got hit by it. So I need to take back the party cask. Kingen did hit someone, it just did nothing.
Yay. Yeah. That's not it. This is looking like, correct me if I'm wrong here, a shellacking.
Yes, well, I mean, they need to win theoretically in the next 3 minutes. However, with a composition like this, I think we'll give it until about 30. For the shellacking to still apply. And if it's a perfect game, I think that's yet more reason for that to be true. As now DRX, not just Pioshik, the entire team now looking to try and challenge for the Mountain Soul. Because, if they don't stop that, there's even more no way that they're coming back. There's already no way that they're coming back, but this is a lot. And Sulker's just going to get caught in no man's land and destroyed. Khan's going to pick up that kill very comfortably, and now this 4v5 is on. Oh no, Becca goes the wrong direction. Land's Respite is pretty good, but yeah, it's sort of working out for Damwon Kia more than anything else, slightly delaying a couple of very easy kills onto both of these AD carries. DRX now trying to keep their base alive, but for Kingen and Becca, it's going to be a very tough ask as Canyon runs in and out a few times, picks up, he's too fast.
Listen, Showmaker had no damage done in the fight. It was 0. It was 0 damage.
Zoning, okay.
I'll have you know, he sped up Canyon and Canyon got the kill. So
exactly, there we go. I'm going to give it to him.
This is... And you might look at this and draw the conclusion that DRX is a bad team.
This is a 14,000 gold lead. 23 minutes.
And like, I think DRX definitely has the weaknesses, but Damwon Kia, they can do this to everyone. Literally everyone. We've seen this. We've seen them do this at Worlds, right? Like exactly this. And then it was even worse. We don't talk about, you know, certain games in the finals and the semis that were even worse than this, but like this team adapts so well. We saw it within game number 1. We've seen it within series.
Mountain Soul, by the way, everyone. The Canyon is comfortably soloing, as Beryl has to flash out. Bao looks for the kill, but Beryl's not going to die, guys. He has that ultimate, and now here it is. Okay, Canyon decides against it. Now Khan looking to try and get that ulti in, and he will get the Mega Gnar. Doesn't actually need it at all as Becca gets over the wall, actually able to CC the Mega Gnar so that no ulti is going to be available. But That's going to be 3 very easy kills. Solka once again having an awful time, and it's a double kill here. Ghost, of course, is not there. He's going to be taking down this inhibitor turret on the top side of the map. King and the last man standing, and this should be DRX getting the win before 25 minutes. Not a perfect game, unfortunately, because Beryl fell down in that last fight.
Guys,
we're going to be reporting him. We're going to be reporting him at the end of the game. Unfortunately, no perfect games. But it's a 15,000 gold lead, and Showmaker wants to just start the Baron as he ults himself, throws things at the Baron. Beautiful. I'm glad that Jonah Strong did show us that. The Damwon Kia an absolute shellacking in Game 2. Largely what we predicted, but damn, that was a masterclass. And once again, Canyon just utterly destructive. I think that there was just a lot to like, and Damwon Kia, after their loss against Gen G, bounced back very strongly against DRX.
Listen, when you see Pioshik not smile, that's when you know it's bad.
Yeah.
Right, like when Pioshik...
I mean, that was not it.
When Pioshik looks sad, it's just like, oh, that breaks your heart. And honestly, it's understandable in the heat of the moment, but you can't fault yourself. Damwon Kia is just, without a doubt, like, so far apart from any other team. And yes, Gen G got a great win against them. And I think Gen G is clearly still looking like a team. They were a Worlds contender last year, right? They got to the top 8.
Yeah.
They will be indubitably doing great, but this team is just on another level. There's just, I don't... Words just fail me because you can go into so many superlatives and like explain what they're doing well, and then you get into game, and if you just watch it and they just do everything right and they just win.
Yeah. Not to mention, like, I was talking about the Zilean winning lane and things like that, but there are so many more factors that go into how Damwon wins, right? And this was a game where, you know, often we talk about having lane priority in order to enable your jungler. This was jungle priority in order to enable the mid laner, which is something that, you know, we should be talking about a lot more, but it hasn't been as relevant. And Canyon's just demonstrating, like, oh, I can just create a jungle gap to the point where a Syndra can't play the game. And that's terrifying. It's utterly terrifying.
What do you say? Yeah, like the first game, I think you can go back in DRX, because there is actually one thing that I would really like DRX to finish going into playoffs, and that is, I think, that their excitement is their strength, but it's also their weakness. They get overexcited and they chase, even though there are better players on the map. They can set up Drakes, they can set up objectives, and I honestly would love to see this team stick together, because I do feel like if they don't fix that, I think they're going to run into similar issues in playoffs. But the core of this team is great. They work well together, the synergy is there, the magic is there, but they need to be more disciplined. They need to be more mindful of what they're doing and when, and if there is one team that punishes mistakes like that better than anyone else, it is Damwon Kia.
Yeah, and they also don't make the mistakes that DRX do like to punish as well, which is why this is such a huge mismatch, in my opinion, is because DRX jump on the fact that, you know, teams have been a little bit sloppy in their execution, as we are going to have a look at some of the highlights here. Damwon Kia just put on a clinic this game. There's not much more to say about it. DRX with no opportunities at all.
No, the last game I think was a really entertaining one, and there were a lot of good things. Like I said, some learning points for DRX, but this game was, basically from this fight, it was over. Like we said, I think that this is the type of draft where you need your Kindred to snowball, you need the Syndra to have a big impact. Instead, you lose the first battle for the Rift Herald, everyone gets fed, and then from that point on, you just know the game is pretty much over because it's Damwon Kia.
And it's, you know, Canyon's Hecarim. There are a lot of things that we can say about the draft, you know, some of the bans that came out, like why was Graves banned, when if they were going to leave up Hecarim, it's obvious that that was going to be the first pick, so that ban is sort of thrown away. Maybe there was something else they could have taken off the board instead. I think Gragas is deserving of a ban against Damwon Kia every single time. They have picked it in every single game, basically, if it's available for them. As this is Damwon Kia also getting a 2v2 kill on the bottom side of the map, or make it 2. And immediately then they follow up with Pioshik getting straight up caught out because there's only 3 people on the map. Teleports come in, and it's just not enough people, unfortunately. Pioshik. This wasn't really his best day.
It wasn't. But again, I feel like DRX in this game, it's not necessarily even like, yes, DRX made a couple of mistakes, but this isn't DRX doing a lot, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, it doesn't matter what you do post, like, their first fight. Damwon Kia is so good that if they win that first fight, they just win the game outright. Like, what we see here are obviously mistakes, they're oversteps, right? They try to contest where they shouldn't, they try to get greedy for marks. But the fact of the matter is that if you don't make those mistakes, Damwon Kia will force you to make other mistakes, and like will force you to do something else, because otherwise they just take up the entire map as well, and it's just this team's just so good, man.
Then he gets cluster shotted and uses that as a way to taxi around this entire wave. But Khan basically was a one-man wrecking crew. Walks up to
I'll
this
never
corner,
get barrel for this, by the
heals
way.
him. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, no perfect game. Very, very sad.
별로 안 좋아, 별로 안 좋아. 뒷막아,
Very sad. Ghost was also not there. So a bit of a 4v5 that Damwon Kia won very easily as Khan able to get out of the way of his hijack.
뭐해
Nah,
우리 원딜.
it's all just too easy.
바로 가자 바로 가자. 왜안 봐줘? 바로 가자. 근데 동배 한번 하고 해야 될지 이거. 바로 가자.
바로 가자.
바로 나온다. 바로 나온다.
This is what
Upset
Showmaker
about
is
something.
like, I need Baron, we need Baron.
빨리
Yeah.
3초 남았어.
I don't know if that's what he's saying, by the way. I don't speak.
Let's hope
I
that G-Sun can give us a little bit of some translation as we get over to the analyst desk. Maybe she'll be able to shed some light onto how Showmaker was feeling. She does. She does.
Impeccable. What else have you used? Amazing.
I've used basically
Awesome.
any
Positive
way of saying
adjective.
that she's incredible. Just as many iterations as possible is my collection. Nara's going to do the most damage this game. Look at how linear that gold graph is. This game was 25 minutes, almost on the dot, but look at that one death. Oh, so disappointing. We were so close to the perfect game.
I'm still amazed by Beryl.
62 Team KDA this game though. That's pretty good.
Oh my god. Oh, Atlas.
That's a pretty good one. Let's not look at the KDA for DRX though.
Can we just collectively say we strike this one? Or we just let it go? You know, stats websites don't forget about it. Just erase it.
Well, that was definitely not close. But Damwon Kia now able to bounce back. I think a lot of people were thinking that, you know, are they just taking it easy in these last few matches? I think we definitively got our answer. Definitely not taking it easy. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the analyst desk and that interview ready. So here is G-Sun for that translation.
Thank you very much, guys. And Damwon Kia played game number 2 with an even stronger performance. They were almost so close to getting that perfect game up against DRX. And DRX actually was able to counter Damwon Kia's call with that R5 silence because Damwon Kia once again played a very high ultimate-oriented comp. And Kindred was a really good pick into Hecarim, so DRX felt a lot more comfortable in this game. And I think DRX also thought that Syndra can kind of counter Zillion in the mid lane, but I think Damwon Kia had their perfect plan in order to play out that mid lane matchup. And I think it was more about the gameplay and the accidents that happened in the early game. I think R5 silence was super effective, and that was the focal point of the draft. Hecarim, Gragas, Zillion, Nar, they all have fantastic ultimates for silence to hijack away. It was a really nice try from DRX, and at the same time, DRX played around their top lane in order to make him get fed. So let's take a look at the jungle path and the moves from Kindred in the early game. Most of the junglers actually full cleared their camp in the first path. However, Kindred didn't full clear his camp. Instead, he skipped his Krog and Raptors and ganked top. And Khan was able to double jump away from that gank. Everything came down to the Silas getting fed, so Pyosik sticked around the top lane. He also wanted to exert some pressure for that turret dive. As long as Silas can get fed and scaled, well, DRX had this confidence that he can carry the game with the stolen ultimate. And Showmaker also found some awesome tempo to reset, so he was able to counter that play with his teleport. And then, to get the reward, they set up a fight around the top side and draw the opponent's attention to the Herald. However, even though they put their burst damage of Kindred and Silas on a single target, Hecarim, but Zillion easily countered the play with his ult. And also, there was a level difference between the support players as well. And DRX, even though they played around the top lane, they have put a lot of resources on that Silas. They were not able to get the rewards, so they were a little bit getting over eager in order to get paid, and they were forcing that fight around the Herald, but Damwon Kia didn't take the bait. And DRX, because they were very behind, they go for a Hail Mary play. They set up a TP play when Damwon Kia was pushing forward, and their TP was not under Damwon Kia's vision, but Damwon Kia still feels it, maybe with their sixth sense, and the ping goes onto the Fog of War, and then Damwon Kia take their team fight position, and Bro hides behind the wall and gets onto Kingen, and Kingen, because everyone were so grouped up, he kind of misclicks and steals away that Zaya ultimate. And that could be the last thing you want to steal away from Damwon Kia's comp. And after their recent defeat, Damwon Kia actually was able to bounce back even stronger, and Khan will pick up that POG. Even though the opponents were camping top all day long, he was able to stay strong and also always stable. The most important point of this game was DRX pulled off a pocket pick, Silas a counter pick into Gnar, but at the same time Khan was able to draw all the attention of the opponents and still survive. And that was a perfect counter play into the engage coming out from DRX. Khan has been playing Sion a lot. He was on tech duty for a very long period of time, but it was really impressive to see that his sword is also still very sharp and very high percentage of skill preciseness in this game as well. Khan is on the 4th place, climbing up the POG standing, and no bottom players, you know, none of the AD carriers or support players were able to make it to the top of the ladder. Some people say this meta is about the AD carry, the hyper carry, but I don't think that's the case looking at the POG standings in the LCK. And Khan picked up 5 votes out of 9. Now let's invite the solo laners on the side of Damwon Kia, Showmaker, and Khan for the POG interview. Congratulations on your win. Thank you. Damwon Kia picked up their 15th victory with a 2-0 tonight. How are you feeling, Showmaker?
오늘 DRX 되게 잘하는 팀인데
DRX is a very strong team, so I'm glad that we were able to pick up a very clean 2-0 win. What about you, Khan?
저번 경기는 또 아쉽게 지게 됐지만
it was a bummer that we lost the last series, but preparing for the series, I knew Kingen is a super talented player, so I was a little bit nervous, but I'm glad that I was able to have a really nice game up against him. Let's get back to game number 1. Today, Damwon Kia led Seraphim through and then played Zilean mid. Even though Seraphim is on top of the tier list, is Damwon Kia preparing a counter pick into this champion? Could you tell us about how the experiment went?
사실 누가 하는 걸 보고 따라한 건 아니고
It's not that I learned it from other people. I just went through some image training, you know, which champion would be good into Seraphim, and then Zilean sounded really nice, and I tried it in scrims for a couple of times, and we had some decent results, and I wanted to try it on the competitive game as well, and I was able to pull off the play that I did in the scrims. Yeah, at the end of the game, you said, this is so OP and this is so fun to play, especially together with Hecarim. Will that be still viable without other jungle picks as well? What's the most important thing when you're playing Zilean? Any tips? Zilean is really weak in lane, so if you're confident about your laning phase, I think it's okay to play. Let's move on to game number 2. Damwon Kia was able to win the Herald fight really big and was able to snowball the lead really well, especially you guys made a very fantastic macro plays. Was that a feedback after the Genji series? Yeah, after the Genji series, and also we kind of realized that we lost the last series because we lost the Herald fight so big. So we always wanted to focus on the team fights. So that was the focal point of this game and the series, and that was the feedback that we had after the last series.
그러면 탑에서 이제 오늘 레드 픽으로
Looking at the top side, we had R5 Silas into Nar. It's been a while since you saw that matchup. I'm pretty sure you have a lot of experience and information about the champion matchups. Could you break it down for us?
저도 되게 나르 상대로 사일러스를 굉장히 많이 했는데
I also played a lot of Silas games up against Nar on the solo queue. And once you pass that early game status stage, and also once you hit level 5 and 6, Silas is in a very comfortable spot. So POG was trying to attack those weak points with Gens. So if POG or Kingen was able to pick up a kill onto Silas in the early phase, this could have been a huge problem for us, but I'm glad that we were able to win the Herald's fight so big. And Khan, you mentioned that your feedback was mainly about that Herald fight, and whenever you guys had the Herald fight in both Game 1 and 2, the support was always in the level because of the Zillion passive. Was that something that you guys also intended? Yes. Of course, I mean, we could see Tamakia prepared for the series so much, especially with that Zillion pick. However, with that barrel stat, Tamakia was not able to get the perfect game record. How did the players react to that?
킬이 한 15대 0에 엄청 유리해가지고
When we were like 15-0 and we were taking a huge lead, I was telling my teammates, this is the perfect game that we can make, but you know, Burrow is such a troublemaker, so he just went in and he just donated the kill, so I was so sad.
근데 쇼메이커 선수 마지막에 이제 텔 타고 솔바론 시도하실 때
But at the end of game number 2, you TP'd onto the Varus pit and you told your teammates not to break down the Nexus and let's keep it going. I seriously thought that I could solo the Baron, but none of my teammates were listening to my calls. I think we have to go through those problems and clean up our team kind of synergy.
저는 허수가 보는 각이 진짜 남다르다고 생각해서
I'm pretty sure Showmaker has
생각하는데 이제 또
his point of view in this game is a one of a kind, but so I trusted him, but other teammates didn't. So next time I will always follow his call.
역시 팀워크가 정말 남다르신 것 같습니다.
네, 쇼메이커 선수 최근에
And Showmaker, Tamon Kia actually announced that you are having a bit of a wrist injury, and a lot of fans are so worried about you. Any message over to your fans?
근데 그렇게까지 막 게임 못할 정도는
I mean, this is not super serious. I can still play the game. I don't think you guys should be too worried about me. I will do my best to recover and play out the remaining matches with the best form and performance.
칸 선수는
And Khan, as a veteran player, I'm pretty sure you have went through this kind of occasions and you know how to deal with it. So did you give him any advice?
조언도 하죠.
Yes, I do give him some advice.
조언도 합니다.
Yes, I do.
이게 나이도 어린데 벌써부터
I mean, he's young,
아프다 하는 거는
but
정신력 부족이라고 생각합니다.
He's saying he's
이게 근성만
having an injury. I think that's a matter of his mentality, you know. If you just have a strong mentality, you can just sit on your chair all day and play the game all night. It's all about his mindset. So I will try to, you know, get him back onto this game.
저도 사실 저렇게 근성 있게 하다가 좀
Yeah, that was the mindset that I had, and
무식한 판단인 것 같고.
that's actually the reason why I got this injury. So I don't think that's a good idea. So I will do my best to recover from my wrist injury.
네, 이제 남은 경기는
싸우면 제가 집니다. 네.
But I'm not trying to open a fight with him because I'm gonna lose for sure. You guys only have one match to go to wrap up the regular split, which is up against KT Roaster.
젠지전 패배해가지고 많이
Because we lost the Genji series, I'm pretty sure a lot of fans were let down. So I'm glad that we were able to make it up to the fans with this win. And we will do our best to end the split on a good note by winning the last match.
정규 시즌 1위 확정은
We
비교적
did
일찍
secure the first place spot of the regular split fairly early in the split, but we still have some schedules to go. So we will try our best to stay focused and end the split on a very good note. This will be the end of the interview from Tamakia players, so I'm going to toss it back to our casters. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as per usual, for the translation of the analyst desk and the interview. I tell you what, those boys are just straight up trolls.
Listen.
Just straight up. I love it so much. It was just the best.
I will, from here on out, I will reconsider my POG voting, just so like whenever one of Showmaker and Khan already has a POG, I will just vote for the other one. Like, I'm not even joking, because that was gold.
It's just the best. It's
too
just
good.
the best. Like, Showmaker's straight face saying, like, I can't believe they didn't listen to me. I wanted to solo the Baron a zillion.
And
like,
I could have.
oh,
No.
So
Not
good.
I wanted. I could have. I would have done it if
You
they
should
let
have.
me.
You should have. Thankfully, Fate has a way of just coming about itself anyway, despite what you do. As DRX will be still in 5th place. This doesn't mean so much for the standings, but as you can see, T1 now with an opportunity of really solidifying that 4th place. And if Harmalife Esports aren't able to keep winning as this season continues, T1 could even get to 3rd, which is pretty nutty. I think there might even be a world where there's a chance that T1 make it to 2nd, but I don't know. Haven't done the math on that one just yet. That being said, beating Afrika should be something that T1 could be pretty confident in. Afrika haven't necessarily looked the most powerful. Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough time. But ladies and gentlemen, we have about 30 minutes before that series does come around. I do want to say that the roster has been confirmed. It will be the same one that you saw last time for T1, so everyone asking about whether Fake is going to be there, rest assured, he will. It's going to be absolutely fine. So just prepare yourselves for that for the next 30 minutes, something like that. We're going to grab something to eat, and we'll see you back for that final series of the week.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another installment of POG Poetry. I'm Atlas, and I'm now joined by the Chronicleizer, or just Chronically, if you want to say his name correctly. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. Yeah, I've been in the process of moving out of the Airbnb that I was stuck in for 2 weeks, and then got to stick around in for 2 more weeks. And I have now moved. Place is still fairly empty, as you can see.
You look like
from
you've
the
moved to heaven or something like that.
I know.
Because it's so bright in the background. It's actually kind of cool.
I know. It's very dramatic, you know. The sun lighting me up as I come to bestow my poetry on the POG State viewers. That's what we're going for here.
No, that's perfect. That's exactly the right vibe. I'm all about it. The moving process went well. I know, like I went over and we put together a wardrobe together. That was a lot of fun. You cooked me some delicious soup, and that was a really good time. Looks like a really nice place. I reckon you've nailed it. You've done really well. Plus, you're only like a 5-minute walk from my joint, which is cool.
Yeah, it's super close to the station. Like, and I, honestly, all credits go to Wolf here, because I was pretty stressed about like moving to a new place, because you come in, you don't speak the language, and Wolf would just like took me in his backpack, went to like 3 people, like spoke to them in Korean, and here we are. So that all worked out pretty expertly. It's really, really nice. I just need some plants and some more decoration, because it's still a little bit empty. I don't know if you can hear the echo, but we're getting more and more stuff.
It does look a little bit like there's not a lot going on in the background there. I do like the dangling cord that's coming out. I think that's providing you with some internet. Excellent. Oh yeah, that's what we need.
Well, it wasn't initially, right? That was a big problem. we had to kind of figure that one out. But it does now bring me the internet, fortunately, because otherwise it's a pretty bleak existence.
Yeah, no, that's the most important thing to set up. So, we're gonna change things up a little bit this time around, Chronicler, and I apologize because I'm stealing a little bit of your thunder, but I think that this might be hilarious. I have not actually seen this poem yet that you've written for us, and what my idea is that I'll read it without any context at all, trying to do my best job, and then you can adjudicate not only my performance, but also take us through exactly what the poem represents and what the story is behind it. What do you think?
Yeah, love it. Hit it. I can't wait to see the twist you're going to put on this.
All right, without further ado, let's get into the zone. All right, here it is. Day after day, your screen turns grey as another loss adds to the record. And night after night, you pretend it's all right. But the losses keep stacking, we have no jungle tracking. And the grind isn't very much fun anymore. But we will persist through the grit and the mist. A moment of weakness is all it takes. Our shouts will echo as their nexus breaks, no matter if they stand as 5 or stand as 10. Our sound and fury will be halted by no men, blaze onwards through trial by fire. The green wings of victory bring us higher and higher. Stuck in a sandpit and pummeled by rocks, beware of the hungry bite of the underdogs.
What do you think? No. Ah, you smashed it, and then you did the pinky thing, and you just lost it, man. You were in the zone. It was really
I don't know,
good.
For some reason, I felt like I had a Dr. Evil vibe at the end there, so I just had to go with it. The power of the poetry overtook me.
Ruined.
You know, sometimes it's hard. I liked the green wings of victory, though. I feel like that's a bit of a shout out to our friends over at Fred at Brion, who have just acquired an extra green wing member, and now they're looking a little bit better. Is that what that one came from? Because otherwise, I feel like this one's a little bit more subtle.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I kind of went away. This one is very referential. So there's reference to music, there's reference to anime, there's reference to Shakespeare, to general pop culture. There's a lot like of hidden layers there.
I feel like a lot of it went straight over my head, so I think you're going to have to explain a bit of it.
I mean, honestly, like I always like referential works of art, right? Like so it can be self-referential. I think this is something that, for example, BoJack Horseman does really well, where it just refers to itself or community indefinitely. But also, if you look at a lot of my favorite artists, they're very referential to pop culture or to whatever they are in at the moment. So the first 9 lines actually are basically ad verbatim a Pink Floyd song. So it has a very set rhythm.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's from one of these turns. So normally it'd go day after day, your screen turns grey as another loss adds to the record. But then obviously that's not the actual line. But that was, and it actually came pretty close, right? Like, because I wrote it. I wrote it with that specific type of rhythm in mind. And you actually came approximately like so. That's a sign that the original song was very well written.
Yes, well, I mean, it is Pink Floyd, so they're pretty good at that. They've had a few in their time.
Yeah, I mean that you know they have their moments. I say as one of as a really big fan. I think maybe first like looking at it as a whole, because I'm immediately diving into like the more nitty gritty of it. But it supports two like interpretations, and I'm personally one more where like the entire song is about the underdog experience, which is just what Liv Sandbox, Afrika, Fred Brion have all been going through throughout basically the entirety of the split, right? Where you just lose, and then you lose, and you lose, and you lose, and like you just Liv Sandbox turn it around a little bit, and Fred Brion, you get your win left and right? But like as a whole, I don't know, man. Like if you could lose in casting and like you'd spend your entire life on like trying to be a good caster, and then you just lost every game. Like, I don't know, that will break my mental, man.
Yeah, no, I understand.
When like, you know, when we're done casting and you get like, you and me both get like, one of us wins, the other one loses, like, oh no. And then you just
God.
And lose.
If it was a competition every time we sat on a caster desk, no.
That's my point.
That's not how it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
That's too scary. So largely it's about the underdog experience, but I think that there are some other references in there as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. Because it can also be read differently, where you're just looking at the general pressure that a lot of teams face. Of course, there is a reference to a 10-man roster because our 10-man roster is not doing well. That I don't know what roster is going to be fielded, as I don't think anyone does. Although the internet detective has been very diligently working on that case, but it also just kind of details the general drive that I think a lot of these teams have, and that are what really attracts people, you know, to the LCK and just competition in general, right? It's like wanting to win, which is a very base human emotion, but then it gets dialed up to like infinity and beyond, which I think is really cool.
No, it's awesome. Actually, I really enjoyed this poem. I got, you know how when you like listen to really great music or something that hits you just right, you get the weird like shivery tingle thing.
Yeah.
I had that at the very end whilst just reading it out. So you definitely deserve a bit of a shout out to that one. Don't know whether that's shared by anybody else, but I personally had a great experience. So,
well, what I'm also glad you picked up on is where the initial rhyming scheme and like the general flow of the words is it's slow, right? Like it's kind of depressing, and then as you progress throughout the poem, which is as we're ramping up to playoffs, I kind of found the feeling that a lot of people have is like these matches are becoming more intense, becoming like more exciting, and you can see that in terms of the phrasing as well. So you have, you know, green wings of victory bring us higher and higher, which, as you pointed out, it's 100% green wings, right? Like that's you know, green wings. Although the wings of victory, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is also an Attack on Titan song, and it's like something that comes back a lot there, right? So I'm like, yes, that works. But as a whole, it becomes much more. This is hard for me to translate. Like, it becomes a lot more like brazen and like more celebratory, and like as kind of an like a war song. Or like something that's supposed to pump you up, and I think that contrast is really nice, and you nailed that, so I was happy about that. You kind of felt like that the lines were supposed to take you like kind of speed up and like raise your intensity.
I just let the poem speak through me, don't worry. that's what I did. I was
synergy,
just trying to channel.
Yeah, I think in contrast to the one we did before, where it was a lot more, it was very clear, like reference this, reference this, reference this. This to me was more kind of a treatise on, you know, we've seen some crazy upsets. I think the most upsets that I've seen in a long time within the LCK, where teams that are regarded as weak actually do have a legitimate fighting shot. Because of course, there's always instances like, I think Hanwha Life comes to mind, where some of their drafts are just very questionable, and sometimes it works out with Lilia mid.
Awful. Sometimes, I think is the word you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, that works as well. Sometimes it's just awful, as in, I think the Lilia mid wasn't awful. I think the full AD composition, like 1 damage, only Tristana, 3 tank composition was a very bad example. But I think it's also important to recognize that 2 things have been happening within the LCK, and it's that underdogs actually, when they win 2-0, right? Like, it's not like just a fluke best of 1 win, but like Fred O'Brien 2-0, Liv Sandbox 2-0, Fred O'Brien 2-0 again, this time T1. Like, that says a lot more, because I think especially best of 1s, right? Like, teams win unless you're in the NEC and you play against G2, but like generally teams drop games randomly, and it just kind of happens. But when it's a 2-0, it actually says a lot to me, at least, about the form of a team on a certain day, and that's kind of what this this poem is also meant to kind of capture, is that feeling of like you're not that far above us. Like, you're better if you're playing well, but if you're not playing well, like, these margins are pretty thin, and you can still get absolutely smacked. And then you get like the shouts will echo as that Nexus breaks. I just love the moment when like Fred O'Brien 2-0 dumb one for the first time, or when Liv Sandbox like absolutely stomped Gen G. Like, those moments when the players are like, I can't believe this.
Bouncing out of their chairs at the end of that
to me is like,
things like that.
It doesn't get better.
That's why we do it, man.
LCK
That's why we
winning
do it.
Worlds, right? Like, that's the only thing that's better than that. But like, outside of that, I love it. So good.
No, it's amazing. I actually really like this poem because it was more of like it's more of an emotional story that's not necessarily represented in the words, more about sort of like the vibe of how it all goes. And I do like the fact that it's like moving towards something that is going to be a huge climax, because I think you're right. I think playoffs are going to be very, very interesting. I mean, we were having arguments about this, right? Like, we went out on Tuesday, we were hanging out, and I don't think anyone really knows who our last couple of teams are going to be in the playoffs. And I argued for, I don't know, an hour and a half with a mate of ours about Gen G versus DRX and who's going to be in second place. And I was vehemently against DRX being in second place, but to be perfectly honest, they could. Like, if they keep doing their weird DRX things and just win, it could be a thing that happens. So it is it's all very interesting, and I'm very excited to see how it's going to go. And of course, our viewers at home right now are in the future compared to what is today, which is the beginning of week 8. And we could be talking about all of these underdog stories when there was an upset victory at some point during this week's games that has only just made your poem ever more relevant, which is very exciting, because I think we do have a lot of top versus bottom style matches in this week's of games.
We have no clue what's going to happen, but I think, don't pin me on this, but every week there's been at least like one crazy upset. I think it all started off when Damwon Kia got 2-0 by Fred O'Brien, and like ever since, the universe just hasn't recovered from like
I think so
what's happening. So this split for the LCK, obviously it's been a really amazing split, because I get to be in Lore Park and I get to talk about LCK and it's like my job now, which I still haven't really gotten used to. Like, that's still kind of a process that's ongoing, but it's really been about these crazy upsets. And I think as a whole, we talked about this a lot as well, but I personally feel like, even though some of the like actual in a vacuum decisions made are very questionable when it comes to stuff like drafting, I am very happy to see the LCK progress past R5 Aatrox, right? And like just picking whatever we have picked for like the last X amount of time. And I think it's going to take a while for us to actually get good at that. But the fact that it's happening in of itself, if it's targeted and if it's like if it's looked at correctly and it's pushed gently in the right direction, I think it's really good for us as a region, because it makes us much more versatile. And historically, our problem has not been that we're like not good enough to win. It's been that we've been super predictable, right? Like, that's just been And then you meet G2
Actually,
and they're like,
I'm really glad you brought this up, because Cloud Templar recently spoke about this, and one of the biggest changes that the LCK has been through is that we're going with picks that we haven't necessarily put in 25 games on the day before in preparation. And like, there's a lot of teams that won't actually, or in the past especially, that wouldn't actually play a champion even though it was busted until they felt like they had a certain amount of proficiency on it. Like, how many scrims have we played with this champion? How many times has our mid laner played this particular pick in solo queue, right? Like, have we grinded enough in order to utilize this? And now people are like, YOLO, let's just do it. Let's just throw in, you know, whatever we want to play in this instance because we feel like it just might work. And Cloud Templar was talking about it as being one of the biggest changes, and I think that that's entirely true. And I think that there are a lot of teams around the world, in China and in Europe especially, that they'll just pick stuff if they feel like it fits their composition. And in the LCK, we've been doing that, but it hasn't necessarily been working out. You mentioned Humble Life already with their pretty woeful drafting, but I think it does stem from the right idea, which is being able to pivot and utilize a lot of different things in the moment in order to, you know, get a victory that they're looking for. I think G2 is probably the team that is the best example of being flexible in draft, even though sometimes they flex so much that they break their own arm. Like, it is still, like, I think a really, really powerful tool that a team can have if they can utilize it. And hopefully we'll see that when our LCK representative does go to Iceland for MSI as well. Don't know who that's going to be. It's probably going to be Damwon, but you never know.
I love an underdog story, but Don Monkey is also way too good. Like, they still are. There's scenarios in which I see, you know, like so in my head there's a couple of options, right? Like, because I think the teams where I'm like legitimately there's a universe in which they can beat Damonkia are DRX, Gen.G, Hanwha Life, and I think T1 as well. If they had played the entire roster with like the same roster. So maybe if they can scram like 6 weeks of experience into like the last 3 weeks, then possibly. But especially those first 3. But they're so different as well in how they approach the game. Because for Hanwha Life, it will be Chovy and Deft hard carrying. I thought we moved away from that, but turns out we didn't.
Nope.
Gen.G is self-explanatory. Just if they could be regular season Gen.G in playoffs, that's all. It's really all you need. I mean, we don't need to really waste more words on that one. Like, just give us. That's
all we need. We need Gen.G to be the same team that they were during the regular season when they get to a high pressure situation.
Yes, that's all. And then we have DRX, who will, you know, like you get one of those big magician's hats, and you throw like a lot of things in the hat, and then you just like go and do you find a rabbit? Do you find a composition that doesn't work? Does POG find a new jungler that he can take and like run fast at people with? It's nobody knows, and I think DRX doesn't know at this point in time either yet. But they have a lot of fun and momentum behind them. And honestly, anyone that beats Damwon Kia is a cool storyline, right? Because Damwon Kia are they're just so good, right? Like it'd be completely fine if they win, because I think like they have the biggest chance of winning MSI if they go, right? Like I don't think it's even close. I don't think anyone comes remotely close to the power of that team, but it'd be so cool if it's someone else. Although then we do have to kind of like it's better for our enjoyment and the viewers' enjoyment of LCK, but MSI we just forget about MSI. Just leave that.
Imagine if it was Humble Life Esports that heads to MSI and EDG qualifies from the LPL and we get Viper versus Chovy. Oh my god, man, it would be so good. It would be so good.
Wait. It can be better.
Oh, it's getting me excited for Worlds, dude.
Atlas.
Yeah, man.
Afrika Freaks make it through. They win in a miracle run, and then it's Lehens versus Viper. It's even better. It can happen.
Oh my god. And then somehow 100 Thieves qualifies from NA, and then Bang gets to go against his old org or something like that.
Yes. I love it.
Oh my god. No, that is absolutely beautiful. I think that will do it for the POG Poetry section for today's show. Thank you so much, Chronicler, for coming on the show once again. It is always an absolute joy. Thank you for allowing me to butcher your poem. I hope I did it as much justice as possible. And the next time, I promise I'm going to be better. We'll see if we can have some more fun with it, because this is really, really cool. So thanks for being on this part of the episode. Everybody else, thank you so much for watching POG Poetry, and we'll see you next time.
있어요.
자, 브리온이
홍남에서 그어버리면서 이거 홍남 폭발.
한 타임 빠졌고
일단 우디로 걸었습니다.
캐드
살았어요.
이거 리스가 너무 세요. 5대4 어그로 너무 나눠 가져가는데요. 용까지 헌납을 하고
리스 지금 무쌍이요 무쌍. 와
무섭습니다. 피오라 공포 그 자체. 아드리시 강타 파운드인데
근데 호응이 안 돼요. 호응이 안 돼요.
파운드가 잘 묶었지만
캐드 핑퐁.
공이 빠졌고 캐드 쪽 잡힙니다.
이런 앞에는 스폰이라고요. 와.
자 이걸 또 하나 생명이 잡네요.
이거 끝나지 않았어요. 리스 들어갔고.
리스 공기.
이거
태연.
선수 배치 됐고요. 이거
리스까지
끝나겠는데요.
에이스 하나 생명이 스포츠. 한 개 차이.
네. 자 먼저 뛰는데 클리어 대처는 좋았거든요.
백화리 진입.
자,
근데 분노가
근데도
차서
안 돼요.
신드라 또 잘못 맞고 있다가 이거 잘못하면 다이브 또 당하거든요.
신드라 죽어요. 이거 신드라 죽어요. 그냥 달려가서 말 밟고
백팔이.
때리고 카이사 날아가면 신드라 죽습니다.
나만 갖고 그러죠. 전멸 빠지고 죽었어요.
진짜 T1.
영호형.
킹 타이밍 한번 살짝 보죠.
이 스킬
맞았어?
맞았어?
맞았어요.
이러면 정화가 없거든요.
정화 없는 줄이 첫 갱갱에 아주 날카롭게 잡히고 맙니다.
정말 쓰면서
순간 이동.
정원 끊겼어요. 이후에
쓰면서 헤드. 이거
진영까지
일단
왔기
바운드
때문에
정리되면 이거 쌍꺼풀 넘어가면 난리 나요.
캐드까지 천이까지 이거 상황이 무섭게 터집니다. 프레디 프리오
카이사 진입. 폭탑에서
폭탑에서 긁었고
이후에 따라오는데
슬로우 무는데 이거 바운드 빨리 들어갔습니다. 먼저 소식이 좋았고요.
자
어디로?
자 진영이
그래도 로버가
리스 안 죽어. 자 리스 끊고
하나 먹었어요. 아지르 지금.
자 아지리가 여기서 한번 버텨줄 게 주요했고 리스 끊고 지금
코르키까지.
정훈 앞에
제압골 마스크 잡으면 오
프레디
프리오 우리는 살아서 간다.
옆구리.
그러니까 먼저 물죠.
옆구리.
아까 제 방송 아닌가요?
좀 짧았어요.
옆구리.
눈치 끝까지 들어가서
결과는 조금 달랐지만 태윤까지
T1
클리어.
시간 없어서 미르가 일단 마크를 하고
일단 싸움.
이러면 싸움을 봐야죠.
싸움을
안 돼요.
일단 뺏겼고
그렇죠.
미르 시간 잘 멀었고 그 사이에 카우가 물리는데요.
지원이 또 추가적인
미르
팀.
컷.
메가나르가 되긴
또 수면
했는데
상태. 말라.
와
점프.
버서커가 따라가서 또 다시 점프를 시작합니다. 또 점프. 널뛰기. 아니 설날입니까? 널뛰기를 지금 몇 번 뛰어요 버서커. 근데 전멸 위치가.
근데 여기는
전멸 위치가.
에스퍼가 있거든요.
여기가 어디야? 여기가 어디야?
칼 잘못 꽂았고 하지만 이거 아이리 위험합니다.
에스퍼에게 다시 반격.
극랩되면서 지금 충격했었고요. 고립이에요.
다쳤어요.
큰일 났어요.
살아갈 방법이 없어 보이죠?
집에도 못 가고.
잘 꽂았고 에스퍼는 솔방울 다 들어와.
여기저기 다 둘러싸여서 여러 경기에서 고글린 선수가 초반에 좀 꼬이고 출발하는 것을 팀원들이 풀어주는 모습이었는데
에스퍼 진짜 타이밍 와 진짜 T1 이거 어떻게 피치가 바로 한번 먹을 수 있나요?
피치 달려요. 안 싸우고 가서
피치 달려요.
자꾸 늘어져요.
피치 죽었어요.
이거 못 가게 하려고 피치를 잡으려는 게 아니라 그냥 붙들고 늘어졌습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2021 Spring. This is the last match of Week 9. T1 taking on Afrika. This is a matchup that we haven't seen for actually quite some time. I believe it was very, very early in the season that we saw this the last time round, and it had some interesting results. This was, I believe, what was one of Kanna's last matches, and he got pretty brutalized by Keen in that one.
It was, I think, a turning point for T1, because it was when we realized that T1's consistent roster swaps were not actually working out, and they were kind of a problem. And we are now at a completely different point in time where T1 has also realized that and have now fielded their old roster plus carrier, and they've been winning everything. So, you know, joke's on us, I guess.
I guess so, or maybe the joke's on them, because they had the right roster there the entire time. It was just don't change it, or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Let's bring up points of the match, though, and have a look at what the LCK thinks of this particular series. Keep the 1.07% possibility. Afrika is stuck on a 5-match losing streak. They have not looked very good, unfortunately, and one more loss will eliminate them. We'll have actually, I believe, our first team officially eliminated from the playoffs.
And this is some Doctor Strange level possibilities that we're talking here, right? Because it's a rough one, and Dread is going to be one of the big instigators that needs to get work done here. He has been the T1 Slayer, which I think, even though like the T1 Slayer sounds amazing, when we look to actual head-to-head, I think it's like 8 and 9, which is still really good. Yeah. But that's not the type of like rankings you want to have your playoffs depend on, unfortunately.
No, very unfortunate. Faker versus Bang, though, is really cool. You know, Bang's finally back. Faker wasn't playing in the last series. It was closer up against Afrika last time around. Afrika were able to topple them that time, but this is a very different T1 that we see this time around, and yeah, Faker versus Bang, always fun. That being said, I think the smart money isn't necessarily on Bang this time, and I don't think it's necessarily his fault. As here is the playoff contention graphic that we have with all of those possibilities. Nongshim, like many of us actually thought before the beginning of this week, based on their, you know, weakness of schedule, I guess is a way that you could put it, it was looking very likely that they would have the best odds, and that is in fact how it worked out at the end of the week. As Afrika trying to hold on to that 1.07%. Oh dear.
It's a rough one, Atlas, I think is the best way to put it. It's not a lot, you know, everything needs to go right. They also don't have it in full control. They need to win all their matches, like that is pretty self-explanatory, I reckon. But then they also need like some teams to lose, some teams to win in specific ways. It's not just like not win or loss, but also the map score needs to be good.
There's some crazy galaxy brain necessary to understand exactly the route towards Afrika's victory.
There's too many, I'd say, generally. And when you look at the stats from Afrika, we have seen a problem with this team where even though they had like kind of a resurgence in the middle of the split, I think that they started off good early in this beginning of the split and then very rough afterwards. That turned into good early into actually leveraging that lead, and now we're back to basically the beginning of the split where they just look kind of clueless, right? Like the cohesion isn't there. The individual leads are sometimes found, and you can also see that's why that goal at 15 is actually pretty decent considering this team is in 10th place. But then actually winning is, it's a rough one, whereas T1 is one of the teams that when they get ahead at 15, it's just, I guess
they just win.
Kind of over, Yeah,
that's how it works. Certainly a lot more stable. I think the reason for Afrika's strong early game, I think, rests almost solely on Dread, at least in round 2. Last time out, though, I mean, him on the Hecarim was a bit of a disappointment, I think, is almost an understatement, as we are going to have a look at the rosters. Here's the confirmation that is, in fact, hashtag no changes for T1. Kanaka's, Faker, Teddy, and Carrier. And it will, of course, be similar here for Afrika as well, who did try Mapshia out a little bit last time around, but it will be Lehens starting this time out the gate.
And you mentioned Dread. I would also give a honorable mention to Keen. I feel like while his consistency isn't necessarily there, because we've seen him go from like double solo kill to not being able to actually do anything with that. Of course, he was playing Aurelia, but still. Afrika as a whole, it's very clear. We've seen difficulty specifically for Fly and Bang in actually being able to output damage, being able to consistently match their lane opponents. And these are issues that you just can't afford, right? Like, it's fine if Keen and Dread play well, but then The rest of the map needs to be that. And then even more unfortunately is that Keen and Dread are also not immune to the steep drop-off that Afrika have post 15 minutes. And all these factors combined means that basically Afrika needs to win the early game into a team that generally has better early game than them, and then also plays it better afterwards, right? So it's a tough ask, and there's a reason why it's only 1%.
That's true. We're going to have a look at our key player matchup. Carrier taking on Lehens here. You can see double the duo kills for Carrier. I don't think it matters who he's playing with either. Like, his aggression in the laning phase is absolutely ridiculous. 41% forward percentage, that's also the highest. And again, just illustrates how aggressively this guy has been playing so far this season.
And I think a key difference with which many others would consider one of the strongest supports within the LCK, which is Barrel, is that Carrier is very clearly, it's not to say that he can't teamfight, right? But like his laning is just on a whole nother level from I think every single other support we have. Whereas a player like Barrel excels in the team fighting stage, and specifically in the way he roams and enables Canyon and the rest of his team. And again, the crazy thing about Carrier is that yes, we talk about his laning, but like his roams and his team fighting and everything is also still really good, right? And that's the insane part. And it's also why on paper it seems really obvious that this roster should be really good. And what we've seen the last 2 matches from them confirms that they are in fact really good. Yeah, no real surprises there. And for Afrika, the spirits are high, so we like to see that. I think that you need to put a lot of importance on that strong early top side, but find something that can get Prio, get Dread, a comfortable matchup, get Keen, a counter pick, and try to go from there.
Yeah, I think it's also important to get Fly onto something comfortable. For him, it should be something eclectic. The guy does like a wide variety of different champions, brought out the Viger last time around. I personally kind of liked the idea, and then the execution was not necessarily what we want. I want to talk about T1 a little bit as well when it comes to drafting. I feel like in their last series, they just completely destroyed their opposition with definitely a draft way more focused on get ourselves some good lanes and then we'll be able to snowball from there. Outside of that though, I haven't been extremely impressed with, you know, the cohesion of the drafts, the understanding of this is what our opponent wants to do, we're going to counter that with something. It's more like, let's suffocate them from minute 1.
It's brute forcing, right? And that is something that you can do against teams that are weaker than you. I would also not be surprised to see T1 go for that here, just because it works, although they are banning the Renekton themselves. So that goes a big part of that kind of strategy. And what T1, I think in playoffs might run into trouble is teams that won't allow you, right? They're too good for you to actually run over them. And that is something that I think this roster specifically has not necessarily been tested. But then again, if you think about a team with, you know, Teddy and Faker on like more controlling style carries, are you really worried? I personally say absolutely not. I think you're still very happy about that, right? If they're on form, which currently it really seems like they are. And for Afrika, like I said, I want to see get a good jungler here for Dread, get Keen a counter pick. They are on red side, so they can actually focus on that and then go from there.
Nidalee is very interesting. I was expecting Udyr to be banned away here by T1, and then force Afrika to let them have either the Hecarim or the Seraphine.
Please, please.
Well, Seraphine's going to be banned, Hecarim's going to be first picked, and T1. I guess they get their wish, but this does mean that Dread can pick up the Udyr, which has done okay sometimes into the Hecarim. We'll see where they do decide to go. I think, yeah, there's no doubt that Cuz is going to be playing the horse. Certainly has looked very good on it so far this season.
It's that a Hecarim or that or Udyr, right? And I agree with the choice of Hecarim. I think Hecarim is the stronger jungler of the two. I think that Udyr, if you really have control of the game start to finish, Udyr provides a lot, but that is not something that I think as T1 you expect Afrika to do. So just pick in one of the stronger team fighters that basically does everything well, right? He farms well, his early ganks are really not that bad. Post 6, he's an absolute menace. He is tanky, he does damage, he brings AoE CC. He skills decently well. It's just the champ is just really, 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 really strong. Would not be a big fan of this. I think that picking this into the Tristana is a big risk. Then again, you know, we saw last game where Damwon Kia also did this, and then I mean, I was Zaya, but
there was they did it in the first game, and that was the game where Ghost really didn't do anything for a very long time.
Yeah.
You can understand the argument of Hecarim can set up for these dive bombs from the Kai'Sa very comfortably. That being said, I still just don't think that Kai'Sa is exactly the strongest pick right now in the LCK. But with the Thresh banned away, it's much harder to pick things like the Aphelios or the Jinx or things like that. But it does mean that Bang is going to have a very good time when it comes to outranging his opposite number.
Alistair
carry role.
pickup, I would quite like.
Okay, Fake is thinking about the Victor instead. Okay, they'll lock that one in.
So that's an interesting decision, because this basically is T1 2 modes that they can play. They can play very far forward and aggressively, but the upside of the Victor pick is it's a relatively safe blind pick, right? Like, it's not that easy to really counter a Victor, unless Fly wants to, I don't know, look in like Vega or Zillion or something. I mean, we've seen crazy things, right? Or Vel'Koz, just to throw out a few end of the alphabet weird off-meta picks. This makes a lot more sense in terms of what the Tristana wants to do.
Yep. Good old 2012 bot lane, love it. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, this is this and Udyr as well, right? So this is like Afrika Freaks drafting a composition that you can also do in like a historic reenactment of League of Legends.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas, you know, Kai'Sa, no, that's way too modern. Yeah, newfangled.
Yeah, even Victor is too new for the likes of Udyr, Tristana, and Alistair.
Oh yeah.
Who else do they need to pick? Maybe they need to pick Ashe. You know.
Yeah, Ashe. I think Sion works as well, right? If you go like, not this Sion, but like Sion in general.
Yeah. I'm trying to think about like which the actual just oldest.
Garen.
Garen has to happen.
Garen.
Yeah, of course.
Lux, maybe.
No, Lux
is a little bit later, right?
She's too new. Yeah, absolutely.
She's so iconic now that you kind of you slot her in the same range, even though she's not.
It's actually really difficult for me to remember the initial roster of champions.
Was Lee there from the beginning?
Warwick.
Oh yeah.
Good old
There you go.
Bloodraiser. Oh,
top lane Warwick, you know. Listen, I was actually researching some of the newer builds, and this is on patch 11.6, so we're not going to see this. But Keen, he was playing Xin top, where he went for, if I remember correctly, the build was Ascent Reaver into Zhonya's Nash's Tooth.
Oh damn, that's cool.
Yeah, no, he really, and
that reminds me of Papa Smithy's old builds on Xin Zhao and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's because he got an AP ratio, right?
Yeah. And Tryndamere, the old Voyboy special.
Oh god.
Oh, good time.
And this is an interesting pick, because this is something where you are basically opting not to play the lane, and instead you're looking to make plays around the rest of the map. Now, honestly, what I've seen so far from Afrika, I feel like, in terms of what it wants to do, it is a very clear goal. You know, you can snowball from the laning phase. You can use the global pressure that comes through. The Shen pick, I would actually not mind here too much. They don't have a support yet. Although Gragas is like, when it comes to the tail, is just way too good. And it's also good into the Alistar, it's good into the Udyr. It's good into the Twisted Fate even, because it's an immobile champion, right?
Yep.
It doesn't
also,
have a dash.
You know exactly where he's going to be when he's porting in. So if you time it right, you can just cast him immediately out of where he wants to be.
And yeah, there's a couple of options
This
here.
would be sick.
We've
wanted enchanters to counter things like Alistair, things like Nautilus in the past, and this also denies so much of the CC.
Into an Udyr as well, like,
and into a Twisted Fate. Oh my god, this is actually just 11 head coming out from...
and it would be a carrier thing to do, right? Because carrier... Okay.
Instead we'll just go with Maokai. Because why not? We're continuing the flex though, so I guess that's cool.
And that's a nice takeaway here, because basically what I think you're saying is we can do one or two things. I think preferably you'd put the Maokai in the top lane, because I think that Gragas support is really strong, and I think that Gragas is less reliant on farm. However, if they do something like this, they pick an aggressive topside pick, I think you do put the Gragas in the top lane, right, who will be able to neutralize a lot better than a Maokai will. Maokai's early game, I think, is a lot weaker, and Gragas is the great neutralizer when it comes to basically anything he does, because he's just super solid and there's not a lot to be done about him. Afrika Freaks, you know, we wanted to see something that has early prio, that has a lot of map pressure. They definitely have that. If they don't win the game in the first 15 to 20 minutes, it's very, very over.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think that's the case no matter what. So, no, but like, I'm not even like, this is how you need to draft as Afrika. If Afrika went for like a late game front-to-back teamfight draft, like, I put serious question marks, because I don't think you're ever winning that against T1.
They haven't really had that in the past, and I would have really liked the Morgana, but it is a little bit more difficult to, get around the map and clear wards and things like that, because you are very, very squishy. At least the Maokai is going to be a bit beefier. He will also be able to go on some pretty long rides with the Twisted Advance if Bang's going to be throwing out his rocket jumps left and right. So looking forward to watching the Maokai just chasing through the air after a Tristana many times. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Remember Maokai Jungle where you got your Mobies and then you were just like zooming towards people and then people learned they could flash when you went for your Twisted Advance and then that kind of stopped being a thing because it was very sad.
Yeah.
Good times. It's really fun to watch back because we've gotten so much better at the game, which makes a lot of sense, you know, like collectively the amount of attention and time that has been poured into this game. You'd hope we'd collectively got better. Otherwise, it would be a bit sad.
Some of the Maokais that I remember would buy like Oracle's Elixir and Mobies, and that's all they'd have.
Yeah, that's old support budgets. Or jungle budgets. Yep, that's
times.
I mean, that's also when Maokai had an ultimate that allowed him to still be a full-on tank.
That's true. Yeah,
right. He had like the circle around him.
Yeah,
funny circle that just reduced damage, which. Yeah, that was pretty broken, man.
And also when you built full AP, the explosion damage when you turned it off, oh my god, it was so much. It was just the best. I think Maokai is still one of the better Earth champions, as Carrier has taken the Christmas tree skin as well, which I don't mind. I think it's probably one of the better ones. That being said, Maokai is definitely the winner.
I agree.
As Lahant has taken his Wrath of the Lich King skin. As this is the skin that looks very similar to Malphite.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like Malphite cosplay to me, man.
Yeah.
Huh. This is first pick for Victor. Obviously, in this split, I don't think I need to clarify that any further. And something that I always like is that Carrier, or rather that I like here, is the Carrier's gone for the tank build. We have, of course, seen, especially early in the split when it wasn't nerfed yet, the Imperial Mandate with like AP and Combat, which I think is still, like, even though it was nerfed, like that's still a build you can go. However, with the amount of damage you have available with like the free carries, right, I don't think it's a problem whatsoever to go for the tank build. I think it's a lot more consistent. And if you don't find an early lead, you still provide a lot of viability and a lot of tankiness, as opposed to AP Maokai, who then just kind of stands there, throws saplings that don't do anything and is sad.
Yeah. Or maybe he's happy, I don't know. It's Carrier. He likes throwing saplings. As he's just looking to chill out throughout this laning phase by the looks. Baker's Victor pretty good so far, but he was often the guy playing the Azir in this when it was the Victor that was a thing. As there's a Twisted Advance, still level 1 here for Carrier, so it doesn't really have much more to do after that. As Teddy's going to explode, but it's going to be fine. I do want to throw a shout out to our 80 carries in this particular game because they were the same 80 carries that were in the 92-minute slugfest between SKT and Jin back in the day.
Wow.
So a bit of a shout out there to Bang and Teddy, who both broke CS records that I don't think will ever be answered.
We have Elder Drake now, so no. That's basically the end of that one. Elder Drake does not allow for those kind of situations anymore.
But that means that record is now immortal.
Well, but here's the thing, right? Like, is that actually the case? Like,
I think so.
Won't we ever get to a different state of League of Legends? This game is always in flux. Maybe we'll get to longer games at some point.
Are we going to get to a point where they have 1200 CS?
No, probably not.
Yeah, see, it's a bit of a roughie, isn't it? This was also Teddy playing Sivir, I believe, in that game, so he was mowing through the minions. But Bang was still on like 1200 on Ezreal, which was a little bit harder to get to.
Listen.
But you have 92 minutes, you're probably going to get that much CS.
Listen, man, you put Chovy in a game that's like 60 minutes, like that's enough. He doesn't need more time. I'm not going to lie, I think he'll do that easy peasy. Just need to get to a 60-minute game, which honestly, also in the current era of League of Legends, is just not a thing. And it is because of the power of these Drakes.
I mean, that's exactly why it was implemented, right? Was to stop games like that from ever happening again.
Well, you know, listen, we're the LCK. If we together, like, if we really band together and really try, I think together we can make it work. We can have another, like...
Oh, I don't know whether I want that, though, because I remember it was Papa and Achilles that played that casted that game. And are they casting the LCK anymore? No, maybe it broke them. Maybe that was why they wanted to leave. You know?
Wow. I mean, that could... You'd know that better than I would.
No, it's entirely
I don't
untrue.
feel like...
I remember meeting up with them after that game, and we were having a laugh.
Understandably.
It's not like they were too tired to hang out after that one. So I think we would have been pretty happy just to continue going for another 92 minutes. And Seth's actually very good. Achilles, sorry. Very, very good at coming in for the rough times, much like he did in Casper Cup. As Teddy's going to be lit on fire, has to flash the rocket jump here as Bang. Not exhausted anymore. That's a great stun as Teddy in trouble, but the explosive charge is there. And that is first blood going over to Bang. Carrier now in trouble as well as Cuz comes in. Looking to save the day, but it's 100% just a drive by here from the horse.
That's a great early start here. That's who you want fed. Bang, immediately finding a killer on the Tristana. And Dread was there. But Dread was just an insurance policy. This was just a straight up 2v2 win.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why we see this Tristana so much. Like, it just wins against Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa, of course, has received nerfs to her Q. Like, maybe pre-nerf Kai'Sa would have been completely fine in that situation, but you're not winning that early all-in, and we saw the power of the continuous fighting that you can find with the Tristana once you get the reset, when you proc the full bomb. You're just really, really, really strong. And one thing that the Maokai does not provide in the early game is damage. Like later on when you can like get a lot of long rotations in, you'll be somewhat fine, but this early on, your mana costs are prohibitively expensive, and it's just really well played. Now they can set up a little bit of a freezer. Of course, it is Tristana, so actually freezing is
pretty impossible.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. But you can still deny a lot of CS, build your CS lead, and kind of go from there.
It's working out so far. Let's have a look at this one more time as Lehens just goes in. This is classic. Level 3, they were a level behind, but it's still so powerful. Alistair and Tristana have just always been really good at this.
They've done it since 2012, Atlas, as you so rightly pointed out, and you see there as well. It's just that straightforward, right? Like, Teddy gets caught by Alistair, that means you're dead. Use both summoners, but doesn't actually get a lot out of that. Slow push now being set up here by Bang in the bot lane. Might also lead them with Dread's current pathing towards a possible Drake. So as a whole, Afrika pretty nice in terms of where they are on the map and what they can do. Hopefully they will actually try and capitalize, because as mentioned previously, this needs to happen. Yes, it's good, but Afrika have done well in early games before, but this is the type of plays you need for the 1%, Atlas. We're going to keep mentioning it because it's too good, right? Like, if they do make it.
Oh yeah, and I think that actually winning 2-0 is almost necessary for Afrika at the same time, because they need as many points as they can possibly find. As Fly goes over, grabs himself a blue buff. We're still going to have to be looking out for Fly, see whether his first Destiny is going to work, because of course when you're about to get outscaled, it puts even more pressure on a pick like Twisted Fate to get around this map and really blow open the game. In the early stages, Wildcard's flying out here. This is of course one of Fly's historic picks, as Chaos Storm comes down in the mid lane, and Fly's just going to vacate. Yep, that gold card not quite as scary when you compare it to a Chaos Storm.
Unfortunately not. Faker has gone for the early Merc threat, so also the stun power is a little bit less threatening.
Yep.
And if Dread is there, or if Lance finds a combo and ignites him, like then you're completely fine. But otherwise, like the consistent damage from Twisted Fate in of itself is not really enough to match the Victor. I think Victor's always going to out DPS you. You're more looking to like just find shove and roam, right? Set up for the rest of your team, provide that side lane pressure, force the enemy to play close to the turrets, and at the very least, you know, the rotation comes through. I kind of wonder whether or not everyone had to rotate there, because I feel like Carrier and Teddy possibly can get a little bit of a punish going at it, or at the very least shove in the wave, and it looks like T1 is not even remotely interested in contesting this.
Yeah, I actually kind of like it from Afrika though. They move over, Bang pushes out one wave in the mid lane, but that is going to mean that they have that man advantage. And Afrika knew that there were two on the bottom side of the map, and so it was guaranteed that this Rift Herald was just going to be picked up by Dread. But like you were saying, T1, no real intention of stopping that, as the Drake's still alive as well, been alive for a while this game. Might be a little bit of delay on the Dragons this game. As Lehens sweeps out this ward, and him and Bang will continue to surge ahead here in this lane.
Kanna's hinting towards an AP top Gragas, which I think is pretty interesting. I don't feel like you necessarily need the damage with the composition that you have.
Yeah.
It will provide you with a lot more burst, and it means that Fly basically can't play the game, which I guess is good, right? Like even more so than just the Hacker-Im. Like if there's also an AP Gragas that blows you up with a cask, then it's way worse. But in terms of consistency of your team comp, and if you fall behind, it's a big risk taking it by T1.
Well, Dread's coming up for the set play. Just going to hope to try and get a bit of a kill here onto Canna, as there's the Destiny fly immediately all the way under the turret, but that's a red card. Maybe not exactly what you want, but still Canna is going to be dead, and Keen grabs that kill. It is now 2-0 in favor of Afrika, and they have a Herald in hand to get Keen even further ahead.
Oh, Faker.
Oh, no. Faker going to be caught in transition. There's the headbutt pole. Good night, my friend. Bang says, hello. Remember me? And then picks up the kill. They will be able to come over here and try and stop this Drake as well, potentially. As Teddy's going to rotate up, and it looks like Afrika decide that that's not what they want. They've got a fair bit of action happening here towards the top side, and they don't want to risk it.
I wonder whether or not they can actually get the first turret blood. I'm not entirely sure. I think that they might have the time. There's no teleports available if King just starts hammering away at the turret. So, listen, Afrika, you're getting the lead. Like, one Ocean Drake does not compare to what we see here. Bang is getting fed. T1 is giving up turrets. It won't be first turret blood though, so that's a really big win for T1 if they can keep that one alive. Never mind, the Means actually got it in the end. I thought Hana would be on time, but as a whole, Afrika, that's a Afrika gold lead. That's the territory we need to be in, Atlas.
Yeah, this is the 40% win rate territory of leads heading towards 15 minutes for Afrika, but this is certainly looking like they've got their ducks in a row.
Now you've made it sound worse. Like, I'm very excited. When you say 40%, I don't get excited.
Yeah. I'm trying to temper the expectations. You know, that's my plan. As Dread gets delivered closer to Canna, that allows Afrika to pretty comfortably take this one away. As Faker is trying to get some extra vision, but Bang and Lahan's in perfect position.
And he knew, right? Like, the moment he walked up there, you already saw him starting to walk back, and he was like, no, that was a mistake.
Well, speaking of which, Faker down to about 100 here as Fly underneath the turret. Gets a bit of a wild card there onto Carrier, but Carrier's going to be safe for now. As Bang, rocket jumps forward. Teddy in a bit of trouble here. Bang still has the heal available. Teddy in the same position. There's the buster shot. One more auto and the rocket jump. Oh no! The flash out and the flash follow from Bang. Teleport to come in here from Faker, who wants to get his revenge. But now, oh, the sapling! Will it land on the Bang? It will be enough there, as he also had the ulti. Fly is getting chased down by Faker, but Faker's getting chased down by Lahens and Dread. The cow and the bear slash tiger slash all sorts of different animals going to be able to take him down. Now Carrier and Carl's nothing that they can do. Afrika, 5 kills to 1.
It's been a day of PvE kills, rather, Atlas, because first we had the chicken, now we have the sapling. And what we're seeing here is just nothing short of disrespect coming out from T1 and just incredibly well-portioned aggression coming out from Afrika across the whole of the map. Like, you cannot try to 1v1 the Tristana. This is literally what the champion does, right? Like, this is why you pick
even when you're not mega fed like like Bang is, right?
And they already had 2 kills, right? So just a straight up disrespect. And then also trying to play so far forward with a level deficit when the rest of your team is getting pushed out of mid and being this far forward. I'm just baffled. Like, this is not something you can get away with as T1. And I'm really glad that Afrika are punishing them here, because it is very justified. Also, Faker just kind of getting desperate for this kill, because I feel like the moment you spot that Alistair and you know you're playing against the TF, like, Faker just kind of flashes forward, like presumably looking for, the sapling MVP there, presumably looking for like a play on maybe like a final laser, but like getting that greedy for a kill and disregarding your environment is not something that we're used to seeing from T1.
Yeah.
And Afrika's making great use of it. Now, I still want to kind of hold your expectations, because Afrika, we've seen them be in a similar position before. They do have a historical difficulty with actually closing out games like this. And the composition from T1 will reach a point of late game inevitability. This game is not yet over, but Afrika is answering the first question, which is win early game.
Yeah, well, there's the chem tank in. Gold card going to be there, but Fly just blows up. Does go golden, and that is going to mean that Faker dies and Fly should be all right. Ooh, the post-mortem Chaos Storm, almost. Post-humorous, sorry. Able to do a fair bit of damage there to Fly, but he's going to be absolutely fine. Faker not so lucky. 0-3-0 now on the Victor. Not having the greatest of times as Carrier's found Dread, but maybe Afrika have found T1 as T1 do back away. And Keen here in the mid lane wanted to try and break down this turret as Canna just by himself on the top side of the map, just doing his best to get into a winning position. But this is rough for T1, but I like that you bring up the fact that Afrika haven't been able to transition leads like this so far in this season. So we're going to have to see more as Lehens Hex flashes over. Decides they don't want to go for anything too aggressive.
Because the one thing that's key to take away is that Afrika, when they're setting up the plays, like they have so much lockdown, right? Like you see, the problem that someone like Faker has in this game is he's in the mobile carry against Udyr, Aatrox, Twisted Fate, and Tristana that jumps on top of him and Alistair, right? Like that's a nightmare scenario. Obviously, him getting caught in the river is still just a straight up mistake and kind of ties into the bigger picture of T1 not really respecting Afrika. But the flip side of that is that if Faker gets to his 2-3 item power spike, the Afrika composition, they also need to go in, right? Like they're short range, they need to go in to actually make it work later on, and that's where I feel like the possibility for T1 to flip this game around is still there, and that's why I'm like, this is looking really good. Afrika are going to get the Drake. There is a relevant Drake coming because Atlas has been very friendly to us today.
I've been lenient today, haven't I?
You have been. I think we all collectively really appreciate it. Everyone at home said, yeah, thank you, Atlas, you know?
Hopefully that means that we get an Infernal, because that's the most fun.
Yeah, I'd agree. Although I feel like if you're a Freak and you get a Mountain Drake, you're very, very happy because it makes it so much harder for the consistent damage from T1 to actually shine through, and it does mitigate a lot of the burst from
that's what we're going to get. So,
okay.
Glad you said that, because that means that I feel less bad about it not being an Infernal.
I mean, fire is fun. I get it.
Yeah.
That's basically what it boils down to, right?
That's why
big numbers are fun.
Every game. Yeah, precisely. Bang going to be able to take down this outer turret on the bottom side of the map. The Herald was what T1 got for it, so surely might be utilized here. As we're going to have a look at Faker dying in the mid lane. Fly maybe not necessarily needing to flash forward there, but did have the stopwatch to deny Cuz the kill. And the Chaos Storm just not quite enough to lock down Fly.
My point being that, though, if there's a Faker with 2 items, right, like Fly's 100% dead there. And like the itemization on the side of T1 is going to become much more threatening as the game progresses, as opposed to that of Afrika, who up until 2 items are going to be like the masters of the Rift, right? Like there's no way that they should lose control of the game in that point. And if Afrika can keep this up, if they can keep control of this game, if they can battle their demons and actually keep control and don't get caught in the side lane, don't overextend into a team fight, don't overextend into a choke point, they are in prime position to take this game number 1. And
Cuz
pivotal.
Cuz hasn't actually really done very much this game so far. As you can see, 0-0-0. So the Hecarim going to be very important if T1 do want to make the comeback. But not deciding to go in just yet. Still has his Ghost available. Let's see whether the horse is going to try and do something here. Instead, he's thinking about going back home. And Afrika just parked on the top side. Not a lot to really fight for here. A couple of minutes before the Baron is going to be available. And Teddy, you can see he's going home. I do want to shout out to Canna, who died and got ganked, had a few problems in that lane, but is very even when it comes to farm. He's been spending a lot of time sort of away from his team, just trying to catch back up. And is getting close to his Everfrost, which I believe is going to be his mythic of choice.
There we go. We'll be picking that up, and as we already had a great discussion on, Everfrost, pretty OP. So that's basically all we need to say on that topic. As
I mean, Stridebreaker is too. Both of our top winners with the 2 Busto mythics.
But an 11.6 Stridebreaker is nerfed and Everfrost is not. So I wonder what that's going to mean for the next patch. Because
that means Everfrost Aatrox. We're just going to have Everfrost versus Everfrost.
Oh my god, I don't want to think about that. No, that's really.
You stun them in your Infernal Chains so that you guarantee the Infernal Chains proc. Know what I'm saying? And you utilize all of that AP scaling that you have. You know?
You're upsetting me right now. Like, this is I'm not loving this.
All right, well, Carrier doesn't look like he is either. He's been thrown around like a bit of a ragdoll. There's Dread coming on around. Hobbs in full effect, just taking down some wards. As Afrika just not pushing their luck right now. Certainly has slowed down a bit as the game. As Afrika still with about their 4,000 gold lead. 4.5 was the lead at 15 minutes, so pretty effective. As Cuz is going to smite away his blue buff. No steal available there for Dread. Teddy and Carrier still just manning the mid lane. Top side is where Faker's parked himself. Has his Leandries now, but like you were talking about, 2 items is close to where he wants to be. And bang, getting pretty close towards his next item as well. Gravity Field coming on in here as Dread could be in trouble. The hands has been split off as There's the Destiny. Fly thinking about taking an opportunity, but with full information, they decide that they do not want to go in. Bang, a little bit too far.
And these are exactly the type of moments you need to avoid. As a Freaks, right, you have a big gold lead, but you cannot get caught in an unopportune position because your gold lead just immediately vanishes the moment you lose a player, right?
Oh,
so you need to respect
Shirley
that.
just denied by a Freaka. That's very unfortunate for T1.
Honestly, like, there's no plates and I don't think it would have killed it. But it feels so bad, right? Like, imagine being T1 and you're like, okay, guys, we have a moment. Nope, no, you don't get a moment. You get to wait as a Freaka keeps playing the game. And I want to go a little bit in, like, I talked about the break points that we might get, right? Where T1 can take over again from a Freaka. First set of those has been hit. The one item power spikes have come through from T1. The problem is that as a whole, I think a Freaka is going to benefit way more. They're also ahead of the curve, right? And like earlier on, it matters a lot more. So this Drake, you give up. And this is where the early Drake that T1 was able to pick up really comes into play, because if you don't have this early Drake, this game is looking way better for a Freaka, right? Because they would be looking towards Soul Point if they pick this one up. And then all of a sudden, the pressure is on. Now, thanks to this, if T1 play respectful, which does what they've been doing.
Well, in goes Dread. He's going to be able to get that stun onto Faker there, who does manage to get the Chaos Storm down. Bang is going to be taken out. So, 1-for-1 so far. Looks like a Freaka just want to get rid of the turret, and they will do so. As Canna finds the body slam, Infernal Chains pulls him back though as Keen flashes forward, looks for Carrier, but Canna, he goes golden. Another Destiny comes out. As you can see, Fly sees the fact that Cuz is in the area. He's going to back away, so no response there on the top side. As it was a 1-for-1 trade, but this should put a Freaka in a position to take this Drake and head towards that Mountain Soul.
Faker not allowed to play the game, Atlas. He is just continuously getting dove again and again and again. And this is what we're going to start looking at, something like a Bansheesville. Add, you know, like something that allows you to just keep this man alive, because there's just nothing you can do. It's the flank from Dread here that really seals the fate. Really nice dive from the hands, very clean. Now, is this good? Sure, it's nice. You pick up the Drake, but you would have picked up the Drake anyway. And what you are doing is you are funneling gold into T1, right? Because even trades for T1 at this point in time you'll take, because they mean that you slow the game down. If you take unfavorable trades, it's very unfortunate. They do get the turret, but again, turret was basically mincemeat anyway. And as T1, your only instinct is just survive, just hold on. There's no teleport, so that ward that Faker, I don't think has spotted, is not as threatening as it would otherwise be, but you're just holding on. Next Drake, you can still give up. It's completely fine. And the range of T1, especially with like the poke build, or like Canna now going for an AP build, means that he can actually do decent poke. And then you have the Victor.
Yep.
You will actually combine with the saplings with Mandate, be able to kind of get them away from a Baron, right? And then if a Freaka try to engage onto you in the jungle, they're in big trouble.
Oh, Cuz looking for Dread. Dread should be taken down here, but he runs pretty quickly. Not going to be able to run after that though, as Teddy's going to pick up the kill onto the Udyr.
We've seen this one before. This literally happened 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? This is what a Freaka fall into. This is the trap. And it's just milling about in the mid-game and not actually having a clear plan of how you're going to win the game.
And what I think is that a Freaka, they do have an instinct at what they need to do, which is set up vision on the top side of Baron, right? Like set vision around that jungle and try and make it work from there. Right, try to get the pressure as Bang is right-clicking real good.
Rapid fire is one hell of an ability.
Oh yeah, it's it feels very good, you know, as Tristana when you're playing against her, not so much. But what we're seeing here is like a Freaka. I think the instincts are correct, but the problem is, and this has been the problem for the whole split, and why I told Freaka fans not to get overexcited, is the instincts are right, but the execution is not. You cannot just be there alone, even with how tanky you are as Dread. You need the rest of your team ready to immediately follow up. You can face check, as you did, that's fine. This Cuz might have been caught.
Yeah, Fly doesn't have another gold card though, and Cuz with his Ghost runs pretty damn quick, but Lehens might be able to catch him. He gets into the brush, but that should be a pulverize. Teleport comes forward, Faker gets here. Canna's going to be there to back him up as well. So Cuz is going to survive, thankfully. Horse very, very fast. And another play from a Freaka that doesn't quite work. Currently it's under 4,000 gold the lead, and T1 really have stagnated the advantage that a Freaka has put forward. As Faker not going to be able to steal away his blue buff, as Smite does exist. And Carrier, Hex flashing out of the brush. Oh, that's a really nice cask to just pseudo-stun Dread into the wall, but the Everfrost just not long enough.
So close. So close. And if you find the Everfrost there, then all of a sudden it goes right. But the key point here is, yet again, Afrika are not getting anything done. Right? Afrika are just getting slowed.
Carrier has to flash over the wall. Okay. Believe that was just him charging the Hex Splash, which is why it looked like he just stopped. Spotted that Bang was walking on in there, so it does survive.
Wow. I mean, you're trying something. I don't hate it, but I hope the execution is good here, Atlas.
Yeah, if we're flipping, though, it's not exactly what you want, because Afrika, they already had a lead, right? Maybe going for a flippy play like this isn't necessarily what they want. Keen in flanking position. T1 now all grouped up. Cuz has his ulti, but doesn't have the Ghost, as here's the Destiny. Keen trying to get in position, looking to get CC'd, though unfortunately, as Teddy takes him down first. Now Dread trying to get out of the fight, does so with the flash. Everyone flashing to try and get on top of Bang, as Faker has a score to settle, and he will be able to take down the Tristana, and this is what we're talking about! Oh no, Afrika, they may have just thrown it away.
It's the tragedy of Afrika every single time. They have leads, but they don't know how to actually work with them. And the T1 comp, yes, it's hard to engage onto them, but then if you go for a Baron play, you need the setup. You need to have vision. You can't just try and haphazardly force it, and that's what they're doing here. And with this gold lead, I think that if you go and try and push your advantage into the jungle and get vision, you can get a way better fight. But instead, like, Fly is forced to flash over the wall just to get into the fight. This exhaust on Bang means that one of the most fat members of Afrika does basically nothing. And then T1, even though they're flanked from 2 different directions, somehow get a front-to-back team fight. The execution just isn't there for Afrika. And now T1, they have Baron. They don't even need to use this Baron.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. Like, you don't even have to do anything. You can give up this Drake. It literally doesn't matter. All you need to do is hit you 2 item power spikes, and if this shows me something, it's that T1 will out-execute Afrika every single time.
Well, that's exactly what's happened so far. Now that gold lead is all but gone. About 1.4k. Zhonya's is completed for Canna. That 2 item spike that you were talking about is now in for Faker. He also has his stopwatch. The Void Staff going to be very, very important for Faker to actually do legitimate damage, and now it's about getting those defensive items online. I think Zhonya's is very important. He might even go for a Banshee's Veil on top of it, unless he wants to just put together his second mask.
I'm inclined to call this one over, Atlas, and this is so depressing, but like, this is the trend that Afrika follows every single time, and I swear, Afrika is like 30% of an amazing team.
Yeah.
Like, they're 30, and then like, it looks so good, right? Like, the catches, the fights, the laning phase, it's all there, but then the moment they need to start moving around the map, the moment they need to start setting up vision, they need to contest objectives, they need to create openings for themselves, it's not there. They just start an objective, try to overforce, and then...
And it's so sad, right? Because this is a team full of veterans, right? You've got Fly has been playing forever, Bang as well. Keen's been playing for a long time. Lahan's also. Like, this guy's got a lot of experience. It's only Dread, I guess, that you could say is relatively new, but he had an entire year last year as well. But still not quite able to get on that same page, figure out how the macro is going to work. And T1 look to have 100% stabilized. It's going to be 3.5 minutes for that Mountain Soul point for Afrika. Likely that T1 is going to fight for that one, but also likely that they're going to be a lot stronger. Lord Dominic's completed for both of our AD carries, in fact, equalized items.
And this is still winnable. If they can just get on top of that backline, right? If they can blow up Fetty and or Taker. Yeah.
You call him Fetty? That's actually great.
Fetty and Taker.
Yeah.
I actually don't hate Taker.
I mean, it sort of makes some sense, you know?
Yeah.
As Faker's taking back this game, and Teddy's getting fed. It's beautiful. Lahan's going to go down to half health and headbutts Faker, and now he's going to get hit back by a horse. Does have to flash there, as you can see. In comes the Destiny, Cuz relatively low. Keen gets over here as well. Fly not actually going to make the aggressive play as T1 do take down that inner turret, and immediately the Udyr is just executed. Keen tries to find some of these kills, goes golden, the wildcards are in, but over the wall goes Carrier, trying to be that hero. Frontlining quite nicely as Fly, you are definitely dead. Keen gonna get out there with the Umbral dash, and T1 win themselves another fight.
It's just heartbreaking to see Afrika, because the cohesion isn't there. They're not on the same page. Keen goes in, he sees the opening, he wants to go for the big play, and then Bang needs to respect so much. He's standing pretty far back, he still has the heal available, and it just doesn't feel like they're on the same page, right? Oh no. Oh, cuz I would like, is he going to find him?
Well, Bang's got rocket jump, he's going to be fine. Spotted for the moment, but as you can see, Kaz is like, yeah, you can get out for now.
That's a little bit far away, and I just want to draw attention again to, we get this teleport, right? That from really, really deep in the flank. So Afrika Freaks actually do want to make a play here. However, the problem is that yet again, the execution isn't there. It's not timed very well. And by the time Keen joins this fight, he could have literally just like come in from the other end of the jungle, right? And then Dread goes in, gets no backup. And here you see, I gave Bang some flack, but he's actually just, he can't join the fight initially because he is kept there by Carrier and his ultimate, and then Keen goes in, and it's just,
yeah, it's not exactly it's not the fight where Bang can actually get those autos, but
not at all.
I mean, then the question is like, why are we fighting there at all, right? As the river of Afrika has now you know, reached the shore of T1, as you can see in that gold graph. Oh man, gonna need to try and build a bridge here, I think, and T1 have been successful. They've made it to the other side now. Currently 300 gold the lead. The thing that's really tough for Afrika is their composition was going to be on a time limit anyway. They played the early game about as well as they possibly could. And like you say, just a bit heartbreaking to see what was so much potential. You know, Bang and Lahens getting fed early. Bang getting his 1v1 kill on Teddy must have been so cathartic. Being able to get that pick onto Faker also very good. They would have been in high spirits. But unfortunately, Spirit not on the team anymore.
And it is just, the team synergy just seemingly isn't there, right? And this is something that's so hard to fix because it's easy to look at. Sidestep that from Lahens.
Yeah, kind of throws his barrel into Narnia. 25 seconds on this Mountain Drake, and T1 have positional advantage and vision advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the cooldown is 40 seconds, so I'm sure he's okay with that. Yeah, that's a lot of mobility ace coming in that with the Cosmic Drive, so that's nice at least.
Indeed.
Okay, flip it, Afrika. Get that soul.
Well, Lens is going to be denied as Canna tries to throw him back as there's Twisted Advance onto Fly in the back line. The roots are coming forward, and that's going to get so much CC here as Fly completely out of the fight. The cow also eliminated. The T1 health bars is so high as the interruption there from Canna, just beautiful. Teddy, of course, has his killer instinct available, and this is basically a wipe from T1, assuming they can take down Dread. The teleport comes in, and you can see Canna just wants to wipe him off the map. That cask is also gonna miss. When we talk about party casks, I think that one's allowed because T1 have just pulled this game out of jaws of defeat. They'll deny this Drake, they'll look for a Baron, and I'm starting to feel like it's over.
That's cause for celebration, okay? You can throw out the party cask, it's 40-second cooldown, no one cares. Dread?
Can he be the hero? I think Canna might be able to body slam him out of the way of this one. As he does so, there's the Everfrost, a lot of CC, but he's still able to walk in.
No way!
Drake! What the heck was that? Oh no! Merc completely OP, he's gonna die. And the Baron is gonna go to T1, but still, that's Mountain Soul, that's cool stuff. Nice work, Afrika. If Afrika win, I'm giving the MVP or the POG over to Dread, 100%.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna need a moment there. I'm gonna focus on this first before we dive into that. And here we see, look at Keen. Keen is actually almost able to turn this fight around as the amount of damage he does on Teddy and Faker is actually insane. However,
the CC was too good out of Canada.
Yeah,
no, the Aatrox, unfortunately.
Legitimately, Canna saved, because if Teddy also dies there, then that fight might look completely different. This, however, I don't know, just turn with two people. Just kill him.
It's like, Canna's like, I'll CC him, it's gonna be fine. And then Dread's like, Hook Dread, doopy-doopy-doo.
You know what the worst part is, Atlas? You know what I'm going to say, right?
Yeah, that probably doesn't mean they have more of a chance.
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. That's second Baron here for T1. 1,700 gold going to be the lead. Okay, Faker might be caught out of position here. No opportunity to go golden just yet. And in fact, he's just heading into the Death Chamber. Teddy's free hitting though. As you can see, Lahens, he's got the ult, he's going to keep him alive. Everfrost just slows Keen, as now Cuz is booking it. Finds the Onslaught of Shadows, they eliminate Keen first. Now Lahens, no ability to go back. Oh my god, Bang's health bar, it just evaporates. And Afrika, everyone sent to the Death Chamber. Faker says, yes, you can kill me, but remember there are 4 other people on my team. And that's not going to be so easy, as now it's a 6,000 gold lead for T1, and maybe it's just heading towards game number 2 with a T1 victory.
A heartbreaking loss here for Afrika. As you said, they played the early game as well as you could have expected from them, but then it's not even a caster curse, because like this is the curse of this team. This is the weight that they carry every single time they get those early game leads. They are unable to actually make it stick. They are unable to extend that lead further. And unfortunately, it means that Afrika, I don't know if this technically eliminates them, but I don't think.
I don't know whether they need to 2-0, but if they lose the next game, they're definitely done.
Oh, but yeah, thank you.
It's over.
Great clarification.
Yep. Faker, you saw the little wry smile, very cheeky. He was like, "Yeah, totally carried that one, guys."
You know he killed Fly after he died.
Yeah. It's the Faker global taunt, man. It still exists. It still exists. It's crazy. This is something that plagued every single international. As here are the highlights. As Faker out of position, right? And in fact, Afrika full information, right? It was really great for Fly to turn up, try and eliminate him. Chaos Storm goes down though, and Fly goes golden, but it's still going to be a trade 1-for-1 of mid laners.
And yeah, the rest of T1 are in a really good position. Teddy and Khan already helped set that one on naturally, but this is a 4 versus 5, right? Like Afrika use everything that they possibly have just in an attempt to kill Faker. They get in, but they give someone up, and then
yeah, it's 1-for-1,
comes in
right?
and says goodbye. That is the end of that. And then Carrier engaging on top of Dang. That is
it's just so much damage.
And we use the word heartbreaking a lot, but like that is legitimately, because I think that even worse than you're not just being able to gel together is feeling like you're within victory and then having it snatched from you again and again and again, because you could see the faces on Afrika after that Baron fight happened, right? And they knew like it's gonna happen again.
It was very disappointing. Also probably means that game number 2 is going to be even more difficult, right? Because this, for your mentality, a loss like this is so hard to come back from. And Afrika have showed that, you know, it's not necessarily the game 2s that they're really able to find that strength in. T1 also had that, but not with this roster, right? This roster,
oh no,
looking a little bit different. And I really do like that T1 just stuck to their guns. They were like, yes, the early game was awful. This didn't go very well at all, but they slowed the game down. They made sure that they didn't make these mistakes. They got the picks that they needed to get them back into the game, and then Afrika decided to start a Baron, and then the game was over.
And the lack of discipline has been a consistent problem, and unfortunately in this case it also rears its ugly head as
Faker 2-6 Victor does like almost the most damage in the game, second only to his 80 carry.
Yeah. I'm actually like, I'm seeing carry and I'm like, well, you know, remember Maokai
I mean, it's
nerfed.
Imperial Mandate, man. Like, come on. Listen, it does, like, the way it's coded for giving him damage is strange, okay?
No. I'm on the carrier fan club, okay? This is like, that's the man I want to iron.
No, I'm actually on the Maokai fan club. I actually
love
really like the pick.
Such a dumb champion. It's amazing, but yeah, as a whole, I think Faker obviously out of position a little bit too much. Teddy had that one pivotal mistake in the bot lane that I think could have really cost him. Like against better teams, if you ever do that, you just lose the game, right? Like if you do it against like Ruler or Ghost, oh no, don't want to see that.
I mean, if you do it against Damwon Kia, then they just break open the map after that.
Yeah, then your Nexus is just like immediately gone.
Your Nexus is just like, oh no, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, I've seen this one before.
Sorry, here, have my 50 gold. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is just game 1. T1 do need to do it again to eliminate Afrika from playoffs contention. And we'll see about that game number 2 after this break.
말했다. 나 사기했어 한번 죽었고. 공 깔았고 그럼. 하트 맞고 좀 하트. 좋아. 좋아. 탈진 있어. 탈진 있어. 좋은데? 맞아. 마트? 트리 묶었어. 트리. 나이스.
오케이. 우리 쫓아야 말고. 라인 가자.
미드 차이.
백명한테 닦였어. 하나.
미드 차이. 끝났어 이거 미드. 마우 픽이 너무 쓰리.
무디로 해야 될지도. 아, 근데 마우 나 오랜만이야. 아, 내가 이제 무디로.
두달 만이요.
그래. 여기서 지금 말하면 그 들어가면 안 되는데.
마우카이 사랑해. 나 마우카이 너무 잘해.
나도 마우카이 사랑해.
나 500 사는 거 같은데.
나 그라 7초팔 했어.
나도 마우카이 사랑해.
너 마우카이 사랑해?
나이스.
마우카이 사랑해.
안 하지만 다들 잘해준다.
내가 실수했다.
정민이 껌을 내가 좀 없네. 껌에. 제가 못 쓰잖아. 그러니까요. 저 괴물이다. 아 태윤아, 파이팅하네 빨리. 크게 해라. 파이팅. 그렇지.
야, 초반 상호만 안 나면 이기니까 파이팅하자.
파이팅. 할 수 있어, 볼 수 있어.
야, 3초? 나 Q5초.
나 렐마크 좀.
Q 천천히 맞아. 쉔 노크래.
야, 렐 W 없어. 렐 W 없어.
아, 천천히 가자. 나 초식에 있어.
Q 6초.
나 살겨놨다.
아래 볼게.
나이스.
바로. 얘들아 바로.
나 사이드 밀게. 나 사이드 밀게.
아니야, 와야 돼 이거.
아, 다 먹잖아.
아 천천히 말해.
나 탑 밀게. 그래, 왜 그래.
아우 시끄러.
이번에 바로 걸 수 있다.
나온다.
내 보인다. 맞출게. 쌈 봐야 돼.
살 찍어놨다, 그냥.
나 고민자 정민아. 나 괜찮아. 앞라인.
트리 제일 못해?
앞라인.
야, 광희야, 뜻하고.
나왔고. 야 펜타하겠네.
펜타 가던지.
아 펜타 아니야.
아이씨, 망했네. 뭐야. 아이씨, 망했네.
아이씨 망했네.
아, 다행이네.
나이스. 캔데 누구까지 가? 프로 못 가면 머리 밀고 휴가 때 누가 만나고 룰만 하자. 그걸 왜 10등 때 거는 거예요? 시작할 때 걸면 안 돼요? 힘을 믿고 나를 보자.
제이스부터 얘들아.
오케이. 제이스 먼저 할게. 나 내리 쪽.
아지르.
니가 잡았어.
얘들아 아지르 좀 해줘.
있어. 타워 조심. 이거 막아줄게.
아지르
이mak았다.
나이스.
얘들아 좀 진정하고 천천히. 먼저 먹고 빼는 식으로.
좀만 맞아.
우리 자리 잡기 좀 힘들어.
볼만해.
야 플로 넘어가 그럴 거면 그냥. 아니 거기까지 보면 안 돼. 오케이. 천천히 먹어.
침착하게 정비하고 다시 가자 얘들아.
가보자.
야 가자 안무이 가자 얘들아 가자.
아지르 조심. 천천히 봐.
제이스.
천천히 봐.
야 아지르.
아지르. 야 미드 가자.
오케이 미드 이거 라인 타고 가자. 미드로 가자.
그냥 바텀 가자. 미드 가자.
끝난 거 같아 이거.
가자.
나이스.
가보자.
나이스.
아니 다들 진정제 좀 맞춰봐. 그래. 어깨 살인마는 어쩔 수 없어.
끝내자.
왜 이렇게 화끈한 거야 다들. 미안해.
괜찮아.
잘 봅시다. 첫 판보다는 좀 난이도 있어 보이긴.
개개봐 나왔어? 나 괜찮아? 이끌 봐봐 이거 잡아
나의 개
갈려
아 나는 아지르한테 심리전 안 줘. 미안한데.
본다?
아지르 높을.
아직 잡았어
앞에
떨리네 좋아
앞에 높을.
어
나 변신 타이밍 해볼게. 앞에
오케이.
높아.
앞에
나이스.
옆에 좋아 오케이
Let's go. 이거지.
이거지 야 끝내줘 아니 뭐야
이게 라인.
타워치면 끝나. 타워치면 끝나. 나이스. 나이스.
Welcome back everybody to the LCK analyst desk for the last match of the week. Africa Freaks takes on T1 in order to keep their hope alive, but T1 was able to take a huge comeback win. So T1 had a very strong team fight comp, whereas Africa Freaks had side lane comp. So Hecarim and Gregerson together with Maokai was able to open team fights really well. And Africa Freaks had a lot of strong lane picks. Tristana is a stronger side on the champion matchup up against Kai'Sa. And Africa Freaks, they were able to get super ahead with the performance of their bottom duo. However, they were not able to close out the game once again. They did lock in that Twisted Fate. However, T1 had Gragas as their top, Maokai as their support, a really good champions that can counter the setups and teamfight attempt coming out from Africa Freaks. So Africa Freaks needed to, pull off some unexpected play on the side lanes. Indeed, T1 really had to stay strong during the laning phase, but Africa Freaks was going really hard and they were able to pick up a lane kill on the bottom lane. Alistar and Tristana both used their E skill, so Kai'Sa was one minion away to hit level 4 first. So she was actually stepping forward because most of their opponent's skills were down, but Alistar was actually able to find human knockup with his combo, and then they were able to clean up that kill. And because of that kill, Tristana and Alistar got super fed, so they were able to shove in the wave, rotate to the mid lane, help their teammates get the Herald, and then they rotate down towards bot. And their wave was getting shoved in under the turrets, so they didn't lose too much of a CS, so they were able to get the push priority once again. Clear the wave, they kept their priority really firmly on their hand, and then rotates up once again in order to get that scuttle. And also Africa Freaks was playing under their around their top side, so Tristana and Alistar, because they were so strong in lane, they could freely roam around the map. So Victor was making a rotation towards bots. They were able to easily punish that roam play. And also we saw the reason why Africa Freaks confidently locked in their bottom duo pretty early. Lihans and Beng were able to keep picking up solo kills, and great engages were up everywhere on the map, and Africa Freaks was able to get a very huge snowball, and they wanted to speed up. So let's take a look at the second highlight where they tried the Baron in order to draw the attention of the and we had another Africa's 25-minute syndrome. So they had the lead in their hand, but they wanted to stop Victor getting slowly fed, so they forced open the team fight based on the power of Everfrost, Rapid Fire Cannon, Twisted Fate. However, fantastic reaction coming out from T1 was there to block their attempt. T1 Twisted Fate set up his ultimate in order to wrap around T1, but Victor's gravity failed and Maokai ult zoned away the rest of the Africa Freaks players. T1 is always getting stronger with their solid lineup, and POG will go over to Keria on Maokai support. I was a little bit perplexed that Maokai support locked in by T1 because this champion got nerfed for a couple of times, and also his team fight initiation is not that strong, but actually T1 had Hecarim to take the lead and Maokai to answer back to the attempt coming out from Africa. Freak's Twisted Fate wanted to always open fight with his range priority. However, Maokai's ultimate was always there to just counter his action, which means none of the Africa Freaks players were able to follow up. And they kept winning teamfight over and over after 25-minute mark in the game. T1 was always just taking the fight that Africa Freaks were opening, but still they were able to win every one of them. And 6 votes out of 9 were picked up by Kyria with his Maokai performance. Africa is so close to falling off the cliff, so they really need to clean up their issues for game number 2. So let's head over to the second one.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the exemplary translation of the analyst desk. And here we are for game number 2 and potentially Africa's final game with any playoffs contention remaining. That 1% is very quickly slipping away. And after a game 1 loss, I think it's like 0.2% now or something.
And you can see the faces, right? And like you never should read too much into it. I feel like you don't know what's going through the players' heads, but those type, I said it before and I stand by it. I think that it's better to never have a shot than to have a shot and then lose it. And that's the position that Africa has been in for the entirety of the split.
Yeah.
Like, there was that there were a couple of weeks in the middle of the split where it actually looked like, you know.
I'm glad we get this full focus just to make sure that there's no head lice or anything like that. Very clean hair. I like it. A little bit dry, but otherwise,
I'm glad that you interrupt my point to point it out, because I would have missed that. And that's
the important part of this series.
Listen, we care about the scalp health of our players. You know.
I'm really glad that you're on the same page.
Yeah, naturally.
And can confirm, Canna, everything totally fine when it comes to the scalp. Maybe that will help him in his lane against.
We hadn't seen him for a while, you know. We need to do scalp check just to be sure.
Yeah. And he made it very easy for us as well. Yeah. And here we are into the pick and ban for game number 2. I don't feel that bad interrupting you, just because we are talking about some just depressing Africa things. And let's see whether this can be a little bit more uplifted Africa things. Senna going to be banned away. They have the blue side this time around. And Seraphine, of course, taken off the board. I wonder whether T1 will just ban Hecarim next. Wouldn't mind it, to be honest.
It's such a hard one, Atlas, because I like the game plan. The game plan was not the problem in last game. Like, not at all. That was a good early game, right? With a strong and really oppressive mid-game, honestly, that they were able to just consistently find. And then when it came down to it, it was as always with Africa, the follow-up. And that's what, like, I don't know what you do here, because I think if you don't draft early game, I don't think you're going to get the lead that you got, that you did in this series. And then you can try to go in on even footing against T1, but I don't think that's the avenue to victory. Maybe that's the angle they'll go for, because it's clear that if you don't close out the game with that early lead, I don't know if you go for another early game draft, because I feel like it's so hard, man. Like, you can hear I'm wrinkling my brain, like trying to go, what can I find? Is it wrecking my brain?
Racking your brain?
Yeah,
Yes.
I said wrinkling my brain.
Well, that's a Hecarim first pick opportunity here for Dread. That being said, Dread's Hecarim was not the greatest, even if his name is in his W ability. The Spirit of Dread was definitely not a spirit that Africa wanted. Maybe Africa wanted the old spirit back, actually.
Oh, man.
As Keen thinking about locking this one in, he is going to be able to do so. As Canna, let's see what T1 have as their response. Because, of course, obviously, I assume that they knew that Hecarim was definitely coming through. Kai'Sa once again, much to the chagrin of a former LCK commentator somewhere. And let's see what else is going to be locked away alongside it. Rel is going to be paired, and pretty comfy.
Rel's open, so pick Rel. It's a straightforward one. With the Tristana ban, you're also not as worried if Zaya or something gets picked up as a Freaka, then you don't have as much pressure, but like you're not afraid about the laning phase at all. And I gotta be honest, Atlas, I feel like what we're gonna be seeing here is a repeat of the second game between Kia and DRX. I think that T1, right, like they're in the first series they were calibrating, right? We're like, okay, listen, how good is a Freaka? Early game, really good. They didn't respect it at all, and they got justly so punished.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen again in the next game. I think T1 is going to play much more respectful. As I like the Alistair lock-in for obvious reasons. It's fairly decent into the rel. It also provides you with strong follow-up, additional front line, and then Alistair Zaya, it's not great. It's not bad, right? But it
doesn't feel good. It's not like now I understand what they're doing. It's this is what every other team drafts in this position. You see the Kai'Sa, you pick the Zaya. I don't know. Also, not a lot of lane power in comparison to what they had last game, so being able to find those early advantages is going to be more difficult as Cuz. Going to go back to an old favorite here in the Nidalee. We'll be locked in now, Afrika, with some opportunities to ban away some top laners that synergize quite well. And T1 likely to look towards that top lane as well to make sure that Canna gets the best matchup he can possibly find. Does mean that I think Gragas likely a ban. On T1's side.
I certainly hope so. I mean, you don't ban it as T1, right? Because you can just pick it up as
I don't think they want it as much.
I mean, I still think
Nidalee Gragas doesn't feel great.
It's not amazing, but there is still setup, right? And if you go as tank, then it's not as big a problem because you still have a lot of utility. And I think that the real value of the Gragas is just you have an uncounterable champion in the top lane, right? But that is if you want to give a kind of pick over to mid lane, you can also say, listen, Kana, you're playing into Keen. Keen can be a very scary top laner. We don't want to put you in a situation where you like put on Nard duty or something, although with these bans, I would not be surprised if Freak are looking to pick it up themselves. Because now Jace and Aurelia are both gone, so that's already looking pretty good. And while we're on the topic of hair, blonde or black hair, Teddy?
Ooh.
Because I miss blonde, but I'm willing to give it some time to see how I feel about it.
You know, I liked blonde hair, Teddy. I think it's fine. I don't know. I think whichever one makes him happy.
I mean, naturally,
is
right?
Totally okay. There's the Twisted Fate ban, and the follow-up will be the Gnar, taken away from Canna. Now, where is he going to go? I wouldn't mind Camille. And we'll see whether that is going to be a decision that he could make. Blind, though, so it might be a little bit more dangerous against someone like Keen, but Jace has been taken away, so one of his power picks into some of these more risky top laners. Certainly.
Go Volibear. It's not amazing. And a blind pick Zoe. Considering what we saw Faker do on Zoe last series, no one will be sad about this.
After the DRX series, I will allow Faker to pick Zoe at any point ever. And I think that's totally fine.
This tells me that we're going to see like Cyan or Ornn on top. Non-ironically, I think that...
I'd actually really like Ornn personally.
Yeah, because I think that if you look at otherwise, what you pick would be a Jace, right? Like, it'd be very on theme. You have a lot of dive, and then at some point you go in and you play aggressively. I don't love the Victor into a poke composition. Like, yes, Kai'Sa needs to go in, but Faker, or rather Cuz and Faker really don't. And I think that as Victor, like, it doesn't happen often, but in this scenario you get outranged, and Afrika has a comp that wants to kite back, but a kite back comp works well into a comp that's looking to dive on you. But this is a poke comp, and obviously if Kana, or if Rel wants, you can go in. Like the sign pickup though, because this kind of creates a problem for T1 where actually does it? Can I not just pick Cho'Gath and be happy?
Yeah, I mean, Cho'Gath could happen. I mean, T1 have a lot of options for the top lane. They could even put together a 4-1 comp if they would like, as Canna is going to lock away the set.
Okay, so I quite like the set into Cyan because there's a couple of things. Obviously, slamming Cyan into an enemy team is basically a one-team fight. That's
like
one.
Bajillions of damage.
Oh yeah, no, it's not okay because bonus health, you know, makes Setzel better. And what does Cyan get for free infinitely? Bonus health. So that one makes a lot of sense. You also have Shred built in, and Kana can opt to go into like the straight-up tank buster builder where you go for a Blade of the Ruined King into a Stride Breaker generally. Although in this lineup, I also wouldn't mind if he went for a more tanky route, maybe just Blade into then, you know, Chem Tank and then provide some more initiation. As a whole though, I like the Afrika team comp. I do have the feeling that once you get to the late game, they have a really, really strong front-to-back team fight, a lot of engage. But I don't know if T1 are ever going to fight you on even footing.
I also don't know whether T1 will ever let you get to a late game with a composition like this.
Well, hopefully not.
Yeah, this is some pretty classic T1 drafting for early game power and trying to make that one happen. I think Cuz has been very good on the Nidalee. Him and Faker work very well together with bubbles connecting, and then the Nidalee comes through and does a bajillion damage. Scary times.
And I haven't even talked about this, but obviously this set also works great with the Nidalee, right? It's not as oppressive as a Renekton, but it still provides dive, provides setup, provides a mixed damage profile, so a lot of these things still apply. And as a whole, well, it's kind of flipped now, where if T1 don't find an early game lead, I think they can still be okay. But generally, like with a poke opposition like this, that's really reliant on finding the damage through your two mid and jungle players, right? And the spears and the bubbles, then falling behind against the sign is just basically a death sentence. There won't be a mountain soul though, so that's nice at least for T1. That's not one you ever want to go into, but I'm considering a last game. I'm pretty sure that what we're going to see here is T1 just take control early, find a couple of key kills, and then completely choke a freak out of the game.
Yeah. The thing that's going to be difficult is Carrier finding a lot of value. Like Magnet Storm doesn't exactly have all of that synergy that it often gets. As Spear going to connect there onto Bang. That's a good start for Cuz as the Crab Rave comes through, of course.
When we saw Rel initially, it was she was considered really good at more of a peeling position, right? Where like you just keep people away from your carry. And I can still see Carrier do that very well here.
Yeah.
He's not necessarily, doesn't really need to engage, because believe me, a Freaker will engage for you. Like that's all they're looking to do. And then all of a sudden, the knock-up, the Magnet Storm, the Attract Repel, just provide safety for the rest of your team, and then maybe you can make it work that way.
Oh no, Lehens with a 0-5 Alistair win rate. Very, very sad for a player that has been very good on the Alistair in the past. Dread also 0-2 on this Hecarim, and Keen for the first time picking up the Scion. As Canna's just waiting for him to attend the lane.
Oh, Canna also went for Grasp, which is not something you see super often.
No.
I personally would have imagined that he might go for the Conqueror, which is something you see a lot, especially into tanks.
There's the classic answer to the crash down, as Keen getting punched.
The early auto resets that you can get with the passive from set combined with your Q is really, really nice. It doesn't have Q yet, of course, but just the general threat of that early game is just not great.
Oh, that Facebreaker was just beautiful from Canna. But answering Q going to be there for Keen. Problem here for the Scion is the fact that Canna just, with his grit and with the passive, like, oh, just so much health regen. You can see just passively more and more and more. So he can take a lot of these decimating smashes, and Keen is going to be trading a lot of mana bar straight into Cuz, and unless he can actually get enough there, Canna is just going to be immovable. As another Facebreaker is really nice. Haymaker picked up second from Canna is going to mean that Keen's life continuing to suck a little bit.
And it's going to for the foreseeable future. I'm really interested to see what build Canna's going to go here. Like I said, there's a couple of avenues that he can go, and it's going to say a lot about how T1 wants to approach this game. However, what you are doing here is you're getting, with this proactive trading, you're getting Keen really, really low. And that's a good sign, because if Cuz then decides to pay a visit to the top side, you have a Scion that is prime diver material. That's a pretty insane win rate, right? Like that is actually...
Yeah, I mean, this is what Bang played alongside this gentleman here in the mid lane. Just played so many games of Xayah. And when Teddy started picking up so much Xayah, I was like, is this just a T1 thing? If you're a T1 like bottom lane player, like you just have to play Xayah over and over again? Because yeah, Bang has put in quite a few games on this champion, and for good reason. Certainly was one of the premier champions that he played during the Ardent meta as well, to bring back a bit of a rough time for a lot of fans. As Faker, yeah, he gets back to the lane. Of course, Fly still has his teleport available, and he might just die here as he flashes very late. Interesting. Don't know whether he was ever going to die there, but better to be safe than sorry, I guess, as Faker will just try and get this shove.
I think with the Gold Drinker active as well, I can see it happen where Faker just goes in for like flash auto Gold Drinker active and then just kind of kills you.
Yep, potentially.
So, as a whole, Canon actually able to stack up a big wave on top side, and that meant that causes like, I'm out. I'm not actually going to be able to get a lot done here, so I'm just going to peace out and continue clearing my jungler. However, Faker, no such restraints.
Nope, you cannot start this this potential dive because you have 100 health. Faker is going to find Keen. There's the flash. Haymaker comes down. Flash forward, and that's going to be first blood very easily here for Canna. Can Keen actually grab him? The answer is absolutely not. As Canna's going to be able to get out. That's a very nice roam once again from Faker. This is what he's been showing us. Like, you don't even need a jungler on the top side of the map because Faker's just always leaving his lane.
And this is, when T1 looks good, they look like this, and I would not be surprised to see more attention going. Your lane is also pushing away from you as Keen, right? Like, you're in a position where you know the lane is going to push into Kana, who has also answered my question, will be going for the chem tank here, presumably. So not going for any, you know, more aggressive shenanigans. Really just looking for the early game prio, the early game dominance, but then still building to be a tanky mid-game teamfight threat, which with the amount of damage he has on his team I can get.
Yeah, well, Spear is going to find a minion, unfortunately, and Keen, without flash, is still just going to stick around and going to be okay. As in goes Carrier, gets the Pulverize out from Lehens, misses the Q, unfortunately.
And that's a cool adaptation that we've been seeing more and more from Rels as people all get more comfortable with the champion. Faker, though.
Yeah, has to flash, actually.
Okay.
That is the real one. Does find the bubble, is Dread down to about 50%, but still very successful.
Which is crashing down as your default state of being, as we see Carrier do here right now. Because then if you mount up, like the Alistair can't actually do a lot about you, and you can just flip him over, hit an attraction repel, and get a cute little trade in.
Well, there's a headbutt Pulve as Carrier in a bit of trouble here. On the horse, will still get stunned as Blade Caller not exactly going to do it, as now Cuz looking for some spears. Control Ward goes into the brush because unfortunately going to miss that one, as now the horse is here. The other horse now going to have to try and get out of there, sitting at about 400 to 500 health. Not exactly going to be the most healthy. Is Fly going to come over and make sure that this Rift Scuttler does go over to Dread, as Cuz not wanting to let this one go, as Faker comes on in. We'll see whether they can actually grab this kill, as the bubble does go wide. Crashdown comes forward as Faker. Portal jumping over, but has to come back. Dread's still going to be traded most likely. Oh, but no, the Pulverize is too good. Double kill for Fly. Could it be the triple, as the Blast going looking to get Carrier out, who remounts and is now trying to escape. Will he be able to do it? Crashdown going to be back off cooldown, but nope, not happening. Fly going to pick up 3 kills in the team fight, and maybe also this this blue buff. And I say maybe, he's definitely getting this blue buff. This is a huge start for Afrika once again.
Disrespect's coming out yet again there from T1. They're trying to throw it all over a Rift Scuttler, Atlas. That is not the way to go. And I'm not going to lie, I saw the performance from T1 coming in over the last couple of matches. I was like, okay, I'm actually expecting a lot of this team now. And then I see this, and I'm like, okay, guys, listen, there is a lot that needs to be cleared up before playoffs, because this is not it. And it starts with this play being set up. This isn't intention a nice bait, but Cuz anticipating a sidestep there from Bang, which Bang does not go for very clearly. Bang's just like, haha, no, I'm out of here.
Yep.
And that in of itself is fine. Faker, you don't have that much health. Carrier has like half health. Cuz isn't actually there. Just a weird, over-aggressive play that doesn't actually, even in the best case scenario, like I think that it's very high variance. And now you're behind with your POG.
Yeah.
That's not good. I shouldn't need to explain why, but Victor getting fed this early is immeasurable big problem, as Lehens, these roams, man.
Yep, Dread's going to come through here as well, as there's the showstopper, but I don't know whether Canna can do this. Oh my goodness, gets a big shield there, but you can see Cuz throws a spear and says, nope, I ain't going to be able to help you there, buddy. And now Afrika should be able to head over to Shelly and lock this one down as well. This gold lead moving towards 1,000 and maybe beyond here, as the plates are going to be locked in as well after Shelly does come through.
Now with this draft SC1, now you're basically hoping for a similar position as or a similar situation as in game number 1, where really, regardless of game state, Afrika will find a way to beat themselves. Because this time, I think the Afrika comp is much more favored. They have the hard engage required to deal with the T1 comp, right? Because T1, they want to shell from afar, or they want to single someone out, blow them up, and then fight on uneven footing.
And that's going to be very, very difficult.
Well, yeah.
You have hard engage options from absolutely everyone. Is Dread looking for Faker, but not going to be able to find it.
And that's why, like, that's not a play you need to go for as T1, because if it was Drake, maybe, right? But it's just a scuttler. It really doesn't matter. And falling behind early in this game, if we hadn't just seen game number 1, this would be the kind of situation where, like, well, I don't know. But we have seen that it's more about how these teams will actually play to their win conditions. Because if Afrika play well, I think they have a really good shot. Nice X-Flash there from Lahens, who is more than ready to help out his buddy. And these roams from Lahens has actually been really good. I've been very happy to see him really regain his form in the half of the split. And it's kind of this trio especially, like, it's kind of the tragedy of Afrika that will individually look good. When it comes to actually winning games, all 3 of them still show a lot of weakness.
Yeah, that being said, Fly keeping up in farm very nicely, largely due to the fact that he picked up those 3 kills.
Yeah.
Bang as well, actually leaning quite nicely here at the same time as Dread looks for Cuz. Wants to be able to take down these chickens as Cuz is going to get smoked. And yeah, Dread is just pretty big. On the Hecarim right now, 1-0 and 2. And not a lot that Cuz could really do to answer that one right there. And level advantage going to be helping out the horse, as now Faker underneath this turret will have to contend with Fly taking this one down. Shout out to Wolf, of course. This is the Zoe turret, as Keen going to get thrown underneath the top lane outer. But he just walks away, and he'll be absolutely fine as well.
Yeah, that's the downside of not going for the Bladed Rune. King build, obviously, in terms of team fights, you're going to have a lot more presence. You're going to be able to make a lot more plays, going big with a showstopper, and then still stay alive to get a big Haymaker shield. But when it comes to the 1v1, you do give up a considerable amount of pressure. And here we see the unfortunate reality is that thanks to those 3 kills and the subsequent pressure, Fly, in a smashing spot, also got given over a lot of the plate gold, which is where this entire gold lead really comes from.
Yeah.
T1 did find 1 Drake though, and we can still be looking at a Cloud Drake, and then it's like
it'll be my first of the day, so
you're okay, right? Like it's fine. And not for Afrika, however, who presumably are going to be the ones that should have like prior over the Drakes relatively soon, because this comp has been accelerated to a point where I feel like T1, they're still okay, they can still find that moment, but it's more about T1 finding mistakes from Afrika and Afrika making mistakes. However, so last series, it seems like more of a question of when Afrika will make the mistakes and how egregious they will be, and that's not a good place to be in, even with a comp and a gold lead like this.
Yeah. And remember, Afrika at this stage last game had a 4,000 gold lead. Now it's only 2. T1 are basically ahead. As Canna will find a bit of Haymaker damage there, but Keen is starting to get pretty tanky now.
He doesn't
as that sidestep not enough from Canna. Yeah, no, you're not going to break the face of this Scion, my friend. As Dread behind this blue buff right now, Cuz not wanting to give this one up without a fight. As you can see, fair bit of vision here for T1. Bang's rotating up though. 4 versus 3 at this point in time, as Faker still in the mid lane, and Fly's just going to wrap around, steal away a blue buff very easily. As, okay, Void Seekers, the poke is landing, but it doesn't really do all that much, as Lahan's not going to find the Pulverize there. Just going for the headbutt. Ow, that one hurt.
I was just about to say Cuz's spears this game have not been super on point, but I held my breath for a little bit there because I figured the moment I say that,
you thinking about it, cast a blessing. So,
exactly.
Cuz going to say thank you. As Faker going to land that bubble nicely onto Dread.
Might I cast back your mind to a game against DRX?
Okay.
Where T1 was also in a disadvantaged position. And where Faker was playing Zoe.
And then finds some magnificent bubbles, like that one, collected here by Dread. Paddlestar going to connect once again, Cuz no mana. Area's turned up as well, as now Teddy looking for Bang. Fair bit of damage there. Very nice. Teddy not really under too much threat, as Faker just going to wander through some gravity fields. And yeah, this set not necessarily working out 100% right now, as Keen's getting some decent poke onto this this guy on the top side.
Yeah, so the thing... Oh, Teddy.
Yeah, teleport immediately coming in. Teddy can flash the wall and does so immediately. Attract Repel connected, but not going to be enough, of course, to save his life. Didn't have the killer instinct, so couldn't use that to get over instead.
It's a rough one, Atlas. Like I think if this was the game number 1, I would feel much more comfortable about talking about like what Afrika needs to do, which in this case pretty straightforward. You play aggressively, you go in hard, and you blow them up, right? Like this is a squishy team comp on the side of T1 with the exception of Set. Carrier is going to be somewhat tanky, but you should still be able to chew through them pretty quickly with your Fed, Victor. And Bang is just on par with what you'd expect, right? He's getting pressured a little bit, but you don't pick the Xayah to do well, and then you pick her to just farm up and then be a huge threat in team fights.
Yeah.
Drake needs to go over there, and most importantly, I'm just looking at Afrika and like, how do they play around objectives? Like, do they set up the vision? Do they respect? Because if they don't, and one person gets picked off, then it doesn't matter what gold lead you have, T1 will be able to find a way back into this game.
Well, T1 weren't able to find any plates, and now Afrika should be able to take this Ocean Drake. As Sion just makes his way back up toward the top side. It is going to be an Infernal Soul. So
oh boy.
There's no clouds. Not a cloud in sight.
It's a bright day. I'd even say.
It's beautiful.
Right, it's beautiful, and it's good news for Afrika Freaks, who might just hope they're able to kind of defend this here. And the thing about Bramblevest against Set is it's so incredibly strong because Set literally, like, he gains his trading value against you by just
regen.
Yeah. And not only that, but also like by autoing you, right? Like that's how he wins trades. It's just using his Q auto reset. And now T1 is playing a POG comp from a huge deficit, which is the worst feeling in the world. Because
and it's
as we
once
saw,
again this big gold advantage. At 15 minutes for Afrika, they've done it. They've done it again. At which point do we actually start thinking, oh, Afrika are going to be able to win this game? Is there a point ever that they're even allowed to think that?
I will not, personally, and that's kind of upsetting, but also makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
Because we've seen Afrika be in these positions time and time again. However, I feel in this specific scenario, this comp gap is actually insane.
It's
right?
pretty nutty. And like Hecarim as a champion is very, very good. And T1, straight up front to back, like you were talking about, just going to be really, really hard. But, you know, Teddy's farming well. Faker is still doing okay.
And that's my point. But there are scenarios where T1 wins. If Kana finds a big slam, right? He locks up Bang with a face breaker after having slammed the sign into, and Teddy ults in, blows up Bang, goes away with Supercharger. Right?
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden, one of your damage threats is gone. Same thing can happen to Fly. These are the type of scenarios that we're going to be looking for.
Well, there's the train as Keen looks for Faker, doesn't find him, gets the flash out though. Now Kana looks for the backline. Carrier in a little bit of trouble here, not able to get out of the decimating smash. There's a lot of CC now, but Carrier has to flash. Gets a lot of heals. The Chaos Storm following him as he's so slow, but does make it to relative safety. Keen taking so much of this aggro as Teddy. That was a little bit too aggressive potentially, but is looking to try and make his way out. Dread not hit by that bubble, and now it's time for re-engage, but maybe it's actually not, as there's a beautiful face breaker from Kana. Hatemaker keeps him alive. Lehen's in trouble, has to flash the wall as the Scion will be taken down. Faker's not letting the cow go as Fly is hit by the bubble, and Faker doesn't have enough mana for a Battle Star. Oh, that was heartbreaking, but T1 gonna win the fight, and now looking for even more.
Why are they hard committing when Bang is in the top lane?
I thought it was so good because Baron wasn't up yet. They chose to find a different way. As, Bang is going to be able to now turn up and grab a kill onto the set and demonstrate exactly why they probably should be fighting with him present.
Oh, this is such a deeply upsetting game there, because look at how long it took T1 to actually get through the Sign health, right? Like, think about how long that took.
Yeah.
Imagine if Bang is there.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with either team here, because I think that, listen, engaging here is fine if Bang then decides to rotate to the rest of the team, right? And like, here they're still trying to disengage, so it makes sense that Bang isn't there. However, the moment this happens, still arguably okay, here you can kite back, but there is a point, which I think I'd say it's here, where like, why do you keep committing? Why are you, Afrika, why are you continuously going in forward here? You're missing your main damage dealer. Yes, you have Victor, but that's not enough. And like,
chilling on the
listen,
top lane.
and you can look at Bang and go like, Bang, what are you doing? But this is a team call, and this is the problem every single time with Afrika, and this is why we're so hesitant to call this game over. Even though, still, right now, like, this is not a sizable gold lead for T1. They won like one tiny battle, but it's moments like this that give me no, just, oh man,
Yeah, no,
just
it's sad.
no faith in Afrika, because it's, who makes the call to keep fighting that, to keep re-engaging, to keep in the skirmish without your AD carry there? You can't do that.
Now we're looking for a potential another fight as the red buff is taken by Keen. Over the wall is T1, but Shirley's going to show up.
Oh, Canna.
This is going to be a lot of map control for Afrika. As, yep, Canna very, very deep flank. As we've got 18 seconds on this Infernal Drake. Infernal Soul going to be so important for both of these teams. And T1 not wanting to give that one up without a fight. Canna still,
oh no,
just lying in wait as now Bang. Oh dear, this is not what you want. Look, it's so...
And he's there.
Yep, he's still there, guys. Carrier looking for his option. In goes Canna as well. It's pretty good as the Facebreaker comes down as well, but the Rel's going to be taken out first. Teddy into the back line, looking to try and clean up. And he is going to be able to take down Bang. Canna somehow still alive. The cow's going to be taken out here as Teddy. Can he actually get enough damage down? Canna's still trying to fight this one out, but the Scion's massive. And now Teddy has to contend with everyone. Cuz flashing forward, but Afrika stand their ground and wipe T1.
And here we see the Edge, even with a perfect find there on Fly. He's able to stay alive for so long thanks to great use of his Zhonya's. And I got to question the decision not to go for Bang, because I feel like if you hunted to zero in the Featherstorm, it's way easier before he can Featherstorm rather. Instead, Kana does go for Fly, who is indeed more fed. But what you see is the moment he gets slammed down and the Facebreaker doesn't even get used initially, a lot of damage comes through, but it's not actually enough. Teddy can't join that fight, and even when he does, that's like half a second there where he's feared by Dread.
Yeah.
Those half a seconds, those matter. Those are super relevant and are what kind of creates a really big problem for T1, because if Bang dies a split second earlier there, Teddy can get off a couple more autos, maybe he can actually find Fly, because this time the front line is just too beefy, it takes too much time, and this shows why Afrika... It's so crazy to me that I have to talk about this like Afrika is not favored, because they should be Atlas. If you just joined, right? If you're like, why are they talking like Afrika is not, like what is going on? And you have to understand like the position that the team was in was similar in last game.
It was.
Yes, the compositional gap was not as big. This composition literally plays itself, right? We see it there. It's a front-to-back team fight. You have two made damage dealers. Stand in front of those.
Yeah,
That's
and a
all.
lot of the agency is in Keen this time around. Like, he's the one that's able to frontline so effectively. Even in that fight, yes, Bang got cornered, but then Teddy was unable to hit anyone other than Keen, or potentially Dread for like a few seconds, but Fly was completely safe due to the fact that that big Scion body was blocking him from being able to walk forward.
My problem is, I think once Teddy has 3 items, he just solo wins that team fight from that position with the space that is bought for him by the rest of the team, even though he shouldn't be allowed to.
Potentially, yeah. But let's see whether Bang, on one of his, more famous champions here, can possibly do the same. I want to believe. I do want to believe. As Carrier's going to dive forward. Oh no, Fly. Caught out of position. That's a fair bit of extra damage, though, as now Dread looking for his way in. Fly is going to keep himself alive for a really long time. Eventually he does fall down, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Cuz also going to die as Canna has a lot of grit built up, but now Bang's going to come through and look to try and take him down. The face break is good, but it ain't good enough. Keen's going to be able to grab that one, and now Faker and Carrier looking for their opportunity. Afrika with 4 members still alive, now around this Baron. I don't know whether Faker and Carrier can do it, but maybe there's an opportunity. They say no, and Baron also going to be taken down. Maybe it's time to start talking about the Afrika victory, because 23 minutes in, it looks like this Baron going to be absolutely secured, and T1 haven't been able to team fight at all this game.
I'll believe it when I see the Nexus fall.
I mean, I understand. I definitely understand the apprehension.
I think Afrika fans should do so, but what we're seeing here is promising. T1 continuously are now getting increasingly desperate. They're continuously overforcing on Fly, who has Zhonya's, which he uses here like he did last time. And I would like to see T1 try to shift away and go for Bang instead, because I feel like you have a bigger chance of blowing up, because the itemization coming in here from the Victor as well is Verdant Barrier, Merc Freds,
Yep.
and Zhonya's, right? Like, which is just, and now he's Bansheesville, like he's just not going to die. Whereas Bang, yes, he has Featherstorm, which is annoying to deal with, but at the same time, like that's it for survivability. And I think that the amount of time that Fly can stall is a bigger problem. And if you can just kill Fly and then get out, then maybe you're fine. As a whole, though, the reason why T1 is having such a difficult time is because their comp should not be in this position, in this game, at this point in time. Like, this is a comp that you play from ahead, where your poke is incredibly oppressive, and then once you see the moment when the iron is hot, that's when you move in. That's when you go for the big play. I don't know if that's going to happen here, though.
Yeah, it's hard to find those opportunities now. 6,000 gold is the lead. 7. I tell a lie. Very close to 7 anyway for Afrika.
It's okay. I forgive you.
You know, sometimes the calculations are just a little bit difficult. Just simple subtraction can be very tough for a man like myself. Okay, Afrika, 4 members looking for a bit of a siege. As Dread off to the side. There's a wave of wards here that he's going to be able to clear. As the mid lane going to crash in. Dread's just going to keep them buffed up. Looks like T1 have been relatively successful on the defense as Keen takes 0 damage. Bubble's going to connect. Flies Banshee's Veil now down. Aurora the Slayer not going to connect, but neither is the Paddlestar.
And you can sense that Afrika, like we know, right? Like that they have had some issues. Nobody knows this better than Afrika themselves. They really don't want to take a risk. They're playing it safe.
Yeah, cute double knock up there as Cannon's going to take a fair bit of damage. Into the backline goes Dread, though, as he's getting taken down very, very low. Has to ult defensively now, as Voidseeker not going to quite find the mark, but they have zoned out effectively enough to take down that turret. Faker still just looking for any opportunity to take someone down. Not going to be able to find it just yet. And that is just going to be a free inhibitor taken by Afrika. Carrier looking to flank around.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, this is the Infernal Drake that T1 are looking for. Not wanting to let this one go over to Afrika to threaten that soul point. It's going to give them so much control. That being said, I mean, I don't know what T1 are going to be able to do. You can see Afrika all grouped up. Some low-ish health bars, but they're not low enough to be really happy about the situation, as Keen doesn't quite find anything with his ulti, as Dread also a little bit by himself, as Canna doesn't find the face breaker.
Carrier doesn't find the flank, they need to back off.
Yeah, Dread, he might find his. No ultis available at all for Afrika. But now Canna, he's just going to get locked down. Shield is pretty good. Facebreaker as well. Does ulti to get into the backline as Bang in a lot of trouble. He is going to be executed as there's the headbutt pole onto Teddy. He's taken down as well, and now it's Faker, the last remaining damage dealer, but he has to flash out. Cuz also, I guess, has a bit of damage, but he's also running for the hills. Flash headbutt pole, and that kitty cat should be taken down. The horse probably going to win this battle, as Onslaught of Shadow is going to be used. Not a lot of damage here available in between the cow and the horse, as Blast Cone just going to be taken down so that Cuz can't use it. And he's bouncing away. This is taking a really long time. And he will die, but, you know, bought a lot of time.
This is not what you want to see as a T1 fan, but as an Afrika fan, you're thinking 1%, Atlas! 1%! It's still possible, and honestly, okay, listen, guys, I know, if I curse it, I'm sorry, but I think this is the point where as Afrika fans, you're like, okay, we can look towards Game 3, right? Like, this is just, you see the amount of effort put in by T1. I'm actually surprised that Kana didn't just try and smash Keen into the rest of that team there, because I feel like he was maybe waiting for a carrier play, but instead they waited a really, really long time. Health bar's already low. And there is a reason why we don't see tank set nearly as much anymore. It was considerably nerfed, right? Like, yes, you're still beefy, but the damage from your Haymaker is not nearly as relevant. And even though they blow up Bang, you only need 1 damage dealer, and that's Fly, and Fly is completely fine. Again, goes for the defensive play, and that adaptation from Fly to just realize, okay, guys, in game number 1, it didn't really have a big impact. I'm just going to build defensively, right? Like, look at that.
8-1-7, dude. This is like the biggest Fly has ever been in 2021. It's massive.
And you come into this game as T1 and you see game number 1, and we did this as well, right? We're like, guys, this, you know, like they have an early game draft, they're probably just going to run over him and end it there.
Yeah.
And then T1, again, they don't respect. And what I expect is that Afrika are going to win this game, and T1 is just going to say, okay, we just draft straight up team fight, right? And this is why I said earlier, legitimately, non-ironically, Afrika might be one of the best early game teams that we have within the LCK.
Yeah,
and it makes no sense. I know they're lost place, right? But every single time, I'm starting to feel like we should stop saying people disrespect Afrika and just Afrika create opportunities for themselves, because they do it against literally every team. Is their post 15, 20 minutes game not great? Sure.
Yeah.
But you see that the early game consistency is always there. With this team comp, early game consistency is all you need. And right now they're looking poised to take this game and keep the 1% dream alive.
Fly does a lot of damage. Ticking over to 30 minutes and the Baron has just spawned again. Some vision now being put down here by T1, but Afrika still own most of their topside jungle. And this Baron is a very long way away in the dark for T1. Keen just going to be a brick wall in this mid lane. Bang, pushing out topside. His bubble will connect, but it's only onto an Alistair, so there's no real response. This inner turret will be taken down. It's dire straits right now for T1. Is Cannon going to rotate over? Teddy just tidying up these super creeps that are flooding into the bottom lane. And Afrika, maybe it's just time to move back to this Baron, start this one up.
It's time though. Look at the vision.
Yeah, it's much better. Like, it's very, very dark. And this is Afrika that have done their homework, right? Certainly a much better look for them. As, look, Dread now gets in from behind them. They don't start off the Baron as very feared is Teddy. Not quite dead just yet as the heal does come out. Canna trying to be huge on that front line, but unfortunately, the Rel and the Set, both of the engaged tools just obliterated by Afrika. And what do they have to show for it? Some half health bars on their tanks. That's about it. Of course not on Keen, because he's basically immortal at this stage of the game. And Afrika just going to march it down the mid lane. They already have that bottom lane inhibitor that is up again in 8 seconds time. You best believe that is going to be dead immediately. As T1 looking to try and defend their Nexus turrets. Could this just be the end of Game 2? Have Afrika actually done it? And moving us to a full series here against T1. I was definitely not expecting it, as Cuz going to be taken down pretty comfortably here. The Xayah also destroyed though, as in goes Carrier. Can we actually save the game, T1, as Faker does have an extra flash for himself. Fly going to be obliterated. Teddy has a triple kill now.
Teleport!
Yep, we're looking for Dread, who just backs out. He's like, I'm getting into the enemy jungle. Let's see whether I can survive this one. This should just be Baron for T1. Oh God, Chronicler. Have I cursed it completely?
No.
Surely not.
No one curses Afrika but Afrika. let me tell you, Atlas. Honestly, yes, this looks bad. I don't think it matters. I think T1 is going to get the Baron, right? And like, this is a Hail Mary team fight. This should never happen. And the fact that it even happens in the first place is absolutely ludicrous. As we see here, the problem, what do you do here as Teddy or as
Faker, right?
Faker, right? Like, there's a reason why Hecarim is so strong. Like, this man runs you down no matter what. And then there's also a Sion.
Oh, Dread. Okay, Cannon's going to hold on to this one. And yeah, everybody else is streaming out of the base. But T1 will be able to grab the Baron.
Listen, because you need to win this fight. You've done that. Okay, your Nexus stands. Now, you need to win the next fight.
At the Infernal Soul.
Because there is an Infernal Soul, and you can't give that over, because then you guaranteed lose the game. Then, once that's done, you need to hold on, win 5v5 team fights again. The comp from Afrika, straight up, you know, you're in a vision, you don't have...
Teddy has cool items, though.
It shouldn't happen. But the fact that we believe says enough. That is possible, right? Like, I mean, collectively.
I mean, everything's possible. I don't know whether it's T1 winning, but I think that Afrika have showed that they can...
Surely not.
Oof. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it.
Oh, no,
as, yeah, T1 actually just going to move down this mid lane. Look for that positional advantage, as Infernal Soul is indeed going to go over to Afrika.
Okay, they're going to go for the game and push, right? Like, they're trying to catch him out of position.
Yeah, is this actually going to work, though, is the question.
Shouldn't.
They are out of position, and if a team is out of position, that's when Zoe shines. Lehens has to use his ulti very early. Keen, decimating smash onto one, and still, Afrika haven't been able to get back into position just yet. Inhibitor turret does go down, and Teddy's just free hitting on this inhibitor. It will just go down. Afrika, no response. 2 inhibitors still dead on T1's side of the map. There are streams of super creeps heading towards this one, as that's a teleport. Carrier gonna crash down as Zoe gets back to base. Now Dread looking for Cuz. Keen had teleported in as well. I think they're gonna give Cuz up for the ghost, as the Rel also going to be dead. And Teddy still backing.
that
Oh
should
my
be
goodness,
it.
this is so dangerous.
That should be it, Atlas. I don't think they can defend 3 versus 5.
Yeah, especially when Can is desperately trying to find his way back. Teddy looking for Lehens. Lehens finally flashes. I think he was looking elsewhere. Teddy now having to deal with Dread. He's looking for the back. I don't think there's any way Teddy gets out of this one, as now he's looking to chase down the Hecarim. Yeah, you're not going to be able to 1v1 this Kai'Sa, but all he's trying to do is stop that back from happening. Onslaught of Shadows comes in, and the fear is real good. Faker has a stride breaker. And Teddy once again going to get denied. There's the showstopper into the backline. Lehens might die, but the Nexus Turret's going to be taken down. Another back going to be attempted here as the Nexus is so extraordinarily low. There it goes. Afrika topple T1 in Game 2.
It's a valiant effort for T1, and we hold our hearts till the very end of the game.
Oh, man.
But Afrika freaks, dude. They keep the 1% dream alive. If you just tune in, this is
do or die.
This is do or die. This is a huge upset, and this theoretically keeps the dream alive, right? And like, I need to. Oh my God, this is so hard.
Oh no! You give me that original shit.
No.
You give me that. He 100% deserves that. There is no way that you're denying Fly his POG.
Listen. The man was given a triple kill. Okay, like
he took it.
Listen, it was given to him politely.
Fly was 8-1-7 at one point in that game.
I know. I'm okay. You were right.
You know, listen, I think he deserved.
Listen, I think it's for the redemption. Right?
Maybe Sion deserved it actually though, because Kane played very, very well.
I don't know if Valdez is watching. Never will I vote for a Sion. It's not happening.
It's not happening?
Listen, T1, I think this is where you say, okay, screw it. We're just going to draft a team fighting comp, and then we can always win, and we will, because we're T1 and they're Afrika. Because my God, I don't. This breaks the color caster, Atlas.
No, I get it. And look, the Hecarim wasn't banned as well. I think T1 knew themselves just how strong that pick was. Kaz had a great game in game number 1 on the champion. Dread was 0-2 on the pick before, but I think now you have to pick it away, which they probably will if it's left up. If you're Afrika though, ban it, force T1 into something else, and maybe, just maybe, they can do it again. We'll just have to see.
I like that you're smiling, and I'm just like, I don't.
This is the time where you don't want to be an analyst. You just don't. You don't want to be an analyst. Post breakdown is post-game breakdown. Sorry, is now upon us, and let's have a look at this damage. Oh my God, Teddy doubled Bang's output, but didn't actually eventuate to anything because, of course, you know you've got an Alistar, a Sion, and a Hecarim. They're going to sponge 30k pretty comfortably. And the same can't really be said for the side of T1. No real frontline canna. The tank set experiment was, look, it was conclusive in the negative column, in my opinion.
Just pick Cho'Gath. You know,
Cho'Gath would have been.
We like Cho'Gath. We know what he did.
He could have even picked a Camille and split pushed for the victory as well. I think that having a split pusher in a poke composition could work.
Yeah, but then I see the hard engage and like Hecarim, and I'm like, actually, I don't.
Hextech ultimatum works pretty well in those situations.
That's true. But like, then you're fighting as Camille, right? Which you can do, of course, but. Listen, we're getting bogged down in specifics. T1, just draft a team fight comp. Like, don't draft early game against Afrika, because apparently Afrika are just the best early game team. I guess we learned that today.
Yep, and now they've actually won a game from the early game lead as well. They've had a lead in both of these games so far, but we're still going to a game number 3. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it will be that analyst desk as well as G-Sun's translation, and then that coveted game number 3. Don't go anywhere.
카이사 천천히 따라갈게.
그냥 계속 가봐.
카이사 어딨냐?
해도 아니야.
이거
몰라.
조심해봐.
아 그냥 가.
가자.
야 카이스트 옆에 카이스트 옆에 카이스트
됐어.
아니 너 내가 비양 끝날 때까지 이거
끝냈다. 알리도 와라.
걔 바로 버프라서 못 끊을 것 같은데.
쓰면 조심해.
이걸 끊었어
카이사 궁 있다 진영아.
없어
없어 오케이.
계속 끊을게 내가 그냥
수면 맞았고.
끊었어 계속 끊고 있어 이거
끊어봐.
렐 8. 이거 해 타워부터 우리 무조건 타워부터. 타워 칠게 그냥. 타워 칠게. 타워. 넥서스.
아 이거 넥서스 이제 카이사 집 한다 집 놓고 칠
넥서스.
카이사 피해
We are back after game number 2 between T1 and Africa Freaks, and they finally stopped their losing streak, 11 game long losing streak, and now Africa Freaks was able to pick Game1 Hecarim. So we were wondering what could be a counter strategy that T1 prepared, which was set for Kana in that last pick on the red side. Set is one of the champions that has a very high synergy together with Italy on the top lane as well. And in the second rotation of the ban, a lot of AD top champions got banned out, and then T1 had Zoe for their mid lane, which means Kana was put to that AD melee damage kind of champion. And this time around, he took Grasp instead of Conqueror, which means he was looking for some teamfight power and sustainability up against Africa's sustained damage output. And Set can also create some synergy together with Rel as well. And T1 had to poke the opponents and make the opponents dive onto themselves. However, Africa Freaks had a very solid comp, and they were not falling to that Zoe's mind game. And we had a very stylish teamfight pulled off by T1 and Africa Freaks players, and very close skirmish pulled off by two teams. They were walking the fine line. So Hecarim clears that scuttle and then activates his ghost, and because this horse is just too fast, he sidesteps that Sleepy Trouble bubble, and then Zoe also dodges that Hecarim ultimate, going really back and forth between two teams, and then Dread once again was able to walk away from Kyria's engage, and also that spear, and locks down that kill onto Faker. All 10 players in this game were very sharp with their mechanical performance, and then Lihan joins this fight like a hero. And now it was Fly's time to lock up triple kills after finishing Kyria in the end. It was a very stylish play and high-level mechanical performance pulled off by two teams. Now let's take a look at the second highlight, where Africa Freaks once again was flexing their flashy move today. So Set cleared the bottom lane wave and looked for some hide and bush kind of a play. So he was able to find that Victor walking up, but Bang Zaya immediately reacted to T1's combo, and Dread. Hecarim was also 1v2 against T1's damage carries, and Hecarim's ult fears to people, which was super critical because Kai'Sa ulted in while getting feared. And then it was just Victor's time in order to just clear out all the kills, because this champion can do a lot of work in teamfight, and also a nice and flashy flash away from the Nidalee jump in the end with some style. With this performance, Africa Freaks, with a very desperate play, they were able to even out the series, and the POG will be secured by Dread and Hecarim. It was everywhere when Africa Freaks had their actions and kills, and Dread is truly the strong link of Africa's roster, and he needs to get things going for the team to win the game. A very stylish and high level of performance and skill maneuvered by Dread in this skirmish as well was really on point. Even though T1 was looking for some massive teamfight attempt, well, Zaya was able to survive even longer than everyone expected, and then Fly was almost intact from the first half of this fight, which means they had still another damage output in order to wrap up this fight. And Hecarim is definitely stronger than Udyr. That's our conclusion about our analyst. And once he gets fed, he can always dive onto the opponent and still eat up so much damage. And then also put damage onto the enemy damage carries as well, which is a huge counterplay. And Hecarim canceling the recall of Teddy was really critical for T1 and also helped Africa Freaks to close out the game, and Dread picked up 7 votes out of 9 for this POG, and let's find out what is it going to be Africa bouncing back to keep their 1% hope alive.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the translation of the analyst desk. I guess I owe you an apology.
I'm glad you guys can't see it, but I'm glaring at Atlas because you know who I had on my paper after seeing those.
No, you had Fly, and then you redid it.
After those last couple of team fights, I wanted to
you
vote
got
for
a new
Dread.
piece of paper. That's
and then I wanted to give that paper over to Atlas. I was like, no, give it to the victim.
I mean, they heard. It was actually on the broadcast. I actually feel like, you know, Fly has had the best performance so far this split in this game, and I think he deserved at least a vote.
Listen, you know, it's okay. I'll forgive you. It's
and
fine.
actually, you know, the man that you wanted to get the POG got it in the end, and there's no difference to what a POG is worth. Based on how many votes.
That is true.
So
at least
it's all fine.
At least I didn't listen to Veldus because he would have had me vote for Keen.
And to be honest, look, Keen played some immaculate meat shielding. He really did very well. Him interrupting Cuz in one of the skirmishes that we had highlighted there was actually really beautiful to watch. That being said, he's Scion, and honestly, Afrika just draft gapped T1 way too hard.
Oh yeah.
It was very difficult to cast though, right? Because Afrika, it feels like almost every game is throwable, right?
Yeah, like it was really hard because Afrika always find a way, but not in a good way, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's always close and then not quite it, and this game it was it, right? Like they had the teamfight comp, they had the triple tank into poke, which that's about as good as it gets, if you ask me. And what I'm hoping to see here is Afrika looking for teamfight comps again, I guess, because they win late game regardless, or they win early game regardless, but mostly T1, please pivot. Please allow yourself to win the game post 20 minutes if you're behind.
Yeah.
Because we saw in game number 1, you can just do that. You're good enough for it. We even saw in that game, which looked absolutely doomed, that Teddy, like I don't know what that was, I think it was his Jin Air gene that kicked in, and like, wait a minute.
Yeah, he's like,
up.
I'm going to stop this back. I need to kill the hens. That being said, I don't think it would have made any difference to you know, whether he was actually there trying to defend that one Nexus turret when there were 2 inhibitors dead. So you may as well just try and stop there being more people bearing down on your Nexuses. Setting going to be banned away here. The Rel taken off the board here by T1. This is exactly the same bans that they saw last time, as T1 banned Nidalee in the 3rd place.
I'm okay.
Trist this time.
Listen, now there will be a Seraphim ban, and T1 will... Oh, this is really good, actually, because now T1 gets either Hecarim or Seraphim. And now what Afrika does is they leave both open, so maybe they ban like Kai'Sa or something of the sorts, and then you get the other one, right? You trade broken champions.
I'd ban Gragas, personally.
Yeah, that works for me. I quite like that.
Or you don't ban Gragas as well, and then T1 has to choose one, and you get Gragas Hecarim or Gragas Seraphim.
Works, yeah.
One of those things is Xayah going to be the ban here.
And that means that you lock in...
I think Hecarim has to be the lock-in, right?
I think the one thing... I think Hecarim is super broken, but I think the one thing that's more broken than Hecarim is Seraphim.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, literally, the one thing. And
plus, it's Faker as well, and Faker has actually played some very good games on Seraphim so far.
Listen, like, in any other scenario, if you give up the Hecarim, I'd be like, oh, I don't know about that one, guys. But this is Seraphim. It's okay, right? Like, they can lock in that Gragas and their Hecarim. It's fine, because Seraphim is there to carry your team fights.
But maybe Bang locks in Misfortune and builds Serpent's Fang.
Oh my god.
Could you imagine?
Listen, hey,
he saved it all this time.
If they want to go R5 Misfortune, right, and like Hecarim Misfortune, maybe throw a Galio in there, like, I can see it.
Well, Hecarim had to be locked in, but, and there's Kai'Sa, so I guess, you know, you win some, you lose some. T1, let's see what they're going to take away here to finish off their first round of picks. Answering the jungle here is a little bit of a worry, as we'll see where Cuz is going to go.
I mean, you know what's open, right?
I think Graves would be fantastic, personally.
because he just made it through draft.
That's true.
I mean, I
not a gigantic fan of the Udyr
I'm
these
not the
days.
biggest fan, but Cuz has had really good impact on Udyr, which if you have impact on Udyr, that's for me a sign that like I'll trust you conditionally, but I'll trust you.
Yep.
And also, Olaf and Udyr just become a whole different champions when Seraphine is in the game.
Yeah, true.
Right? It's just like it's basically Orianna on crack, where just having that champion in your team makes run at people champions a million times better. Honestly, you know what this is setting up for? This is setting up for a B5 Sivir from Teddy.
Oh, yes.
Listen, legitimately, I'm not even joking. I see this, right? Like, you
Hard
have
to play
you have
Sivir
the front
into
line.
Alistair, actually. 'Cause, you know, the spell shield, not so great. You headbutt in, and then you have to time the spell shield so beautifully.
I guess never mind. I don't know.
It's a toughie.
I think it will be, knowing T1, it will probably be Kalista then? Or an Ezreal, which also would be very on theme. And it's actually good into Alistar. I think into Hecarim, it doesn't matter what you play, because you will always be sad, because Hecarim is super broken. But on the plus side, T1 seems to have recognized that, listen, if we have a draft that can actually teamfight late game, then we should be fine. And the Gnar in this scenario is something now T1 can ban out the Irelia and the Jace, which are two of the more popular counter picks. Right, you ban those out, and kind of should have Prio in that lane, should be able to really assist Cuz, as it's an interesting one, because I guess you can argue that something like the Irelia, playing it into
playing
Udyr
it with
and Seraphine is not great. Like, I think that kind of makes sense.
And Ezreal, Kalista likely to be the bans here, I assume, on Afrika's side.
Okay.
As, look, we'll have to see. I think Gragas might be a decent ban here as well, because of course, you know, as far as, you know, the damage range and things like that. Plus, Fly has played the mid lane Gragas, so it is very flexible if they were to lock it in. But there's the Victor being taken away. A lot of respect given to Fly there in the mid lane after his performance in the last game.
You know, they can even... So
I was talking about the next ban. That was the final ban
no, it
anyway,
was.
so
it's okay.
I'm just an idiot.
I forgive you.
It's relatively late in the evening, okay?
It is, and also, I feel like these games, even though they haven't all been super long, they have been... oh my god, into Seraphine. They have been complete emotional roller coasters, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I really feel you. I love this pick. Cannot get... Oh, no. Oh.
Is this happening?
Oh, no. Teddy's
Space
also like,
Vayne versus regular Vayne?
I'm not seeing it. I'm also not seeing that. Oh.
Yeah, no, that's
oh god.
Probably not it
Where
either.
are we ending up with? Are we going like Samira Leona?
Ooh. It's Tom Kench 80 carry. Perfect. There we go. Nailed it.
It's Cancer Phelios then.
Yeah,
that actually
or
makes a lot of
Jinx.
sense.
Kench Jinx is also fine.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that as well. I think actually now that you mention it, I think Jinx makes more sense, like in terms of the effective range that you have against the comp. But the thing about Aphelios is that I think that he plays better when people like turbo engaging on him, which is definitely what's happening because we have turbo cam tank on definitely one, possibly two characters. And in that context, I like the Aphelios a little bit more. I think the Jinx as a pick as a whole is a lot stronger. But into picks that want to like dive deep on you, you have the peel from a Tom Kench, you have the healing from the Seraphine, you have the Uncle for additional protection, right? Like, there is a sizable front line. This is the kind of comp where you actually can 1v9 on Aphelios, because the Afrika comp, they go in deep and they go in hard.
Well, there's the Zillion. This is another one of Fly's champions. I was wondering whether it was going to be the Viger again. But this time, Fly is going to take a leaf out of Showmaker's book and lock in the Clock Gentleman in the mid lane.
Listen. You know how earlier this night we were at the question, which is more broken, Seraphine or Zillion, and the answer was Damwon Kia?
Yeah.
Okay. Tonight,
now we get to answer the real question.
We will get to answer the real question, which is what is more broken, Seraphine or Hecarim and Zillion? I'm not, you laugh, but like legitimately, I feel like the Hecarim, it's such an insanely disgusting pick right now, because we saw like what happened to Teddy's health in the final team fight.
Yeah, man.
That was just a full tank Hecarim jumping on top of him without a speed boost, without a chrono break that he's definitely getting this time. But on the flip side, T1's composition, they're somewhat gated by can I have his Magnar available, but they can actually team fight, right? Like, this is a composition that actually can make it work. And I do think that in terms of priority and early game prowess, this composition from Afrika is a little bit weaker. On the flip side, I think the skirmishing, especially with Silas and Hakarim, if they find an early lead again, they can be super oppressive. How these games have gone thus far, I think this is going to be fireworks. I don't think this is going to be over soon. I think we're in for, as they say, a banger.
Yes, well, no need for the hashtag LiveEvil on that one, because Bang is now back in Korea, taking on his former teammate Faker in that mid lane.
I didn't even mean it as like a Bang pun.
But it always is.
I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, no, that's okay, that's okay. We respect that. As Keen also with another decent matchup there towards the top side of the map. We saw for Kingen, didn't quite work out. But we've seen Keen win this matchup before. Not this year, necessarily, because he hasn't been playing very much of the Silas. But this is something that, you know, he used to be very good at. Silas went through a bunch of changes. Now making a little bit of a resurgence, as we can see. And now Dread is just going to be so enabled on this map. Having Encores on both sides of the Rift as well, I think really does level the playing field just a little bit more.
It does to a certain extent. However, I feel that while the Encore is like, it's a super good ultimate, and you basically have, I guess you have two, right? Because Kench is useless. Udyr is self-explanatory, like doesn't do anything.
Turn into a Phoenix. Hell
yeah. And I'm going to be honest, I don't actually know how it works when you steal the Aphelios ultimate, if you just get like...
You don't get to follow up with anything,
no,
so
but
it just does a bit of stuff.
Yeah, and then, but also like what... you don't get any of the effects, right?
Yeah, I feel like you steal the guns that he has at the time, and that's what's going to do it.
Like that...
But often it's about like the follow-up cues and things like that.
Exactly, or like a Gravitum, right, or an Infernum to just like shred through people or lock them down. That's not going to be the case, so you're looking at two ultimates. However, I think that...
Look at this, like, Fly he's another one of our Zillion boys. You saw that, 66% win rate. That ain't bad. Fake is 100% so far on the Seraphine, so that's definitely good news. Teddy in a similar position. Canna the only one that's not 2-0 outside of Carrier, I guess, but he hasn't actually played any of the Kench so far today. So far this season, I tell a lie.
It makes sense, because why would you put a beautiful playmaker like Carrier on Kench?
True.
Answer is, generally you don't want to, but in this scenario, I completely get it. What you want to do as T1 is just lane king them in the early game and just deny Afrika their first 10 minutes of the game. You don't actually need to do anything. I'm not even joking. Like,
I'm glad we brought that
don't lose
that graphic down, because Bang's win rate on the Kai'Sa definitely not something that we want to be talking about as Fly. Trying to get over here and get back into this lane. Currently about half health, as Faker has been punishing him just a little bit. And this might be a very different look to what we saw in our first series of the night, where we were seeing a lot of this Zillion, especially in that first game into the Seraphine.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dread has had, we've talked about this a lot, but has had a beautiful developmental curve over the course of the season, right? Like, he's gone from can pop off on Olaf and is generally like okay, to legitimately hard carrying in some fashion the early game, or in the last game, the late game, right? Like, not the whole game, unfortunately, because that's more of an Afrika problem, but he's been super consistent, he's been super good, and I love to see. However, he's no Canyon, because no one is Canyon, because Canyon is the best player, arguably, in the entire world, but definitely the best player in the jungle on the LCK, and his Hakarim is in a league of its own. So I wonder to what extent Dread is going to have the same impact here. Oh, but this went very wrong the last time.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous, but Fly's just going to speed himself up. He'll be absolutely fine, currently only behind a little bit.
I like this. This is good. This is what you need to do, right? Udyr wins the early duel. You can get into trouble if you don't have prio in your lanes, but Teddy and Carrier, they have control of the wave, right? They're moving up. They've been aggressive ever since level 1, which is great, considering the weakness of Alistar in that position. And Kaz is actually allowed to use that.
Yeah. A lot of priority given over to the Udyr, which is exactly what you need, right?
Yeah.
Top side of the map as well. Canna is really putting on a clinic against this Silas so far. Takes a little bit before the Silas does do what he's intended to do in this matchup. As, it's continuing to go not so good for Kane, who doesn't have a lot of mana either, as Dread's going to make his way and look to try and save this one. Ooh, misses the abduct, unfortunately, but Canna now still trying to get out, not going to be able to. Dread's going to grab that first blood, and the horse off to a great start.
And it's a false sense of security because look what we see here. We see the ward there in the jungle, and then we also see the vision. So Kana felt like he had the opportunity to just shove up that wave. Clearly not the case.
Well, now Cuz making his way in, wanting to try and deny this, but not going to be able to. Dread actually just having a pretty good time right now. Gives him the good old thumbs up, and Cuz is like, well, I got you out of the jungle. But doesn't really do too much. Hecarim getting any sort of advantage is just so frightening here.
There is one big difference, and this is a pick we've talked about a lot tonight, a similar vein to the Tristana, which is Cuz.
Okay. Yeah, Kane just going to be fighting him here as Kana made his way back towards the top side. Cuz not too worried about this. He has Franklin form, he'll be fine.
Which is... Tristana has this as well, and I feel like Tristana, like, she was really popular as a counter pick to Kai'Sa initially, but she wasn't as high prio, whereas in something like the LPL, she just basically gets permanently banned.
Yep.
Which is where we're getting at as well, so I like that because...
Okay, that's a flash in from Carrier, but not going to be able to find the Devour onto Lehens. Okay. Still, you trade flashes, I guess, but there is Hex Flash available for Lehens, so maybe not quite as punishing.
It's not. Although I do feel like at least in pre-6, like you now have a window where you can, if you want to, you can go for a gank, right? You can play a little bit more aggressive, so that's nice. But basically, wow, Teddy is just getting plates, and so is Kana on top side. And that is a double the CS that we see here. So
yeah,
yes, the ganks kind of helped, but when it comes to actual pressure, T1 is winning in 2 out of 3 lanes. I guess the jungle, they also have a lead thanks to the early game pressure. So as a whole, this is already looking much more stable. And again, T1, just run out the clock. You don't actually need to do anything. That's okay.
Let's have a look at this one more time. It's just pretty elementary, to be honest. Dread just comes in and kind of flashes. If Duck doesn't matter, there's no way you're peeling yourself away from this horse.
I think
very easy kill.
I think Keen was like preemptively throwing for like an over-the-wall flash if he went for like hop flash.
If he went for it.
Which, I mean, imagine if that happened. That would have been
pretty
real
dope.
sick. Yeah, that would have been amazing. Not the case. And the one big difference that we see last time, and the reason why if a Freaks want to go again for an aggressive early Herald play like they have done the last couple of games, is that this time you will get punished, because Teddy has Berserker Grease, will walk up to your turret and like take at the very least 2 plates, possibly more. And that's a big difference with the previous game. And considering the form of Teddy has been within this series, and honestly just in general, outside of that one solo kill...
Oh, Calibrum up now, as it already had the Crescendum, stacking up these Chakrams, as you can see. Teddy getting control of this lane right now, but banging the hens, giving a lot of respect over. As Carrier just wandering around, will end up at least giving over the cannon to Teddy. It does feel like a bit of a waste of Carrier's talents, to be honest, being on Tahm Kench's duty. But he did a lot when he was playing alongside Deft as well. Sometimes, you know, it just has to happen, right? Even good old Khan on his Scion duty in a lot of his games. It's not exactly what you want to see from a guy that was so good at things like Jace and Fiora. But still, they win a lot of games with it.
If you're a true top laner, you appreciate the sign. You stand there and you're useful. That's
damn
all you
right
need to do. You know, be big, be beefy, and T1, they're going for this Herald, and Lance maybe thinking about roaming. Fight could break out here.
Yep, Fly moving on over. Faker coming in as well, should be able to make it. As these bombs over in the area. Carrier doesn't have the Abyssal Voyage up, so he's probably not going to make it so far. 3v3. There's Bang still on the bottom side of the map. Teddy's rotating up. Keen picks up a Gnar. There's the big old Gnar into the wall as they're trying to take down Faker. The Encore goes completely wide as Cuz steals away the Rift Herald. And Teddy's just killing Lehens in the mid lane somehow. Good wallop there as Keen is going to get taken down. And remember, this is a fight where the ulti from the Seraphine goes completely wide, but it does not matter. T1 just in a better position to take the fight.
That's a zoning ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
You can get away with that. All jokes aside, it's the rest of T1 that plays it beautifully there. I think that Keen had the right idea, and that's a really high reward play if it does work out, where he goes in, steals the Mega Gnar, and slams him into the wall. However, the problem is, and this is something that we didn't see as much with the Zillion last time, is that your early game damage, if you don't have the double bomb, and even if you do, is not particularly great. Like, look at his itemization. He has a Doran's Ring, Tear, and Boots.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the damage that you need, right? And the Hecarim, at this point in time, while strong, doesn't have the base movement speed and the pressure. So what you see here is that there isn't actually enough damage to immediately take them out. Fake also uses the shield on himself, and then all of a sudden, like, your entire combos have been used. And then Kana is still in Mega Gnar form, and this is also the value of the Mega Gnar, right? Like the resistances that you get, you're basically unduelable. Silas is a melee laner.
Yeah, Faker's just under the turret and he's dead. Bang just pops his passive. Not sure how that happened, but just a bit of a headbutt pole and Faker's dead. Wasn't a teleport, just wandered down there, saw the minion wave,
and died.
Oh.
Interesting.
Okay. Sometimes you come back from a replay and a thing happens. As we can see a thing from earlier. This was Lahens getting caught out.
Yeah. So he engaged with Teddy. Teddy eats him up.
Eat him.
And then Teddy's like, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Really appreciate that. Very nice of you. Okay, yeah, so it's just a nice roam while I play from Lahens while Faker gets greedy.
Yep. And Bang, Killer Instinct's in.
Okay.
So it's just a little bit too easy. A little bit unfortunate, but sometimes there's a cow.
Sometimes there is a cow. This is actually Lahens has been, I think, in conjunction with Dread, has been like one of the bright spots on this roster, right? I feel like in the beginning of the split it was a little bit rough, but he's really found himself over the course of this. Oh no, not again.
Yeah, Dread's looking for Faker. Fly already has about a 20 CS advantage over the Seraphine right now. Is Dread not quite sure where he is. He decided that he didn't want to go for this one whatsoever. Mountain Drake available. Been up for a while, actually, as we're about to tick towards 12.
It's 11 minutes. T1 says completely okay. Take that one if you want to. We're fine with that. No problem. Also, I think that the Rift Herald was used on the mid lane because there's 2 plates gone there.
Yes,
we didn't
and the money was given over to Teddy as well.
There you go. Did we get to? Did I just completely miss that? Did we get to see
that?
that?
We did see it.
Oh, there you go. No shame on me.
Yep, that's all right. I got you back. That's why there's 2 of us. You can focus on other things. And to be honest, like, let's be real. You analyst types generally cast off the minimap and nothing else anyway, so I don't blame you for missing what's happening in the mid lane.
Sometimes, yes. Analyst types?
Yeah.
Does that include the Veld analyst?
Of course, yes. And the Atlanalist, if he ever comes around.
Oh my god. Yeah. I've heard the tales.
Yes, well, I did start my career as an analyst. There's a reason why I didn't last very long. Mainly probably because I was just team fight play calling anyway.
Who had that conversation with you?
Beg your pardon?
Who had that conversation? Who told you maybe you should be a play-by-play? Or was it just you yourself?
Oh no, I started off as a play-by-play, and then when I began my career with Riot in 2014, the other caster that I was casting with was also a play-by-play, and I was the one that sort of bit the bullet and decided to do some color.
Oh,
yeah, cool. That's sort of how it worked. And then that stopped.
But he is still there.
I mean, theoretically, as carrier, he might not be, as he has a lot of great health. That's a lot of teleports as well. Good exhaust onto Dread as carrier. He can still get a lot of value here as Canna just gets back. The Phalanx has been reformed. Chrono Shift is very good, but unfortunately, the Silas now finds himself in a very rough situation. Now dueling Teddy. If he gets another Kingslayer, and he does, he might be okay, but no, not going to be enough. As Cuz got devoured as well, he's going to be safe in T1. This is what happens, right? This was exactly the value that Seraphine wants to get.
It's already starting, Atlas. Like, we're not even 15 minutes in, and you start to see the value of the Seraphine coming in here. But it's also impeccable play and response from T1. What we saw there was Teddy and Carrier just, I want to see those Devourers again, because normally Tom Kench is not a pick where you go like, oh man, Tom Kench, cool interactive gameplay, what a lot of skill oppression on that one. But in this scenario, it's actually the case. And then the immediate response with a double teleport, and then all of a sudden, instead of a gank with a possible counter gank, this turns into a straight up 5v5, right? And this is the dream for T1, because they don't actually get on top of Teddy. Teddy is fine, uses Graviton to zone away, and then here we get the ultimate, finds 2 people combined with the CC that Canna provides while he's frontlining. And sure, the health bars go low, but the only one getting attacked here are the frontline of T1. It's Cuz, Kana, and Carrier taking damage. Sure.
Oh, and Cuz, how did he sub Carrier coming in with the absolute save? Just beautiful. As Canna might be in trouble. Yes, he's just going to be taken down here as Kane's still tanking that turret. One more, And Chrono Shift comes out, but not actually quite going to be enough as Lehens may just die. There's a flash smite from Cuz. It's like, if you don't have any ranged abilities, use all your summoner spells.
Flash,
Beautiful.
bear smite.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. I figured it out.
Right.
Every time we get back from a replay, someone on T1 dies.
Well, Bang gonna have to flash because I needed to respect the Devour. Teddy's on the bottom side of the map, and he's just taking down turrets, feeling very good. Currently almost 20 CS in the lead. Untouched on the Aphelios is a very scary prospect, and maybe sometimes you don't need a Thresh because you've got Devour, you've got Seraphine to do all of her Seraphine things. Faking now with his tier largely stacked, as well as a stopwatch sitting in his back pocket, and his Moonstone completed.
It's not often we see the Kench unbenched, but when he does, in a position like this, you know, it's working out decently well, and Kana so close to surviving this. Unfortunately, 4 people is a little bit overkill if you're Mega
Yeah,
Gnar
so
here.
close to getting his Mega Gnar too.
Exactly. If you do get, you know, the Mega Gnar here, then you knock him into the wall and Cuz finds 2 or 3 kills. But not really working out. I mean, you can choose here as well as Cuz, right? You can smite both.
Yeah.
He went for Keen. It's personal, I'll have you know.
It was very, very amusing. Getting a little bit of revenge for his top laner. It was, of course, Keen did get taken down by Dread earlier on. But I'm a bit worried, Chronicler. Like, the only good thing here for Afrika at the moment is the fact that Fly is so far ahead. Look at his level advantage as well. Like,
oh no.
He's doing very well. That being said, now oh, I've seen this one before. Is this a replay? Is this another? He does get the Mega Gnar this time, but it's not going to be enough. Bang's going to grab that. An Unbreakable Will from Lehens does mean that everyone is able to stay alive.
Yes, but you trade 1 kill and presumably a turret for more gold on Aphelios.
True.
And also
map position and objectives.
Yeah. I'm not a fan. I don't think this is a trade you take, but I'm glad you asked. Is the state of Afrika right now good? No, it's not, because Afrika, as we saw in game number 1 and game number 2, are a team which is incredibly dominant when they find the lead, but their setup in the mid to late game, their macro decision making and their objective control has not been great. Even within this series, even with a deserved win, right, and 1 win that they should have gotten but then didn't get. And that in of itself kind of tells the story of Afrika. They're now at a deficit into a T1, which has a disgusting team composition to fight into. Yes, you have the Zillion. Yes, Keen has a lot of high-value ultimates. And yes, you have a fed Bang, but we've seen these situations happen before. And if it's even remotely close, it's not looking good, because while you have all those things on one side for Afrika, on the other hand, we have Seraphine.
Yeah.
And I mean, we mean a lot about Seraphine, right? But in this specific type of composition where you are looking, you have the front line, you have a strong front to back, you have characters who are really augmented by her, and you have Teddy, which is one of the best team fighting AD carries, who is fed, as Kana is probably going to die again because he goes mini and he has no business being this far up.
Well, we'll see whether Lehens does pop over and try and stop him here. As you can see, Fly's going to turn up, but I don't know whether that's quite going to be enough. Points for patience here, definitely. For Lehens, as Kerry is just going to spot the cow. Sorry, Canna is going to spot the cow, as there's the headbutt back. Dread is going to turn up, though. And is it going to be 3 deaths very, very quickly? The answer is no, as Cuz is booking it here towards the bottom side. He's going to get stunned up by the Everfrost as the bombs are put down. And that is going to stop the Udyr from being able to move any further forward. That's a very deep teleport coming out from Keen. But all of T1 just move all the way out of the way. This Cloud Drake, T1 say you're welcome to it, and they'll take down this inner turret. Maybe they'll get the inhibitor turret as well.
Chakrams are available. I'm pretty sure they can.
Yeah.
If they want to go for it. It is a risk, though, but they do have a great front to back. I think theoretically they could go for this. They just need to stall a little bit so that the turret is gone.
Yep, they might actually have enough Mega Gnar timing as well. They absolutely do. Because now, as long as T1 keep it together, exactly what they need to do. They need to fight in a ball. That's how Seraphine works so well. There's the Gnar back into the dead turret. Bang! Has to use his ult. He has the Chrono Shift as well, and he's desperately trying to die. Does so. Gets down into that ultimate. Bang now But, oh no, it's just not enough. Cuz is just going to solo him out there on the backline. And T1, they have a front door open. They can just end the game in almost sub 20 minutes. Teddy, so close to death, but he's alive.
Oh, they don't have a wave. No, they can't. They couldn't.
There's a cow and a horse between them and victory right now. All right, well, we're getting to work on the first Nexus turret. These death timers are not large. 10 seconds on Keen as Dread now with full health back up again. And T1, they take one Nexus turret. Now they're looking to back away.
Listen, I'm not a fan of Tom Kench, but non-ironically, like, Carrier's playing it so well. Because you can see the impunity with which T1 can move up, and that's a beautiful sandwich that they create there, where Afrika is.
What's the sandwich got in it?
That's a. Okay, I need. Do you want like
a pastrami sandwich? One of the really good pastrami sandwiches.
Sure. Does that?
Oh yeah. I'll show you the place.
Okay.
There's a place just up the road. It's really
that sounds lovely. There's a lot of meat to this composition. I guess Faker is the pickles. Like providing that intense flavor.
Oh yeah.
And as long as Teddy's alive, which I guess is your cheese dip.
Who's the bread?
Completely fine. It's Carrier. He's keeping it all
Carrier's
together.
the bread? Yeah, that's okay. I can feel it.
It's Cousin and Carrier, right? Like they sandwich everyone between them.
Is pickle really a sandwich thing though? Like
I don't know.
It sounds like a burger option.
I guess I don't.
I mean, here in Korea we get pickle with everything, so I'm starting to get confused.
You kind of caught me off guard with the sandwich thing. I'm just scrambling for like
You were talking about sandwiches, okay?
Yeah, but sandwiching as in like they are sandwiched between a team and an inhibitor and their base, not.
Okay,
wait,
now I get it.
Wait, are you kidding?
No, I'm definitely kidding.
Oh my god. I don't know. Maybe it's a language barrier.
Yeah, my Australian just didn't quite have me prepared.
No, maybe I said something wrong. I don't know.
No. You were fine. I think this actually worked out far better than if you had have just made your point, to be honest.
Well, I tend to agree. As Baron now gets started up, the health bars are going to stay high. That's the virtue of Seraphine right there. Freaka, they need this Baron.
Oh, look at T1. They decide not to flip it Baron.
Oh my god.
Hopefully some notes are being taken right now on the other side of the Rift, as Afrika will deal with this super minion wave. And they have to, right? Because with one Nexus turret down, that's actually really important, because one wave can actually get through that now. So they need to be forever tidying. That being said, mid lane definitely the easiest one to keep on top of. But a 6,000 gold lead. We've got a minute and 45 seconds approximately here for T1 until the next Drake is up, and it's an Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, if T1 get it, I don't think that there is any way that Afrika wins any team fight at all.
Ever. No.
It's too hard.
Non-ironically, I think at that point, if you just put Teddy and Carrier in the lane, and you have the rest of Afrika running, they'll be fine. I don't know the exact math on that one.
Yeah.
But I'm fairly certain that at that point in time, like the game is pretty much over as Afrika. But considering the strength of this team, I don't think you want to get to that point. The problem here is this is all or nothing for Afrika. We gave them They have a 1% chance to basically still make it to playoffs, right? With all the different permutations, everything needs to go right. But in the way of that stance, they need a victory here. There is no losing. If you lose here, you're definitely out of playoffs. The fact that this far into the tournament, we still have runs for playoffs, I think is
That's really cool, right? Yeah.
That's amazing.
We've often seen the final week not really have very much to do with it, but that's absolutely not the case. This is going to be our first team eliminated from playoffs if Afrika cannot win this game. As Lehen's looking for the wraparound. And we've got 35 seconds. It looks like T1 are just going to go for the Baron instead of even grabbing this Drake. And remember, like, this is just one Ocean Drake. Both teams only have one Dragon so far. The Dragons were actually very, very late. And so T1 don't really need to fight for this one necessarily, as Lehen's is standing on a ward as well. T1 have all the information that they need. And Kana has teleport. He can get here if he wants to, as now Cuz just walking underneath his turret. This is a little bit dangerous, getting slowed down a lot. But yeah, I mean, I say it's dangerous, but he's Udyr, and he's very tanky right now. Moves very quickly. And yes, Afrika do manage to grab that turret. And now in a better position for this Drake that has just spawned. Looks like they're not going to go for it.
The real problem here is in the top lane, because Kana is legitimately just split pushing as long as he wants to. And I don't think you can get away with both here, ST1, where you pick up the inhibitor and the Baron, or the Drake, but you can definitely get one of them, depending on what Afrika does here. They decide to back off, though, and in the end, no one
It's like the Dragon doesn't exist. Dragon really has been largely ignored so far. Which is a little bit sad. Okay, Keen just going to throw his Everfrost into this wave and tidies that one up very quickly. Now Afrika need to get themselves into vision clearing mode. Make sure that T1 can't take any free Barons or anything like that. Faker feeling very comfortable right now with all of the vision they have on the top side of the map. So he can just push another wave forward. So the inhibitor has now respawned and Afrika can breathe a little bit easier. That being said, not very much easier. Skeen dashes out of the way.
And the problem for me is that unless Afrika like 100 to 0 someone or Carrier isn't there, as this is a really nice setup with Bang taking that, but they are at threat of getting engaged on.
Yeah, T1 could actually force right now as Cuz looking for Lahens. Beat drop, not actually going to connect here as Bang will finish off the Drake. He's taken a little bit of damage, but not too much to worry about, especially with Killer Instinct's shield. As T1 now have the inside track on moving towards this inhibitor, but I think they want to probably break open another lane. Try and add more pressure. Just taking the inhibitor doesn't seem to do too much here as now Cuz comes on over, gets a little bit of a stun onto Lahens, but he's not exactly the priority target here to be taking out first. But T1, I mean, they don't take a lot of damage in these fights as Carrier, that grey health now starting to stack back up. Cannon not going to get slowed down and stunned by the Everfrost. Now Cuz sitting at about 2/3, but that is going to change very quickly. Faker still sitting on that empowered W, he can throw it out whenever he would like to.
And here you see the one weakness of the T1 composition. They don't actually have a lot of reliable engage. It's literally Canna running up, or sorry, Cuz running up, or Canna finding a flank with Mega Knot full. And that's basically it. And that's why you can see Afrika make these moves, because they do have the go buttons, right? They have both the sped up Hecarim as well as an Alistair, which is as good as it gets in terms of hard engage. And it basically means that all that T1 can do is like go in situations like this, which hopefully should be able to.
Well, here's the Abyssal Voyage as Cuz is in relatively close proximity. But he's by himself right now. The Baron is going down pretty slowly, however.
Cuz is up a level.
Yeah, I've seen this from Afrika before, but Cuz is going to get exhausted. Can he get in and steal his weight? The answer is no. That's a brilliant Pulverizer's Bang immediately there. Faker going to go golden, though. He's buying so much time as Teddy. Not dead just yet, but finally does get taken down. But the answer is the Hecarim and the Kai'Sa out of the fight. The Zillion also obliterated. Keen trying to be our hero, but the answer is absolutely no way, my friend. Lahens, it's him against the world, but there is one Nexus turret and one inhibitor between Afrika's life in playoffs and not.
The Catfish is fishing for Lahens, but all he needs to do is cancel the backs. The push is coming in here, and T1, even though they found Teddy there, Faker staying alive for that long is more than enough to get it done here. Pushes are coming in, but with Bang coming up soon, I don't actually think that T1 can.
Yeah, the death timers may not be long enough, and actually they're going to leave this inhibitor unkilled just so that they can deny the freezes.
Listen, Afrika is down this much gold, and they're still making it work. That's just beautiful.
I mean, they managed to get this this Baron. This is still a 50-50, though, so we're not exactly super happy with how this one went, but Lahens, my God. I mean, there was no better way to start this fight off, but it just wasn't enough.
Listen, if Keen hits that knockback into the wall, this fight is over, like, immediately.
Yeah.
The problem is that both Dread and Bang on top of Teddy is actually too much damage. Fortunately, with Kana there, they actually do take him down, and then once you're in this stage of the team fight where both carries are removed, the lack of effective DPS basically just means that T1 wins, right? Because they have Seraphine. Like, it's as easy as that. And we see again the limitation. T1, they are kind of forced to just straight up run into Afrika, and the reason why it's working out is one, Encore, and secondly, Carrier having impeccable Devours. And as long as Teddy or Faker stay alive and they get rid of Bang, T1 can win team fights, but it is still contentious. It's not a straight cut, because you might look at this gold lead and take a look at these teams and think this is definitely over. Well, I wouldn't count on it.
He's going to get level 14 now. I mean, the Hecarim is still very strong, like you were talking about, and he's going to go. Lahens looking for that flank plays. That's the stolen Encore onto T1. Carrier still trying to tank this one up, but the Aphelios is largely untouched, and oh no, Keen was going in for it, then immediately gets gnawed back. Beautiful defensive play as the Aphelios picks up yet another kill. He is taken down, but now it's 2 versus 4, and I think Afrika may just be done as Cuz is going to chase down Fly. He's going to have to kill him a couple of times, but there's no flash, and I just don't think he's going anywhere. Good Everfrost, but that is goodbye inhibitor, and the rest of T1 is looking to just end this game.
And Hecarim is so insanely strong. You see it there again. The only reason that Teddy stayed alive for all of that, the coordinated dive, the encore from Keen, is Carrier, right? Like without that, we mean Tom Kent so much because it's such a, I don't know, like if it was a sandwich, it would be a bad one, but in this scenario, it's just the ingredient you need, right? He is this tasty and firm bun that keeps it all together, and T1, they fight a crucial victory in Afrika, unfortunately.
If you have the right condiments, any sandwich tastes delicious. That's what we learned from this one. The Tahm Kench working out very, very well. And unfortunately now we have to say goodbye to the Afrika Freaks when it comes to getting into those playoffs. Really unfortunate, but I think that T1 showed us that in that last game, yes, Seraphine's still busted, but Tahm Kench can work as the substitute for that Thresh that feels like he's almost necessary if you're going to play Aphelios, if you're going to play Jinx, these type of picks. And Carrier shows that you can go forward, you can go back, you can save your teammates, you can also eat your opponents in order to get those kills and those setups.
He can protect, he can defend, and he can eat snack, right? Like he does it all. And what we see here is, again, the only reason that Teddy at this point is still alive and everyone is forced to engage onto him is because of that Devour. Then the subsequent team fight, you see the value coming in from the Seraphine where everyone's health bar just keep topped up, and eventually Teddy dies, but at that point you've literally used everything in your arsenal just to try and get T1. You only kill a single person. It's not enough.
It isn't, but it was an exciting series at the end there, and I'm really glad that Afrika did go out with a bang. Game 2 was absolutely fantastic from them. I think we were doubting a little bit more than we probably should just because of Afrika's ability to throw, especially in game number 1 and things like that. However, definitely played it out well, and I think that the third game was definitely competitive. That being said, they weren't able to find their early leads that they almost always get, and that's always a worrying sign for Afrika.
And I think this is, as far as series goes to go out on, this is a pretty good highlight, right? You performed really well against one of the stronger, what's currently looking like one of the stronger teams within the LCK, and sure, it's not enough, but you came close repeatedly. Yeah, and we do have some highlights from this game as well, so let's go over it. As Afrika did start it off relatively well, but unfortunately Keen just in the isolated lane was never really able to get going on this Sylas, despite the fact that Canna did fall down many, many times this game, actually. And as a whole, I think this is where the backbreaking moment happens, right? Where you see the idea behind the composition, where you want to dive in with the Kai'Sa and with the Hecarim, and if that works out, you blow up Teddy, then you're fine. The problem is that in a normal composition where the Tahm Kench and the Seraphine are not available, then it's completely okay, right? Like this works every time because we see how little counterplay there is, and Dread really played his heart out in this one.
Yeah.
But there is a Seraphine, there is a Tahm Kench, which means that if you don't kill Teddy in a single go, you just lose every time, and that's basically what happened.
And killing Teddy in a single go is almost impossible with Devour and Seraphine, right?
You can't, and that's the problem, and we see the limitations of the T1 composition be shown when they can't engage, right? Like you have a couple of these situations where T1 is basically saying, please engage onto us, please, we want you to fight us, we want to fight, but we can't start it ourselves.
Oh man. It is just, it's still so sad to me, right? Because like, I think that this is definitely a highlight for Afrika. I think that they played much better than what we've seen in their last few games. I feel like Afrika have been rolling over more often than not in a lot of their performances, but this was definitely very hard fought from these guys. Just, it wasn't quite enough, and they took a gamble, right? They were hoping that, you know, maybe their OP picks were going to just be better than that of the Seraphine. I think that, you know, taking that gambit in the draft was an okay thing to do, right? Because what T1 have showed is that they have looked like a better team, even if they were making a few, you know, overzealous plays in game number 2.
It was T1 who set it up, right? Because they didn't ban either, and that created a situation where, as Afrika, you could do one of two things. You could ban either or, which is terrible, because then your opponent has Seraphine or Hecarim and you have neither.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you try and trade one of the OPs. However, as we see here, time and time again, Seraphine is just insane, right? Like Teddy would have already died here, at this point in time, and he would have been able to do more damage. Dread wouldn't have to go in, and maybe this goes completely differently. Not to speak of all the other situations that we've seen throughout the entirety of this game, where it's just the health bars just seemingly don't go down.
Well, Canna is going to get a lot of damage in this one. Really effectively done here. But he was caught in side lanes a lot, and I don't know about POG votes and things like that. Have you put yours out yet?
I have, and I handed it to you.
I don't actually remember what was on it.
You want a sneak peek, or you don't want to?
Maybe I'll be surprised. Maybe I'll be surprised as we watch.
Who do you think I voted for?
Carrier.
I will make no comment. I will confirm or deny.
That's what I think. That being said, giving POGs over to Tahm Kench feels bad. However, it feels oh so right in this game, because I think that he was utterly pivotal, and it's not a carrier champion, and he showed that, like you were saying, you know, he can go in, he can go out, he does about anything, you know, feels like 2020 on in a lot of ways in this game, and that is not something that I've ever said about Tahm Kench before in my life. I'm really excited as well that Gorilla is on the analyst desk, because Gorilla was one of our premier Tahm Kenches in his day, of course. And speaking of the analyst desk, let's throw it over to G-Sun for some translation of that very thing.
Thank you very much, guys. And after a very long series, T1 was able to take down Africa Freaks, continuing their winning streak here in LCK. And we had a lot of mind game going back and forth around Seraphim, Hecarim, and the Marksman champions. And a lot of people agree that Hecarim and Seraphim are the broken champions in the current meta. The Africa Freaks prepared a very smart pick, only letting them pick Seraphim and then taking away Hecarim and also top tier AD carry champion Kai'Sa, and they were able to narrow down Ted's champion pool with that bad chord. Damwon Kia mentioned in the earlier game, with Zillion you have to focus on the Herald. However, Africa Freaks picked a very weak side comp in the top and bottom lane, which means they cannot actually contest for the early Herald. I think this draft was fairly even for both teams, but Africa Freaks actually contested for Herald when they were not having their power spike. So let's take a look at this first highlight where Dread was able to overcome a very rough situation with his smart jungle path. One can surely say he's a very smart and intelligent player, because Africa didn't have lane priority in the side lanes. He was not able to secure that scuttle, and then he saw that Udyr placed the ward near that mid lane, and then because of the lane priority once again, he was not able to contest for the bottom scuttle as well. And then Keen was under a very rough situation on the top lane, and then he sneaks his way through the dark side of the map. He was walking down with the fog of war. And T1, for Kana's perspective, T1 had a very solid vision around the top side, and there was no way for Kana to kind of see it coming, because he was having all the vision around the lane, around the mid lane as well, and also even the scuttle vision. But Dread securing that kill, he was saying in the mic check, "I'm a god of the jungle path," and he truly was. He was pulling off that genius setup and play. And when Africa Freaks was falling behind, they were able to actually find a silver lining. Now let's take a look at the second highlight. We had this moment where T1 was able to close out the game, almost close out the game. Prior to 20-minute mark in the game, today T1 was not focused on Drake actually. So T1 was getting a little bit overextended. Africa Freaks wanted to punish this play. However, the fantastic Devour was able to save Aphelios, and Africa Freaks was not able to have a team fight that they actually set up because of the super save coming out from Keria.
챔피언이 최근에 정말 안 나와서
Tom Kent is one of the off-meta picks. I'm not really sure whether Keria has played it a lot and enough during screens, but it was really impressive to see him that Devour timing was on point every time in this game. With this win, T1 is picking up his fourth straight win, and the POG will be going over to not the pick and bans. It's gonna be Keria on Tom Kench. That's last game on Mr. Kench.
참 많이 안 넣어놓은 챔피언이기도
And
하지만 앞에 탐켄치랑
fantastic pick. And the off-meta pick that actually had a pop-off performance. I'm really curious whether Keria practiced this pick enough, because we saw a very high level of proficiency on this pick. Very easy kill secured by the bottom duos of T1, capturing that cow, walking on the mid lane. And then Cuz was almost 0 HP, but still Keria was there with that Guardian proc and Devour, and Cuz was still alive. Tom Kench has to find the best timing to Devour, because sometimes your Devour actually put your teammate in a rough spot, but Keria was always, his Devour was on fleek in today's game. Today, Keria overall, he played a lot of off-meta pick. For example, game number 1 Maokai. I think you cannot really target Keria's champion pool. So I think you better bring a counter strategy in order to deal with this player. And Keria is on the 4th place, being the first one from the bottom lane to make it up to the top POG standings. 5 votes secured by Keria, but Cuz was also able to pick up 3, and Teddy also picked up 1 vote in this POG award. And Keria would be our solo POG, so let's invite him for the POG interview. Congratulations on your win. Thank you. After a very close series, T1 is on a 4-match winning streak. How are you feeling, Keria? I'm glad that we won 3 matches in a row, but I'm not satisfied with our performance today, so I think we have to step up. I think T1 always have some rough time when they're playing up against Africa Freaks, and we also had a 3-game series between 2 teams, so how was playing up against them today? Africa Freaks. I mean, we weren't not like too caught up with the fact that our opponent was Africa Freaks. Rather, we wanted to focus on the plays that we needed to do. And Dread is a very aggressive player. He always tends to pick a very aggressive picks and counter jungle. So we kept that in mind. In game number 1, Keria, you played an off-meta pick, Maokai, and because of the nerfs, not many players has been playing this. So how do you rate this champion in this current meta? The reason behind Maokai today, well, during the pick and ban, our coaching staff asked if you're okay if we just pick bottom picks on the second rotation, but after seeing so many bans targeting the support champion pool, I was like, oh, maybe I'm in a trouble. But still, we had some picks left available, which was Maokai, and it's a good pick into Alistar and Tristana as well. Was that something that you practiced? Well, I did in the first round robin. It was really impressive to see, because Africa Freaks was able to win lane so hard in game number 1, but at 20-minute mark, Africa Freaks started off the Baron, and Maokai, I think, was so critical, kind of interrupting their attempts, even though you didn't really practice it in the recent scrims. So what kind of communication went back and forth during team fights? We were falling so behind in game number 1, so we wanted to protect our mid-outer turret, and Maokai is so good into Africa's comp when you're fighting around the river. So if you guys just start on the front line, I can just block the damage carried in the back line. And Keria, compared to last time, you're having a great interview. Is that because you're not having someone around you? I mean, I'm just still nervous after that game. You know, I still have the jitters. I'm still like excited because we have to go for feedback later on. So I guess being nervous actually helps Korea to have a great interview. And moving on to game number 3, we had a very late bottom pick locked in, which was Tomkins together with Aphelios. So what was your focal point in terms of the bottom duo picks in game 3? We wanted to finish up the topside comms in the first rotation and then moved on to the bottom duos. And looking at the champions available, Aphelios and Tomkins looked really decent into the opponent's comp. Speaking of Aphelios Tomkins, we saw Silas locked in by Africa Freaks, and the last pick was Zillion, another Hecarim Zillion combo. This time around, it was from Africa Freaks, which was played earlier today by Damwon Kia. Was that something you guys also expected to come out, or were you guys a little bit flustered? We know how Zillion Hecarim combo works, so we weren't too flustered. Game 3, unlike game number 1, it was a very high-paced one. What was the feedback about after losing game 2? I don't really I can't seriously remember what happened in game 2. It was the Nidalee and set game. There was some feedbacks. We also wanted to adjust our draft. Did it? I'm not sure. Sorry. Anyways, we had some feedbacks, and that's how we were able to kind of tidy up our issues and come back stronger in game 3. Let's just touch on game number 3, something that you can remember better. Because was in a very risky spot, but you were able to devour him and save him on the bottom lane. So how did you kind of read the whole situation in that team fight? I got engaged on, but I was pretty sure that I will never gonna die there. So we were sure if the opponent keeps diving on us, we would be able to just clean up the kills. It was really impressive to see the rotation you made in order to save Cuz, and we are talking about the hierarchies of each roles, you know. Some people say mid laners are the strongest, they have the most power. So who's on top of your priority list of Devour? AD carry, mid, and top and jungle. It depends on whether they are hitting the opponents or whether they are taking the damage. I'm a little bit surprised to see that Faker is not on top of that list, but still makes sense. I mean, in terms of the roles, I would like to say so, but in terms of T1, it's gonna be mid and then AD carry for sure. You are heading into your last match of the regular split up against Hana Life Esports. So how we're gonna prepare for that leading into the playoffs. Hana Life is so good. I think they are very strong, and their bottom duos, Deft and Vista, are really talented. So I will do my best in order to keep my form. And hi, I mean Deft. I wanna defeat him. Fighting! This will be the end of the solo POG interview from Korea, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the translation of the solo POG for Korea. Somewhere there is a Valdez who is very, very happy about the results of today. Although I imagine there are a lot of people that are also a little bit frightened about a victory for a Tomkins that played extraordinarily well, because we all know what that means in the LCK. Let's get to play of the day, though. I don't want to think about Tomkins for too much longer. And this is going to be the best one that we could come up with for today. And it was from our first series of the night, so if you were asleep, maybe if you were from North America or something like that, you'll still sleep for this one. This was the big play of the Raptor. Yeah.
I don't want to say anything.
This is our play of the day.
I just want to let the moment speak for itself.
Let's get that one back again.
I want to see it from a different perspective. I think that makes it better.
Yeah. Jonah Strong outdid himself with this one.
Oh, look at that.
Becca's like, I got you, bro. Oh, nah, never mind. Oh, dear. Yep. That was our play of the day. That was our play of the day. I'm not going to lie to you, I think it was actually the most interesting play that happened. However, definitely a more amusing one rather than a sick outplay. T1 do move to 4th place, though, as DRX unfortunately ousted from their 4th place position for the first time in what feels like a very long time. I mean, DRX have been 3rd or 4th almost the entire season. Now moved down to 5th after some disappointing more recent performances. And Afrika, very unfortunately, unable to get towards the playoffs. Live Sandbox, though, they have a bit more of a chance. That being said, everyone outside of Nongshim, under 20% chance.
It's rough. Hero of the People, Fred Abrian, also don't have a very favorable roster ahead of them.
They have 5 times the chance that Afrika had today, though.
That is true. And I mean, you know who they beat, right? They beat Damwon Kia at some point. So
yep, they beat T1 at some point. I mean, I think the last team out of the top 3 that they haven't beat is Hanwha Life Esports. And look, Hanwha have done some pretty amazing things. This is going to be next week. These are the last matches for the regular season. Fred Brion versus Hanwha Life Esports is in fact first cab off the rank. KT versus Nongshim is also a really hype one. DRX versus Gen G, pretty good. As T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports may actually decide 2nd place, which is absolutely huge. And that's our 2nd last match of the week.
Oh, that's...
Live Sandbox could be playing for their lives. It's really coming down to the wire. It's really exciting.
Man, that is... Listen, and I'm just happy that we get playoffs that are this contentious to the literally the last day. I mean, possibly, right? It
might all be decided.
We know.
Last day doesn't mean anything, and we can just talk about Pokemon and whatever we would like to. As our challenges is also going to be continuing on Monday as well. So interested to see how some of the young guns are going to go.
I spotted the telecom war. That's always fun, you know, regardless of...
Probably more fun in challenge, to be perfectly honest. Considering the form
we
of
don't
KT
talk
at the
about...
moment.
No, without...
Yeah, it's one of those things. But ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for us for week 9. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week for the final week of LCK Spring 2021. See you then.